innovative designs. Whether you're a crafting enthusiast or starting out, we provide everything you need to fuel your creativity. HobbyMaker, let's get crafting.
Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Hello and happy Tuesday. Welcome to HobbyMaker. Feels very much like a countdown to Christmas now, I have to say. I can't believe how soon it is. And look, my little Christmas jumper. Did you know this was from the kids section in Next?
Was it really? Was it?
It was reduced in the boys section in Next. What? And I was like, that's a great one to get that. So
take it while you can, no problem.
Yeah, I don't know why. Oh, is that why? Oh, Adam said it's cheaper because it's tax-free in the kids section. I'm like, well, great that they make quite big kids section clothes now. So.
VAT. I know. I remember when my wife could afford to get stuff from there. But yeah, I forgot to bring a Christmas jumper.
Oh, you're okay.
I completely forgot.
You're okay. You look lovely. You've got a nice shirt.
Yeah, it's Christmas all year round where we are.
Exactly. And you've remembered your glasses, so we're all on the right.
Got my glasses. Yes, I remember
right
my
head.
glasses. Yes, if you tuned in yesterday, our first show, I forgot my glasses, so I was.
And he was still a pro.
Yeah, we're all good. We're all good.
I will give you a quick rundown of what we've got today, and then, of course, I'll be coming across to Pete with our Sizzix show. So that's now at 2 o'clock. You've got a colouring masterclass with Natalie from Hunky Dory. 3 o'clock, we are doing the launch of the Tangerine machine here at HobbyMaker. I've been waiting a long time for that. 4 o'clock, we have got the last chances with Sizzix, if there's anything left. I mean, that's nice to have written that, but I don't know. 5 o'clock, we've got more tips and tricks with Hunky Dory. 6 o'clock, you're going to be back with Tonic and Jodie. 7 o'clock, we have got a brand new designer coming to us. Pink Ink Designs is joining us. And at 8 o'clock, there's lots of crafty deals that are coming up for you. So do stay tuned, of course, all the way up until 9. And Dave will be coming in from 5 o'clock to be able to take over from me as well. Now, we had an amazing show yesterday. Obviously, Pete was on for a couple of shows. Some of the bits have sold out, so we've had some die sets sold out, we've had some plates that have sold out, some of the cardstock sold out, so that's all gone. Everything else that we have in this show, which is why I was laughing at the last of stock, because I'm like, how much last of stock in that later show are we going to be at? We will see, because some of these bits are so unbelievably limited now. What I would do is I would jump onto the web, because we have put everything there for pre-order. The prices are spectacular across the board of everything that is in this show. But if there is anything that you actually want to guarantee getting, then you need to be going onto the website to take advantage of it now. We've also got the Sidekick, which works with all of the products in this show as well. So that is there, that is available. Probably about the only thing in the show that has a bit of better availability, because we had a really big stock quantity of that as well at the top of the show. So there's still a little bit of that available, which is good. Now, I do want to start, of course, with what we have kind of as the main bundle in this show. It was brand new to us yesterday. Over 70% of the stock has now gone, okay? So we are down to the final amount, final allocations for you to be able to get today. It is amazing, and what is so fabulous about this is you're getting 5 different sets. It is your Tim Holtz collections as well. And you are getting not only your dies, but an embossing folder in these as well. There is the most gorgeous mix that you can see in them. Now, they have all sold out, is that right, individually, or is there... Oh, okay, we've got one left of Christmas. Okay, one left of Christmas, one left of the Celebrate. The other 3 have sold out completely individually. So if you want to get them individually, they're the only 2 that's left. There's 1 of each left of those. But you can still get the bundle where 70% of that has gone. So you can see it crosses over all occasions. We have the gorgeous Christmas look. We then have those amazing alphabet, the letters that we're seeing, that letterboard that's created as well from the embossing folder. Your celebrations are there. Think of your birthdays. Think of your anniversaries. You've got the hat, the bunting, the balloons. You've then got the love. So if you're thinking forward forward to Valentine's Day. It's great that you've got the hearts, but they can create boxes if you layer them right. You've got the lovely letters, the arrows, that great embossing folder with the hearts as well. And then my own personal favourite is the coffee cups, because I've just never seen anything quite like this. And this isn't any occasion, isn't it? It's a just because that you're getting to see it there. Now, £89.95 should be the price, so they should be £17.99 each. We have done a sneaky little deal on the individuals, down to £16. I think it was 19 by memory. It's 10% basically is taken off each of those. So that would take it to just over £80 if you bought them individually, the price we've done today. We are not going to be doing anything close to that price. It's a gorgeous collection, isn't it, Pete? Don't you just think it's brilliant?
Yeah, and it's universal. It's all year round. They're a lovely size. They're great for tags. They're great for gorgeous little cards. Very graphic, very Tim Holtz, very, very clever, very smart.
Yeah, without a doubt.
You know, the letterboard, as you said, that is what a wonderful. It's a whole alphabet and the numbers and a 2D embossing folder in that little set by itself. But these are the sort of things you would return to time and time again because they're universal. You know?
Exactly, they are. They're super. And you know, we saw. You can watch shows back, obviously yesterday, where we were working with them. We were seeing Pete working with them, but we will be doing some additional demonstrations with them today as well. But it is, of course, now while stocks last. We're approaching 75% now of this bundle having been allocated completely. And when you see this price, I mean, we're not just taking £10 off, £15 off. It is an absolutely epic saving for something that was brand new to us to be able to bring to you, of course, from Tim Holtz as well. Universal, as Pete said, and instead of £89.95, we are down to this price, $49.99. So you're getting them for a tenner each instead of £17.99, £40 back into your pocket. And it's available on split pay, which is absolutely brilliant. So you can actually take this home for £25 if you wanted to today. Have you got some more samples over there? Should we have a little flick through?
Yeah, should we look through them individually, see what we're getting in the set? That's
Definitely.
not a bad idea. So I'll bring them... I'll do them in the overhead camera.
Yeah, that's
so everybody can see. So this is Christmas. We're going to start with Christmas. Now, you could be saying, a bit late for Christmas. No, we're early. We're getting in ahead. This is next year's Christmas. But seriously, you know, if you want to make little tags, if you want to add them to neutral crackers or something like that. So these are your dies. This is your 2D embossing folder. Now, this is the kind of thing that you can do. So you can see the embossing folder in the background there. That's the candy cane.
Love that.
We've got that gorgeous little Santa there. Again, we have that embossed background. My personal favourite, there's something about this little guy.
He's so cute.
I really love that, I do. You've got the holly. Now, the holly could decorate any of those as well. There's your background, so we've doubled up there. And then finally, a gorgeous little snowman. So those are the elements in that set, and that's just one set. And we're talking about under £10 per set.
It's really good, isn't it?
So let's take that to one side. Now, this one, we've got the heart, obviously the arrow, the bow, everything that goes with it. This kind of mystery die, that makes a little envelope, and you can see here how all of those elements go together.
And it's that 3D that it almost looks like when you pop them together, that box and that envelope.
It's a clever little bit of inking, but very simple to do. Maybe I can show you that at some point during the show. But you can see that heart works by itself, as we see here.
Yes.
But if you put it on top of this one, you get that gorgeous chocolate box. And there is your envelope. So look at the way that we've used. Now here we've embossed. Here we've debossed, so we're using kind of the reverse. And this one, we've simply, different colours, cut it into strips. That's a gorgeous little set. Whether you're thinking of Valentine's or just generally all year round, sending to a loved one. Now, next up, we have, I love this one because it's got some really clever elements. So the hat, this goes together in two pieces. The balloons have a little emboss section here, so it gives it dimension. And we've got all the bunting and bits and pieces. Take a look at that tag. And that's our embossing folder.
Yes, lovely.
So that's the embossing folder that you can see on this lovely background here. That party hat then, just something simple. Something, a simple, really graphic statement. Keep the colours minimal. You can see here where that emboss has gone in to give it a sense that it's the light is coming in from the side. And we've got, so if you double up or triple up on this bunting, build it like that, there's a sense of a party going on. So There you go. That's a wonderful set by itself. But mix it with the love dies as well, the envelopes, the chocolates, the hearts. You know, so they work together. Then the coffee, which is a favourite of many, I must admit, because, I mean, obviously, coffee, hot chocolate, it's really popular, particularly this time of year or where we come towards the autumn. That is our embossing folder. You can see we've got the different mugs, we've got the takeout cups, we've got the foam on the top. There you go. This, and these colours, choosing the colours as well is quite an important part of this, but embossing folders in the background, the deboss, cut it up into little pieces like that. You know, you could even take away that, and just by itself, it's working. But you can see the top there, that's a takeout cup, and we've cut it from acetate. Let me try and get that in the light. There you go. That's what it is. And then finally, hug and a mug. So, you know, we've got it all going on here. There's something for everybody. It's a lovely little set. Get the colours right. You are onto a winner with that set. And then finally, now this is the biggie, because I think there are 30, 35, 36 different elements, different letters there. This is what makes the letterboard. So there's now you can emboss a couple of these and double up on it as well. So we've got Home Sweet Home. We've got Blame It on the Bubbles. So if you've got a friend who's a Prosecco fan or something like that, I've got a couple at home. Choose Happy, Merry and Bride. You got this. We see the one by the side of you that I did for. So if you've got Elf on the Shelf, it's great for creating little funky little phrases with your Elf on the Shelf as well. But you don't have to use it with the letterboard. It's just it's a super alphabet. So that's a heck of a lot going on there. Yeah,
and that is all today for under £50 for you to be able to get it today. You know, look at the amount that you've got. Sometimes we can be paying, you know, quite significant amounts just for an alphabet die. The fact you've got that with an embossing folder, and then the 4 other sets, so 5 embossing folders, huge amount, of course, of your dies as well. And the great thing is, if you've only got a smaller machine, your Sidekick, for example, then it will run through that as well. You don't need like a large electric machine. Lots of you with this in your baskets. Make sure you're checking out because we are limited on this now. Now let me come across to the Sidekick as well, because we have got this on the show today. Is the Tim Holtz version. I think it looks very suave. I really like it in the black that we're seeing there as well. And we had so many messages in on yesterday's shows telling us how much they love it, how this is something that they use all the time. You know, it's an absolute must, and it's very portable as well to be able to take it with you. Now, we've got it on a discount today, even better, so it is £47.99, and you can see that it does come with the Tim Holtz starter kit as well. So you have got your plates that you would want to get with this, obviously, to be able to use and run through. It also comes with that gorgeous die set where we've got the tags, we've got the numbers as well. We've also got that stamp set that we're seeing there, and the folder as well to emboss. So if you have a look at what you can actually do and create with that, they're just gorgeous, these labels, aren't they? They're so usable.
Yeah, they're ever so Tim Holtz as well. But you know what, if you don't want to go down that kind of distress route, you know, if you did it in gorgeous colours, it's going to look equally fabulous. It's always great to have a tag. It's always great to have numbers, because obviously birthdays. But yeah, so it's a very usable little set. But having the stamps as well, that's quite unusual, having it all together. Super machine.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Do you want to show the strength of it?
Yeah, we do. Well, this is what we're talking about, actually, because a lady messaged in yesterday. She still has her original red machine. And for many of you, it might have been the first machine. This might have been where you started, because this preceded all roller machines. It was actually, it was around before the Big Shot. This is the Tim Holtz branded one, obviously. But it looks flimsy. It looks insubstantial. I'm going to admit to that. But once you clamp that down, that's going nowhere. That's going nowhere. And we thought we'd test it, and we did this just before we came on air. I was looking for something to pick it up with. So let's say I've got something down here. Now, you might want to know how big it is compared to, say, the Plus machine. Well, there's one that usually... See, I'm straining.
I know, it's heavy anyway, isn't it?
This is one that sits behind us on the shelf there. Now, obviously, it's got a very wide footprint, and it's reassuringly weighty, so you've got the stability. Now, this is the Sidekick next to it, okay? But look at this. Look at that.
Look at that. Isn't
Look
that
at that.
absolutely brilliant?
That's you see. You can say I'm shaking. You know, just holding it up. That's a heavy old machine. Reassuringly heavy. Say.
Yeah.
But that's the strength. That's the power of the sidekick. I think some of the team have gone out to find things for me to pick up.
I know it's going to be the new thing.
But for now, we shall put this back down here. So that's the strength, that's the power. So if you're thinking, oh, it's a mini machine, it's a toy, it's not at all. It's a serious die-cutting machine. And this is the one that kind of, when people saw how this worked, they realised that the detail you can get from the dies using the power of a roller system, that's where all the roller machines after that came from. Great little machine, great starter kit, very strong, very reliable, and was it Sue, I think? Yes, Sue said she still uses hers that she bought, and I think it would have been about 2003, 2004.
And that just shows the lastability of it. Carol said that she got bought a sidekick for a present, but she was just asking whether you need to rotate the cutting plates.
Well, I tend not to. I must be completely honest with you. Some people like to keep one plate clean. You can buy new plates, as you can for all the other machines. But no, I tend to just flip them over. What I do with my plates, I flip them around, I flip them over. I don't have any particular or
one
special.
to cut into or anything,
Some people online, they will recommend that you do that. You keep one spare, one.
So in a way, it's a preference. Kind of
but really, no. It's and you know, I will tell you one thing about this, because there's no platform with these two plates, so that's why you get such a strong cut from such a small machine, because it's about pressure distribution without getting too technical. It gives you a really clean, crisp cut, so you don't need the same amount of pressure, although it cuts as good as the big stuff.
Absolutely.
It really does.
But because it's obviously, and she's still kind of stuck to the desk, you don't have to be pushing it down to kind of keep it into place. So today, great deal on that of £47.99. Now, with this collection, which now we have got less than 25% left for you to be able to get this, we have still got the opportunity at that discounted price. We're talking £40 being taken out of this today for you to be able to get all 5 of those. Wow, okay. Significant amount has gone. So what was remaining of our stock, a quarter of that has now gone as well. So we are incredibly, incredibly limited on it. Would you like to do a demo on this whilst we still have that availability?
Let's do it. Well, we've still got it here. Let's do that, because I've got loads of things in bags ready to go.
Yes.
If we run out of stock, I've got all those lovely demos I can't do. So let's do it now.
So yeah, let's
right, without further ado, as they say now. I'm going to use this one, which is the love hearts, the envelope, and so on and so forth. I want to try and use some of those little elements. So I'm going to start by cutting my envelope, and you can see that I've used some distress ink just to pick up the just to give it a sort of a vintage effect. Now, when you are die cutting, you use the two sort of with the Tim Holtz machine. We have these sort of smoky grey plates. Now, before you cut, simply clamp it down, and it's good to go. And it's a one-hand operation. Now, with most machines, you keep a hand on the top for stability. With the Sidekick, being the smallest of the family, ironically, it's a single one-hand operation.
Yep.
You don't need to do anything else. So there is my envelope, and you can see that all of those crease lines are in place. So when you pop it round like that, so there's the front of your envelope, and that is what it looks like when it's closed up. So I'm going to put that to one side, because now I switch across, and I'm going to cut the cut the two love hearts. So we'll pop one there, and we've got some nice contrast. So I've pre-inked this. I've been using reds, oranges, pinks, so on and so forth, just to pick up that theme there. Obviously, if you have gorgeous card, the Sizzix cardstock, there are so many different shades of these colours, but sometimes I like to play around with the distress inks, and because it's a Tim Holtz show, it seemed impolite not to be honest with you.
Definitely.
So,
I think so.
Let's run that through again. We've got those. We're going to pop those to one side. So you see you're getting a really clean, really super crisp cut every single time. And I'll take my tweezers and just pop those shapes out. So when we put these together, now I'm going to show you that trick how to make it look three-dimensional in a second as well. So it's just... but we would put one on top of the other. Now you can do that. You can do that with 3D pads. But I'm going to do it flat. But let's put those to one side because I've got a couple more cuts to make.
With them being such small dies as well, you can use like your offcuts, can't you, from your card or your bits that are kind of left over as well from other bits. Really
Absolutely. Yeah, well, I'm using one of those, as you just said, I'm using one of the offcuts now to cut this little heart. So I'm going to pop that there, and then there we are. And then I'm going to take these two. I've got another piece of this lovely pre-distressed card. So this is going to be my bow over the top and my ribbon. So make my sandwich and run it through. Same again, clamp it down. And it's great, you know, the sidekick. If you don't have a dedicated craft space, if you have to take your machine out every time you use it and put it back on a shelf, then the sidekick's absolutely ideal for when, because in truth, the vast majority of dies that Sizzix make fit through this little sidekick, believe it or not. All the dies that we have on the show today actually fit through the sidekick. So there's only a few bigger ones, and that's why it was named as it is, because it's meant as a sidekick, as a companion to your larger machine.
Yeah,
so,
which is great. And
but
you can just always have it next to you, can't you?
Yeah, so the what, sorry?
Because it doesn't take up much surface space at all, so you can kind of always just have it next to you there as well.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's so useful for that. And you said something yesterday about taking it to the caravan.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, and taking it to a friend's house, taking it to a crop. A lot of people are members of craft clubs. I know that my good friend Sharon Curtis runs a fabulous club just down the road, not far from us. So if you don't want to lump around your big machine on the day,
take it there.
Take your sidekick. As you say, it pops in a decent-sized handbag.
Yeah.
But that's all the cutting. Quick, efficient, it's in and out.
Exactly.
It's a cracking little machine for that. Now, we are going to do a bit of extra inking. So I've got my bow, I've got the ribbon, I've got the two parts of those hearts, okay, and then finally my little envelope. But before we do, there is one other thing. There's one other thing. I've got this lovely strip, again, of pre-inked card, and I'm going to take my spritzer bottle and just soak the back, because when we're doing 3D embossing, and I can spritz on the front as well, and I get that lovely mottle effect. When we are doing embossing, it's always good. There we are. I think we'll deboss, actually. I've made an executive decision. There we are. It's always good to spritz because it gives you a much deeper, cleaner emboss. And with this, now there was a grey plate, we'll notice there are the two clear ones and the grey plate. When you're embossing, you use the grey plate and one of the clear ones.
Okay.
Or smoky, it's not exactly clear, is it? It's translucent.
Yeah.
There we are. So we'll run that through, and that's going to give you a gorgeous... But look how quick it is as well. You don't have to wait for those big plates to go all the way through. And there we are. So that's what it looks like when it's embossed.
Lovely.
And this is what it looks like when it's debossed. But we are going to do something else to that prior to attaching it to our card. So let's bring in my inks, and I'm going to use... see, I should have sorted this out beforehand. It's not good for live TV, is it?
No, I think it's fine.
Deciding which ink you're going to have. I'm too indecisive, I really am. But I'm going to go with those two. So I've got vintage photo there, and I've also got... I'm going to reach over here. I've got vintage photo and walnut stain. Yeah. So what I'm going to use this for... Now, this is my envelope, and just around the edges, I'm just going to pick those up.
Okay.
Like so. So when it goes together, you get that lovely...
Just take it to your right a little bit, just with
the
camera.
Sure.
Is that all right?
You know
yeah,
what?
Thank you.
I am terrible. I really am. I drift out of shot.
It's okay. We'll tell you if you are.
I get so into what I'm doing, I forget there's a camera pointing at me. So.
That's the joy, though, isn't it? That you're getting lost in.
I know. It's nice to get lost in.
Yeah, exactly.
Though, isn't it? It really is. So there we are. So that's your envelope. See the difference, that contrast around the outside makes that gorgeous little envelope. And we're going to do the same sort of thing with these. Now, we talked about that little trick, didn't we, for making it look three-dimensional. Yeah. And what I'm going to do, after going around the outside like that, is I'm going to take this piece of spare card and make sure it goes across the center like that. So that is now acting as a mask. Okay? And I'm going to ink over the top of that. And notice now, see how it kind of split in half there? Yep. And I'm going to come back in, and I'm going to go a bit deeper with that brown colour. There you go.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
So that's. But when we put the next bit on the top, it will become even more apparent. It's a lovely little trick for using these. And I'm going to go around the edge of this one again. See, the vintage photo is much warmer brown than the walnut stain. The walnut stain is a little unforgiving. So now when I put that on the top, like that, you can see that just that bit there. And I think I'm going to add just a touch more, just a little touch. So there we are, just to deepen that. There we are. That's the walnut stain in action, the power of walnut stain. Yeah. Right, now, get a bit of PVA on there. Pop this in place, because we've got something else to do as well. We've got to get the ribbon, and we've got to get that looking three-dimensional as well. So, again, what I'm going to do is take that, and you see where there's kind of like, where there's a kink in that? Yeah. I'm going to put that back down, take my ink, go over the top, and this will give the kind of the illusion that there is a shadow going on. So when we stick that down, now, there we are, get some glue. So when I stick that in place, now it looks like, it looks like it's actually going over the edge.
That's unbelievable, just a little bit of ink and it's done that.
It's so simple to do, isn't it? So simple. Now the ribbon, again, I'll just use this around the edges. Just pick those edges up. Because I'll just finish this box and then we'll go back to the original card. Okay. So what I'll also do is just lift that with the edge of my tweezers to make it slightly more dimensional. So we'll have that bow coming off there, and we shall finish it with the gorgeous heart in the center like that. Now, before I do, actually, I just want to show a great way of picking up this folder by going very, very gently, very gradual. So we're working particularly on the outside edges and just going over where it's been embossed. So it's going to deepen the color, but leave the in-betweeny bits where it's been embossed. That's a technical term, in-betweeny bits, by the way. So there you go. Yeah. We're coming off the edge. So let's go back to our original cat. That's most of the main elements done there. And if I reach across here, this is what it looks like. But you'll notice the difference here. That's debossed. This is embossed. Yes, okay. So you're getting a different effect. But use some 3D pads, lift everything up. It's a wonderful little effect. So you could use the envelope by yourself. We've seen the envelope as well with some little hearts coming out. So the envelope can be open, it could be closed, it can be reversed, it can be whatever you want it to be. But such a clever little set. It really, really is. You can have a lot of fun with this one. Really nice. And of course, that's just one of your 5 sets. Think about that. So that is the love one, but of course we have also got your coffee, your just because. We have got your alphabets that you can see there. You've also got your Christmas inspired one, and you've got your celebrations as well. All of those today, down from what should have been almost £90 to $49.99, and available, of course, on a split pay. Now, we are going to go through everything else that is still available on the show as well. So we have got the flowers, the florals. Now, these were incredibly popular yesterday. They are absolutely gorgeous, as you can see here. The kind of different sizes that we've got, the different imagery, the way you're able to build these up as well to create fully 3-dimensional flowers, if that is what you would like to do. Now, for these 2 sets, we should be at $31.98. Pete, when we actually came off the show yesterday, said to Kat, you went too low on those. You were shocked, wasn't you, by the price that we went to? I was shocked. I'm like, what? It doesn't make sense. And obviously you chose the bits to go in this show as the extras as well, as the upsells, because you love them. And then you saw the prices. Well, I chose them because not only are they super popular, not only do I love them, but they are still popular. So it's not the sort of thing that we...
That should have a discount.
That we well, I mean, it's not for me to say. It's for the little elves upstairs at HobbyMaker. No. But, yeah, they're really popular dice.
Yeah, you don't expect it, do you? You expect it on kind of last of stock and things like that. Instead, these are absolutely firm favourites to be able to get them. So 2 die sets that we can see here, £31.98, of course, is the price point that we should be at. But we are going to be taking these a lot lower for you to be able to get them today. So instead, how about this price? £15. So, of course, that is a better than half-price deal for you to be able to get them. That is £7.50 per set for your dies that you can see just here. It's 32 dies across both of them. Again, we don't have a vast amount of these left. They sold incredibly well yesterday as soon as we obviously launched these and brought them on at this amazing price. But you've got that chance still today for those last ones. Some really, really nice opportunities, of course, that we can see there as well in terms of the finishes that we got on that as well. Yeah, it is too low. I mean, Hillia, Janet, Belinda, Tina, Christine, in fact, a couple of Christines there. Christine and Kerry Degan, Christine and Devon as well, who is there. They're just fabulous. And again, you've got some lovely samples, haven't you?
We have got some lovely samples for both sets, actually. Yeah. And I think I'll, if we take a look, now this was, Tazzy Florals was the most popular Biggs dies that Sizzix ever made.
Really?
And it continues to be so to this day. Of course, that's much bigger, but this is taking those same iconic designs and shrinking it down.
Lovely.
So you've got three different flowers in different sizes. You've got your leaves, and you've got that lovely branch as well. And this is the kind of thing that you can do with it. So to make it more dimensional, there are several techniques, and I could show you some of those in a sec if you care. Then this one, you know, just something simple like Japanese cherry blossom, or there are even ways of turning this humble flower into that beautiful rose. There are so many tutorials online. There's kind of a cult around these dies, actually. There really is. And then finally take a look at something like that. So there's quite a lot of contrast there. Quite a lot of contrast for just a simple, elegant, gorgeous die set. And, that scribbly heart, remember that one. That's going to be coming along at some point in the future. But that's just that little die set.
Really,
now,
really nice.
Let's take a look at the other one, which is... I'll drag all of these samples across here, because this one, Modern Floristry, again, another one that has been hugely popular. You can see it has a very kind of modern look and feel, but there are so many ways to use it. Now, that is something that I did, keeping it simple. Then we start adding some distress things. You can go monochromatic with this as well, but they're gorgeous, gorgeous shapes. They really are. Then great cardstock, Sizzix cardstock, beautiful colours. Again, coming in with the inks. When I say monochromatic, how about that? That's taken the ink out. So it's the same card, but we've just omitted the coloured background and a bit of opulence over the top. How about these for creating gorgeous backgrounds? And again, it's all about the colours that you choose. So this one is that's kind of 70s retro as well. Then there's just ivory, there's that gorgeous sort of agave green and the pink. So much fun to be had. If it's just backgrounds you want to do, or you want to use it as the main focus for a card, the Modern Floristry is one of those wonderful sets that you will reach for time and again. So combining the Modern Floristry and that, what did we say, $14.99?
$14.99.
I would pay $14.99 for that, and think I would be extremely lucky. I would pay $14.99 for that, and it would stay in moustache.
But you're getting both today.
I know, I couldn't believe it yesterday. I honestly couldn't believe it. Yeah,
it was almost like when you did the camera on your face when that price came in, because you were just like, what?
It was a real jaw drop moment. What?
100%.
Come on. So
many of you there. If it is in your basket, which it is for Belinda and new crafters, we've got there with a great first buy for you. We've got Derbyshire, we've got Audrey and Michelle, Hillia, Janet, Tina, Susie, lots and lots of you joining us with this. What an opportunity to be able to get it and to be able to get both of those sets for a better price than you should be paying for one of them. Now, you gave a little sneak peek of that heart, so we're going to have to come across to that next. Now, these are your abstract that we can see here. I mean, that is just such a brilliant set that you're seeing here. The hearts, the swirls, the kind of paint splat that you're seeing as well. No, we ran out of time yesterday, so we can bring this into our show. I know it was shown a little bit later. And then you've also got this amazing set that you can see here as well. So it's your scribble, your splat, and your abstract elements. And I think initially you look at this and you think, wow, there's so many elements, but it's the way that it can build the most interesting things, animals, for example.
Yeah, do you know what?
Very clever.
These two, Scribbles and Splats is still a top seller for us. It's one of the most popular Tim Holtz thinlit die sets of all time. The other one, those little elements, it's taken on a life of its own. So if you go online and look at what people are doing with that. Yeah. Now, some of you might be looking at it and thinking, okay, what's this all about? Well, we're going to show you some examples of how you can use that from the but to have something like that in your stash to reach for time and time again, it is such a functional set as well. It's something you will love and enjoy for years to come. Now, just before we look at those samples as well, we will get that price down for you because, as I say, we didn't even manage to squeeze this under our show yesterday. £43.98 is the price that it should be. I know that it isn't going anywhere close to that price today. I believe it is a better than half price deal on this one as well for you to be able to jump in and get. Think about all the ways that, of course, you're going to use that beautiful heart, that gorgeous swirl, the paint splats that we're seeing as well. Then you've got lots of foliage with this. You've got almost things that could be feathers, water droplets, rainbows, clouds, but also wait until you see how you can build that up into faces and things like that as well. So instead of £43.98, let's go to under £20 on it. That is a tenner a set for you to be able to get these today. Just the most incredible price with Sizzix, and like Pete said, on the best sellers as well. Things that have sold the absolute best throughout for Sizzix, and yet we're discounting them today, which is superb. Should we see some of the examples of these two as well? Yeah, let's do that. Absolutely. Scribbles and Spats, like I say, it is one of my favourites. I've had so much fun with this down the years. And there are so many, there's so much inspiration online. How about the splats? Now, that's just using it as a background. So it's white on white, ink over the top, and you get that great sort of almost like a faux emboss thing going on. And check out these alphabets as well. We'll be looking at those in a little while. Now, this one, again, you know, this is just keeping it simple. A little bit of distressing, cut it out. And another way of using this, strangely enough, let me bring this one in. Now, there's your heart. There's that wonderful heart, and we've used embossing powder over the top of that. But I've actually cut into thin paper and made my own stencil. So I've doubled up with the die to create that stencil in the background, ink through it, and then just throw it away. So you can make your own stencils with these as well. Amazing. Then, same heart, different kind of look. But what about that lovely swirl? There you go, and that's adding the leaves. That's clever, isn't it? From our flowers. Yeah, we just drop that. We paper piece. We cut it out of two colours. Now, obviously, you've got another one as well. So you've got one which is light on the outside and darker on the inside. So, and then using it again in the background, using it to create texture, to create. And again, it was white on white. So I stuck them down on a piece of card, trimmed it to size, and just inked over the top with my distress inks. Modern floristry coming in there. Gorgeous little alphabets going on. I wonder where they're from. So that's Scribbles and Splats. I mean, you know, I've done so many things with this down the year. Now, what about this mystery set? Because, I mean, there's a lot of elements going on there. There really is. So, I mean, so obviously the very kind of modern, funky shapes. So you could use it to create a background like that. Something really, really simple, you know, and. You know, so you find a colour palette you like. You don't have the paper, but create your own background. There we are. So I know, you know, if you're a fan of Sewing Street, my wife loves Sewing Street. She loves patterns. She loves the fabrics. She would adore something like that. But let's take them away from the abstract. So you can take all these little pieces. You can make your own flowers. How about that? Yeah, so that's nice. Lovely contemporary colours. And it's seeing these, I think, as well, because at first you see it as just a lot of shapes and think, oh, how am I going to use it? And suddenly you're inspired because I can make flowers, I can make backgrounds, there's feathers, it's just brilliant, isn't it? And what's interesting about this, actually, is this is the journey that I took when I looked at these. So this is where I started. I started using them as background. I thought, I can make flowers. And then I thought, oh, you know what? I can put them in. And it's a very contemporary look, this. It's quite sort of modern. But there's so much inspiration out there. And I thought, you know what? those I could turn into trees.
Yes.
So then after that, we started to go a little bit bonkers. And I thought, cactus, I could put a cactus in a pot. I could create the detail with these lovely dies as well. See these dies in the background, creating that kind of like... Then look at the sets from my swirl that we looked at earlier. That's made the sun.
Yeah.
Okay, we put texture in there with some of the little texture dies. And then I thought, I can see faces as well.
Yes.
So I made some sort of Picasso-esque little things going on. And then, of course, from there, it inevitably grew into little animals. Wow. So we started with birds. Thought, let's have a flamingo.
Look at the flamingo, that's amazing.
How about a pheasant running along there? You know, but we start to see the repetition of these shapes. We start to see... Now, I'm like, oh, right, oh, we could put that there. We could now, look at that one behind the face there. That now becomes the wing of our seagull. Then we've got a toucan there, you know. But you can see these shapes coming up time and time again. There's a really funky chicken. We've got an owl. How about that doggy there?
Wow, look at
and again, all these shapes coming up again. Why not turn them into faces, create your own characters? This is my colleague Josh, who I haven't seen for ages, and I miss him desperately. Another colleague of mine, this guy, he was an engineer, Jordan, he actually developed the scoring board and trimmer and the stamp and spin. Very smart guy. And finally, we got Slash from Guns N' Roses, if you want to do that sort of thing. But this is how to use them for, you know, if you want to get, for mixed media, for creating backgrounds, for creating texture. For creating that sort of drama. So combine it with some lovely alphabets, if you have lovely alphabets. If you don't, we have some for you. Of course, this one has not found a home yet. It needs to go in a frame somewhere. But you can see all those shapes, again, coming up. The ones we used to... There's the chicken's wing there. There's the body, you know, time and again. How about some paper jewellery? There you go. So it's one of those sets that it's going to take you wherever you want it to go. Definitely. It's a phrase I use a lot. It's the gift that keeps on giving. It's endless. It's
You'll
really
have so much fun with it, I think, as well. And it is, of course, at that amazing price, better than half price for both of them today, £19.99 for you to be able to jump in and get it. Now, you gave a little sneaky peek towards the alphabet dies we have there, didn't you, as well? Now, we do have two sets of your alphabet dies, so I will just show you those that we can see, of course, just there. So we've got both of these, but it's almost like getting three sets, and we'll show you why. So with the smaller alphabet set that you can see here, you have got all of those just absolutely gorgeous, a lovely font that we can see as well. But what is so amazing is that you get 80 dies within this. So your most popular letters, you're not even just getting once, you're getting more of them. So that if you only wanted to do one pass through your machine, you know, for example, if you've got a couple of E's or a couple of A's in your name or something like that, then you will be able to, which is superb. Plus, it's got all of your numbers and all of your extras that we can see there. Then your second set, this just blows me away, has got that shadow effect potentially as well, which is big, it's bold, it's going to create the most lovely effects, and the eye is going to be drawn to it. But of course, because you've got the shadow, you can also do that if you want to. So this one is almost like a couple of sets of alphabets in one, because you're getting those different looks. So it's almost like you're getting 3 full sets, and you are getting altogether 106 dies across these two sets. They're just a must, aren't they? They're able to kind of personalise everything and create whatever you want, really, alphabets.
Yeah, you know, there's a huge trend. I mean, if you look places like Pinterest, you will see people, you know, especially with these wonderful phrases you get in frames, combining alphabets. So what you need, really, if you're going to combine alphabets, you want a nice scripty alphabet. Yes. You want some tall, thin, like that one with the shadow, but is 3 alphabets in one, almost. Yeah. You want a smaller one. And when there's sans serif, when there's no serif, when they're simple, they're so much easier to use. They're so
definitely.
Easy. And maybe, I don't know, like a typewriter alphabet or something like that. Yeah. But just contrast in size. And it's great to have them in a stash. It's the more alphabets you have, the more options you have, really.
Very true.
There you go. And these again are super popular ones.
Yes, again, and the price is going to go down as you've got the kind of you've been used to now. So £43.98 with this. So in that first set, I mean, you're getting 4 of your A's, you're getting a couple of your C's, a couple of your B's, you're getting 4 of your E's. So it means that my name, Sherilyn, you'd never be able to put through. You can. You've got enough, so you're getting loads of those multiples that you can see, which is absolutely brilliant. And then, of course, you're getting that gorgeous shadow design set as well. And the price, well done to Hillia, well done to Anne, already jumping in, Christine, Margaret, Susan. We will still, of course, only charge you the lowest price. It doesn't matter at what point you check out, you still get to pay the same low price. So for both of those sets, you instead are getting this for this price, £24.99. So basically, they're £21.99 each. One of them you're only paying £3 for today. Or you can look at it that you're paying £12.50 per one, which is absolutely superb for something that I think you will be using as the most as well. There is 106 dies in this, so we're talking pennies, aren't we? Yeah, 23p a die to be able to get them.
Not bad, is it? No bad. And do you know what? You know, the price of die. Sometimes you see the same size packaging, but one die set is more expensive.
Yes.
Well, it's all down to the amount of steel that's used.
Of course. Yeah,
so for that alphabet, that would have been made out of a big piece of steel. So to get 2 for that price,
I know.
But you're getting one alphabet which does so many things. You can see on the side of it there, you can use the shadow. You can use the individual letters that come out of the shadow, or you can use them together. So lots of options within that one set.
Yeah, it's really lovely. Lots and lots and lots of you coming through for that. So well done to Christine, Julie, Jackie, Karen, Margaret, Hillia, Anne, Debbie, Daphne, New Crafters, Mandy, Yvonne, Christine, Susan, lots of you there. What a deal, what a price. And just to give you another reminder of what you can do with these, look at how beautiful, of course, the fonts are with these as well. We do only have 15 chances now, though, on this one. We've got more than that amount of you with this in your basket. So it is very, very much first person who does, of course, check out and then will get them. So lots of you, of course, with them in your basket. So check out at £24.99 down to the final 11. Okay, we're about to hit single figures now for you to be able to get that. So massive, massive good luck, of course, if you manage to get it. I think we've got 23 of you there, 7 chances left, that's all. So who knows who is going to get that. Should we do another demo on the first collection? Is that possible?
Of course it's possible.
It's possible. It's possible. Great.
Not a problem. I'm just gonna reach over this.
I'll let you set up. Yeah, absolutely. Just while you're setting up, should we just mention the smooth cardstock, because we have got a very limited amount of this. The other set of cardstock we had on the show yesterday has gone. That has sold out completely. I think the alphabet die is about to sell out. We've got one left now. But if you do want to get this, you can do. I mean, it's an absolute perfect essential to be able to go with everything we're seeing. You're getting your black, your white, and your ivory in this, and you are getting 60 sheets altogether for that brilliant price of £13.99 to be able to get that. So essential colours, great GSM as well in terms of the card weight that we've got, and lovely to be able to get all 3 of those, which are just so usable. So if you want that to be able to make your cards, then you've got that at another discounted price, which is brilliant. Right, yeah, which one are you going to work with?
Okay, I think I'm going to use the Celebrate. I'm going to use the Celebrate
nice.
set because I particularly love this one. It's got all those lovely little elements, the party hat, the balloons, everything that you need to get the party started,
exactly.
Both literally and metaphorically. But we've got the lovely embossing folder as well. Now, I'm going to start off with my embossing this time. I'm going to spritz the cardstock. The spritzing, as I explained before, this allows the fibres to stretch, because when you emboss them through a machine, it does it does literally stretch them. So some papers react better than others, actually.
Okay.
But if you give it a spritz, then you guarantee that you're going to get a really, really deep, crisp emboss, which is going to last. So I'm using the grey plate as well. So there are only 2 plates. Very simple to get to grips with this machine and understand how it works. So we've started off there. There is my embossed background.
That was lovely.
Look at the depth of that. This is just a simple 2D embossing folder. That's just gorgeous, isn't it? And that is the debossed side there that we're looking at. So let's switch from embossing to die cutting, because I'm going to take my other balloon, and I think we'll cut a lovely spiral as well of the bunting, So we'll pop these in, and I'm just going to keep this one really, really simple. We're going to use 2 colours, but I always love, and when I used to teach a lot of workshops, people would empty out the workshop pack and it would just be white card.
Yes.
Just white card, and they think, what on earth is going on here?
Yeah.
But when you can take white card and turn it into something magical.
That's the thing, isn't it? And I think it's that transformation process that you get to see as well.
Yeah, that's half the fun for me. So it is literally starting off with a blank canvas, isn't it? So
yeah.
There you go. Now, let's get my tweezers, because I've actually... do you know what? I do this all the time. I forget my... If I forget my little toolkit with my die pick and my die brush, I'm like, oh no, I'm scrabbling around for something to pop this out. Do you know what? If I didn't have my glasses today, we'd be in trouble.
Yeah, because you've got your tweezers.
We would be in big trouble.
We're always here to help. Between us, we'd work it out.
So there we are. That's everything. That's all cut. That's ready to go. But of course, we do need to add a little bit of ink. We've looked at these. We talked about our balloons, and we looked at how it's kind of embossed into the side like that.
Okay.
That's going to come in. That's really going to pay dividends when we start to ink it up. So remember, when you're using these inks, work from the side like that, circular. And
Julian's just said, I'd love to see a book of all Pete's makes. So inspiring and so much fun. That would be nice for you to create a whole book.
Well, thank you, Lillian. That's very kind. It's I'm having fun too.
Yeah.
So I really am. You know, and that's part of the battle.
Yeah, I think so.
I know my wife, as I was saying, she's taken up sewing, and I know when she comes back from a class on a Monday night, you know, with a new make, or she's learnt a new technique. Yeah. Especially when you're learning something new, because you make big leaps forward.
Definitely.
When you're learning something new. But whether you've been doing it all your life like I have, or whether you're just starting off, as long as you're still having fun.
Exactly, it's the most important thing.
So important. There we are. So that's the first balloon. Okay. Then the second one, again, I'll come in from the side. And I'm just holding it down with my thumb. Now, obviously with distressing, I usually have mucky thumbs because I've stuck them in the brown ink or something like that. So you've got to be careful when you're working with white cardstock, because, see, when you're taking this thing off, it's getting on your thumbs and fingers, but it can be very unforgiving. So do you know what? It's probably best if I use the edge of my tweezers like that. There you go. And you can really start to see where that embossed detail is there. Yeah, it's starting to look like a highlight now. I'm going to leave that one like that. And we'll go back to, remember our emboss. Now, whether it's emboss or deboss, it doesn't really matter. But we're going to start off somewhere in the middle. But I'm going very, very gentle with this. And I want to get like an ombre effect. So I want it to fade from top to bottom. So one of these is Kitsch Flamingo, which is a lovely name for a pink. Yes. I'm putting the word kitsch in front of it rather than just flamingo.
I know, it sounds so much better, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's something special.
I often love some of the names, and I think they've come up with them like a genius, because it's just so much better the way they're actually described.
I know. Do you know what? Other than what I'm doing, I think my dream job would be to sit around coming up with names for distressing.
Yeah.
Or lipsticks.
Oh, yeah, you could do it for that, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe in the future, maybe when you just want to sit at home and you don't want to come to the studio, it could be like a retirement job or something, just thinking up names for things.
When I say dream job, I'm more of a pictures guy rather than a words guy. But there you go. There we are. Now that's it. That's sort of coming together. So you can see it fades from the base upwards. Yeah. Which is lovely. So let's just pop the top back on there. Those will live to fight another day. And it's time to start putting my card together.
Lovely.
So let me get some double-sided tape from over here.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure where we were going today with
no,
this,
it's tricky to know,
because we had so many options. So I'm kind of like reaching around for things.
Yeah. The alphabet dies have now completely sold out as well, so them ones have gone, so well done if you have managed to jump in and get them. The other couple of collections, the flowers and the abstract, they are both very limited now as well, so if you want to go for those, just make sure you're checking out your basket so you don't miss out on them.
Do you know, I'm hardly surprised, and congratulations to everybody who managed to get those alphabets.
I know, they're lovely.
They're classics. You know, you will use them time and time again. I've absolutely no doubt of that. And they're great to have in your stash. I always believe that a stash should have some good geometrics. It should have some good alphabets, some florals, of course. These are kind of the mainstays. These are the things that you are going to be using time and time and time again. And they never go out of fashion. And you can use them year in, year out. And that's what Tim does, actually. When he chooses alphabets, he doesn't look at what is the current trending alphabet this season necessarily, but something that is universal, something that is, you know, a classic, a standard. So, and when you do something like that, when you invest in an alphabet like that, it sort of future-proofs you, because you know that it's not going to be like... Because we've all bought things in the past that were really trendy at the time, and now they look a bit old hat. Actually, that's a good description for my wardrobe. But, yeah, so you want to try and avoid that where you can. So let's get the balloons. So we'll get some 3D pads on the back of there, because we want to give the impression that they're floating, of course.
Great.
But because we've done that kind of fade out, it's giving you a lovely contrast where it's coming.
Yeah, nice.
Now, the other one, do we put it above or do we put it below? I'm going to let you make that choice while I put the 3D pads.
Yeah, it's lovely.
No pressure.
No, exactly.
No pressure. It could ruin the whole show. There we are. So I'm going to ask you now, is it going to be there or is it going to be there?
I prefer it lower.
Lower?
Yeah.
Let's go with lower.
Yeah.
Let's go with... No, that works for me. Absolutely, 100%. No problem. It's but that's it. And that's the fun of building cards sometimes, just cutting out all your elements.
Exactly.
And then seeing, you know, seeing what sticks, literally. You don't have to work these things out intensely beforehand. Just die cut the stuff, move it around on the front of your card, and come up with something that you're happy with. Now, I don't know where I'm going to stick it yet. No. It's probably going to be off to the side. It could be either way. It doesn't really matter. It really doesn't. So there we have it. What a simple, little card. Yeah. And then if we look at some of the others that now here's the one from earlier. Yeah. Now that one's higher.
Yes, yes.
And that one's lower. But they both look great.
They do, both look lovely. And you can just imagine sort of changing the colour depending on who you're making it from, and it would suddenly look completely different as well. You know, if it was in a blue or a green or a yellow. Yeah. And that's what's so lovely about what you can actually do, I think, with these dies, with the embossing folders as well. So it is down, of course, today for you to get that at an amazing, amazing price if you want this bundle, where we are looking at less than £50. It should have been £89.95, and we are down to under £50 instead for you to be able to get this. That is for all 5 of these sets that you can see there. You're getting the coffee cups, you're getting the love, you're getting the celebration, you're also getting the alphabets and the letters. You've got also all the numbers and that amazing letterboard embossing folder, plus you've got the Christmas ones as well, so a huge amount to be able to use in this for £24.99. And of course, if you have been seeing, Pete's been using this with the Sidekick. It works perfectly with everything that we've had, of course, in this show today. Lots of messages coming in as well from people about the Sidekick, letting us know they've got multiple machines and they've all got their uses as well. So thank you for sending in those messages. Down to £47.99 to date for you to be able to get that, which is absolutely super. Got a question just come in as well from Audrey, just asking about the cutting dimensions of the Sidekick. The cutting dimensions?
The actual width of the...
for the Sidekick, yeah. Would it be on box?
It might be on the box. I'm going to get a ruler.
Oh, you've got that? Yeah, I reckon that'll probably be easier, won't it, than
I'm
searching our box?
Get a ruler, so
there you go. That's a good idea. We'll grab the ruler. Do you remember, of course, with the Sidekick as well, it does come with the goodies from Tim Holtz as well. So you are able to make things like this because you are getting stamps, you are getting dies, you are getting an embossing folder, as well as all the plates that you need to actually be able to use the Sidekick as well. So it's really nice to have all of those extras to be getting going. Go on then, ruler.
OK, we are 65mm wide.
OK, lovely.
And we are 116 long. So I was just checking before to make sure it said Pete's ruler, because the last time I was on the show, it said Jessie's ruler. I'd stolen Jessie's.
You turn it over, you're like...
Yeah.
Jessie's like, I've been looking for that when she's watching the telly.
She probably was all day. Sorry about that.
So yes, so there's your answers, of course, with that. If you have any other questions or anything, always just send them in. We are live and interactive, and of course, we love to hear from you as well. Hello, Marilyn. Can I ask how a die cutter passes the plates? I assume the rollers are smooth against smooth plates. How do products like the Sidekick work? Is it the pressure that obviously makes it work?
Yeah, well, basically, the rollers are like, it's like a pasta maker or a mangle. So when you turn the handle, there are cogs.
Yeah.
And the cogs turn the rollers. So both the rollers, because they're all joined together, the rollers work. So I'm trying to work it out in my head. They go in different directions, right? But what they do, you've got your two cutting plates, and they are chamfered, which means they don't. So it draws them in with the rollers, and then it's the pressure as it passes underneath. It's the pressure of the two rollers that cut. Actually, thin dies, wafer thin dies, it's not a blade in the sense that like a knife. Yeah. So it punches through the paper. So there's just enough pressure to punch through the paper. And that's pretty much how it works. So it's the two rollers. Yeah. So it's like a mangle, if you're old enough to remember one. I do. Yeah, I mean, she doesn't remember.
Well, I can remember from my mum and my nan telling me about it.
My
mum got her fingers stuck in one.
Oh, did she?
That wasn't good.
Easy to do. But these are perfectly safe.
Yeah, they're safe. They're not like a mangle. They just work like that.
So it's a very simple mechanism, and that's why you need to go with quality parts, because the simplicity is the beauty of it, and it's why they rarely, if ever, go wrong.
Thank you for answering the question. Right, we are back a little bit later, so we're going to be back with you at 4 o'clock. We'll be back with Pete, which will be absolutely lovely. I've got Hunky Dory up next. Make sure you're checking out your baskets. We say we are limited across stock of what is now left. A lot of bits have sold out, but what's left is there for you, so make sure you're getting it. I'll be back with Natalie right after this.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the HobbyMaker gift card? Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card?
Tune in this Tuesday, as for the first time ever, here on HobbyMaker, we have the Tonic Tangerine Machine. Whether you're into die cutting, embossing or crafting up a storm, this machine is built to take your creativity to the next level. With its sleek design, robust power and unmatched precision, it's perfect for beginners and seasoned crafters alike. Don't miss your chance to own the Tonic Tangerine Machine, making crafting effortless and fun.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
At HobbyMaker, we are proud to collaborate with the best brands and suppliers in the industry, bringing you top quality products and innovative designs. Whether you're a crafting enthusiast or starting out, we provide everything you need to fuel your creativity. HobbyMaker, let's get crafting.
Did you know at HobbyMaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So, shop your way with Split Pay.
Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to hobbymaker.co.uk and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and then away you go. Within your account setting, you can view your order history, address and card details and items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Hello, welcome back. Natalie's here. Hello. Nice festive top. I love your fa la 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 that we've got.
My favourite song at Christmas.
Is it your favourite one?
Yeah. Oh. I think it's just for the fa la la la, but yeah.
Just for that. You're just letting everyone know this is my favourite song in life. Just want to really quickly, before we come into this hour, announce the winner of the decoration today. This is superb. So this is Jennifer Freeman. Well done to you.
Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, we were just admiring it in the break. The detail in that is just
so
fabulous.
Good. The little tiny French knots on the Christmas tree and everything.
The little dog, he's got his little collar on. It's gorgeous. So well done to you, Jennifer. It does mean some crafting goodies will be coming, of course, to you.
Well, these are now
I know, this is now like, where's my space?
We're going to have to start turning it around a little bit.
Well, I know, yeah. But then I don't want to put them on the back, they're too good. Look at that, it's got the best spot. Right there, right in the middle, bang. Lovely. We've got 1 week left, so we've got 7 more to be able to fit on. But yes, well done to everybody who's won so far. And you'll find out if you've won as well. Now, we have a huge amount in this hour, don't we?
We've got loads of things in this hour. We are doing a full day of Prism Takeover.
Amazing.
So we've got all your different mediums coming for you today. This hour in particular, though, is all about your craft markers, which are one of my favourites, if not my favourite when it comes to colouring, because I think you can just get so much more like vivid colour, and you get that really nice artistic feel from using these as well. I believe that we are going to go down to one of the best ever prices, if not
even
the
better.
best ever price. So it's very exciting.
Lovely. What we will do is we'll put everything onto pre-order for you. So if you want to shop ahead with anything, then you can do as well, which is lovely. So it's all there on the web. And if you just click on Watch Live, it will bring you down, as you can see. And that's okay. And then today's show deals, that's everything we've showed so far. But if you click on Coming Up on today's show, then you can see all of those products that we're about to bring with Hunky Dory. So if you want to guarantee your spot in the auction, you'll still pay the same low price. Then you absolutely can do, which is fabulous. Now, what we will just do is start with this. Now, we are very, very limited in terms of what's left with this now. So it is going to be an on and gone auction, but if you want this, this is your final chance to be able to get it, £9.99.
And with talking about colouring all day, like this is the perfect sort of start, because I think that the one thing that scares people the most about colour is actually colouring itself. How colours work together, how to get the best sort of like look from your colour, about complementary colours, double complementary colours, all of that really, really helps you on your journey. So I think this is a fantastic gift. My favourite thing about this book as well is in the very back of the book, we've actually got our very own Prism colour wheel. So if you're wanting to match up your colours, it's there. Just that one, I think.
Oh, I'm just one page.
Oh. Again, go again, there we go.
There we go.
So if you're wanting to match up your colours, you can use this Prism colour wheel here, and it has got all of the different like shades in it. So if you're wanting to really take this handbook and all the knowledge that you get within the handbook and use it for your colouring, then this is great.
That's brilliant. So that comes obviously as part of that as well, which is absolutely fabulous. So you've got, of course, all of these sort of inspiration as well in there. You've got loads of projects as well.
Loads of projects, and a lot of the projects as well, you'll have one project that uses like a hunky-dory type of paper craft, and you'll have another one that uses prism products, stamp products, dye products, so you get a really nice mix of the beauty of it, but it's really, really clever. You also get your colour wheel with the handbook as well.
And this actually comes with it as well.
It comes with it,
oh, that's
and
good,
it also has all of the knowledge within there as well. So you'll see that this is the front of your wheel, and you've got all of these different sort of colours, and then you've got all of your different shades of your colours that runs into the middle. Now, this little section here is what's really most important, because this is how you're going to be able to see it. So you've got your complementary colours, which will always sit opposite on the wheel no matter where you turn it. You've then also got your split complementary, so that's where you've got 3 colours that really work together. You have got your tridaric colours, so that's more of a split in the colourways. We've got double complementary, and then we've also got the tridaric square. And if you're wondering what all of those crazy words mean as well, we have everything for you written on the back, so you can see there exactly what you need in terms of what are primary colours, secondary colours. We've got about different hues, shades, tones and tints. We've got all of the different sort of meanings as well. So monochrome colours, your complementary colours, everything about how to use this. And then once you've got this and you've read that book, then you're like, the knowledge that you will have in terms of being like a colourist and knowing the best ways, and not just for card making either, anything that involves colour in your home, whether that's like home decoration, cake decorating, maybe you're sewing, or you know, maybe you're creating a crochet jumper and you're wanting to really bring something that's fun but that the colours really work together.
Yeah, it's true,
and this is absolutely perfect, and it's such a good price.
We have 6 chances left. That is it.
That is
this,
it.
okay? So I'll leave it with you. 5 now, so there's 5 final chances for you to be able to get this. Now, the colour wheel comes free with this.
Yes.
But you can buy it individually if you want to. It is £3.99 to get that on its own, or it comes free, of course, with the book for £9.99.
And I think it's really clever as well, because if you are someone who does classes, then you could do a class on colour and sort of like the different styles of colour, how to bring colour into your projects as well. So get yourself the handbook, teach yourself all of the knowledge, and then grab yourself a couple more of these as well, because these are really handy. It's also handy to just have one, you know, on your crafting desk, to have one in your craft bag as well, so you've always got one to hand if you need it. But it is really, really clever, and there's lots and lots of knowledge with on there as well.
Good point. So that is there at £3.99, which is absolutely super.
That's perfect.
Now, the main sort of focus, there is lots of things in this, but the main focus is going to be the Prism craft markers. Now, we have a lot to be able to whip through and get down to the lowest prices. There's no bundles. It is all about getting them in the individual sets at the lowest prices that we can. So we'll kick off with the pink so that you can get an idea of where the prices are going to go to. And you can see, of course, you've got a gorgeous array of colours. And I do love, of course, that you get the 2 nibs, one on each end as well.
You do, yes. So they are a dual tip pen, which means you are going to get both your sort of like chisel tip and your fine liner in there, which means when you, depending on what stamps you're using or images you're colouring in, you know, you've got something that is going to fit within all of those spaces. It also allows for like really detailed colouring and then sort of like your background colouring as well. So all of your pens you're going to get today come like this. They're also a triangular base, so absolutely fantastic for sort of like colouring in with. I don't know if I've got the right nib on there then. That just incredible. You've got a triangular base as well, which means they're really, really easy to hold and sort of like colour with these. They're great for mixing, great for blending, and in the colour groups that you've got as well, they're really helpful because these colours all work really nicely together.
Really nice.
So if you're wanting to sort of like blend those colours and see which ones work, then you can grab a set knowing that all of these colours will work. You'll also, if you're sort of like running out of colours that you use all the time, then this is a great way to sort of stock up on all of those.
Absolutely, and especially because we're not going to be anywhere near £9.10 today.
No.
We are going down
and I don't even think they should be £9.10 either. I think
that is a discount price, isn't it, anyway?
That's already discounted, and we're going under that.
We're going to a £5 instead. So you are looking at less than £1 a pen for this quality
crazy,
as well of your prisms. It's
absolutely crazy.
Don't normally do that, you know, but you've got that opportunity today, and that's showing now that you know that all of them are going to match that price, because that is just going to kick off as we went through.
It is the lowest ever price. Some of them are a lot more limited than others.
Yes,
and it's kind of like a get them before they're gone as well with
definitely.
these.
Yeah, and that is a today price, a lowest ever price on these. Let's bring the purples in for you as well. That go really nicely, of course, with the pinks also. And, you know, it's the fact that suddenly you're getting artist quality for non-artist prices.
Absolutely, and they are so easy to use as well. You don't need a lot of knowledge to be able to sort of blend them. You don't need any special sort of blending tools because the formula within them really helps to sort of blend those colours seamlessly together. We don't need an extra pen or anything else to work alongside them. You just need the colours that you're getting here.
Which is lovely. This is my favourite, the turquoise.
The turquoise is always fantastic. But look how many different like hues and tones and shades that you've got of that one colour variation. And that's what's great about these sets, is that it says turquoise, but you've got loads of different turquoise combinations within here.
Absolutely. And I just think, you know, if you are wanting to create like your oceans or your skies or anything like that, it's absolutely brilliant. So matching that £5 price on one of my favourites. Now, one that we often sell out of is the brights.
There's sort of
We've got that here today.
3 sets which are great for if you're wanting to test these out. Or also would make like a nice sort of like overall like gift for someone. And it would be the brights, the pastels, and also the darks, because within there you get a mix of shades.
Exactly, and that's what's so lovely.
So instead of them being colour families, these are sort of like families of like shades and tones of colours. So this one is super vibrant. You've got all of those essential colours that you'll need as well within this one.
Yeah, which is super. So your purples, your reds, your greens, your blues, all of that within that. Now let's come across to the pastels as well that you just mentioned, because they're the really sort of soft shades.
They are the soft shades, and within this pack as well, you will notice that you've also got a colourless blender. So this is the only pack that has the colourless blender in it. Now, I said before, you don't need that colourless blender to blend the colours. What our blender is more used from is to kind of remove colour. So if you've put a colour down and you've gone over the edge a little bit, you can use that colourless blender to push that colour out of the area, and it will sort of work as like an eraser. So it's removing that colour. Also works great for if you're wanting to add textures. So say I'm colouring in sort of like a house or some brick detail, I can do all my shading, make it really flat, and then go in with my blender to add sort of like the texture of the bricks in, and it looks incredible. Really nice idea, it's so good. So that's...
it's almost worth getting this set even just for that.
Just for that, that pen,
Yeah, and especially for a £5. Remember, these are the lowest prices these have ever been to, these sets, and we are there today. Lots of you coming through for that one. Always very popular because you've got the most gorgeous kind of pastel tones, but
really
also
nice shade of colour.
The handbook has now completely sold out. If you still want to get the colour wheel, you can still get that individually at £3.99. Lots of you coming through for that as well. It will work perfectly with these shades.
It will, and it's definitely sort of like useful to have on its own, and because we've put all that information and knowledge on the back of the wheel, you've got that sort of like I wouldn't say you learn fully about sort of the bits and pieces, but you've got that first like layer of knowledge. So you've got that introduction to know how to use the wheel, which is the most important.
Yeah, which is fantastic. So that's £3.99. Now the other set is the darks, which of course Natalie mentioned is always very popular.
Really nice. There's some great shades within here. Shades I use all the time as well. The darkest green there, that 421. I use that for sort of like my hollies and my ferns. My greens are always the first to go.
Are they? They're
always the first to go. I use them all the time.
So you need the green set as well?
Greens are essential,
It's nice here as well, you've always got those sort of royal purples, royal blues, you know, they're rich, they're deep
really sort of
colours.
Dark royal colours in this set, so it is a lovely combination.
Yeah, which is fab, £5 match. Because you mentioned the greens, why don't we come across them next? So one that always runs out.
Love the greens. You've got so many different shades and tones in this set, and honestly, I can use them all the time. And the great thing about these as well is like starting off with that sort of like base layer of like the 414, which is the lightest green in this pack. You can then sort of use the different ones. So if I want like a really nice like camo-y colour, then I would layer up the other sort of like darker colours. If I want something that's really fresh and vibrant, then I'll go the other side of the greens and I'll go for like my 416s, which is more of like an apple colour. But there's so many different colours and shades in common. I do know most of the numbers. So if it's really crazy. So when we
how your brain works.
When we make cards for the magazine, or if we're doing like handbooks and things like that, Anne, who is the real big boss. It's not Dan, it's Anne. Anne, who's the real big boss of the office. She just comes over and she'll go, I've got this card, I want to use it, but there's no colours on here. Like, it's craft markers. Can you tell me what colours they are? And it's weird. I don't know how I can do it, but I know what colour that is. Yeah.
There you go, that's your mastermind. You know, if you ever went on a mastermind,
that is
I can tell you the colours of all the prisms.
What colour has been used on that one. Sometimes I need the pens to, like, look at.
Yeah, but you can
and then I can, like, I'll tend, if I'm really stuck, I'll get, like, 2 of them out, test it, but I'll know it pretty much straight away. It's so weird. So weird.
You got a good brain, that's what it is. Now, let's come across next, shall we, to the warm greys, because that's another one that I think is really nice to have all of these different tones of greys. It is nice, and especially when you're looking for a way of being able to create depth and dimension in your colouring. Yeah. If you don't have the correct shade, or you've gone to, like, the lightest or the darkest colours, then using these over the top on, like, the edges can give you that sort of, like, shading effect. And this one being the cool, warm greys actually helps with the warmer tones, whereas if I was going to create dimension with the other colours, then I would do it with the cool grey pack that we've got. But this is really good. Also, fantastic for using with animals, with like dogs and cats. So we've got a great offer coming with our Prism colouring pocket pads as well in this show. And these are fantastic. And you wouldn't necessarily think, well, I need all of those shades of colour, but you absolutely do. And that's how you can build up, like, lots of different, like, fur, the look of fur, and the different sort of textures that you get with, like, hair and things like that. Lovely. We've got cool grey too, the one that you mentioned there. Would you say
they're very
worth
different.
getting both because of how different
they're very, very different. So these ones are more sort of like your greys, your night skies. You've also got the black in here, which is like true black. So this is sort of like those colours, whereas your cool greys are more going into that sort of like really light sort of greys and beiges and things like that. So for hair and fur, I would go with the warm greys versus these ones, because you've got that warmer tone that will work with your browns and your sepia colours and things like that.
So you've got them ones, £5 again. Now, we've also got your neutrals, which is another lovely mix of colours.
Love this one. And if you're someone who is really into sort of like colouring as a whole, say you've got all of your different like superhero, Marvel colouring pages, then you're going to need this for all of your skin tones, because this is where you start with your skin tones, building up all of those colours, mixing those colours as well, because you can lie these colours down differently. So I can go from light to dark, and that will look a lot different from if I start off with like a light colour and then put a dark colour, and then put a lighter colour on top. So this is fantastic for faces, colours like that. If you've got any of Josh's stamps as well, do you know
they'd be lovely for that, wouldn't they?
You know those stamps? These would be perfect, because you've got such a great range and tone and shades as well, because everyone's different. Like every skin tone is different. So this is great for being able to like get true like representation of people's skin tones. They're fantastic.
It's gorgeous. So £5 on that one. Then we also have your blues that you can see here. Again, would work nicely with the turquoises as well.
Work with the greens as well. What I love about the alcohol markers as like a main sort of thing is that alcohol markers, no matter what colour you put together, blend really nicely. So you could put really like coordinating colours, so I could go from like an orange to a peach to a pink, or I could do like blue to pink, and they're completely opposite, but I know that they work because I've used my colour wheel and it matches perfectly.
Yeah, which is super. So that's that, and that's £5. We then have final few sets. So we have got your yellows here as well, your happy kind of hues.
Liam's in my ear.
You can tell it's Liam behind your ears there. You're smiling though.
I am smiling.
So that's good.
So far.
There's your yellows then, lovely mix there that are kind of moving across all of those hues and tones too.
Do you know what, this is good as well. If you're doing your golds and silvers for Christmas, baubles, anything like that, you've got a really nice mix of colour in the darker sort of shades here, where you can get that true sort of like gold representation in there.
He's just come in and he's literally...
He's literally just shouting.
He's literally just shouting at us about the prices. You agreed the prices, Liam. He's like, well, who said these could be £5?
I know.
This should not be £5. I'm like, and you.
I don't even think that they should be £9.10. I'm sure, but no, I don't. They're not. They should be. They should be more than that.
Yeah.
They're more.
They're
I think they're $14.99. The normal price is $14.99 for these pens.
So I think what they've done is I think they've put £9.10 in as a discount price,
and then we've just halved the price.
Then we've just thought we'll go to a £5.
Let's bring it down. It's Christmas. We are the gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah,
and that's what you're going to get all day today with us here. We are bringing you fantastic colouring products for incredible prices.
They're all now blaming pure Jess in the office. They're all like, oh, it's obviously it must be
They're
Jess.
definitely
Jess has just got a name on the rotor.
Definitely
it's definitely not.
Look at the spreadsheet, but these are definitely all £5.
They are, yeah.
I love this colour collection. It's really, really lovely because you've got like really deep reds as well, but you've got those like orange hues, like your corals and things like that. And I can honestly say every single colour that we have in this set, you will find a place for it. Like that will be the colour that you use for, your flowers. That will be the colours that you learn the colours. You learn the colours that work with like all of the different shades as well. So what mixes best, what colour goes together. You will learn that, and it's a great skill. And you'll get to the point where you know what colours work together and how to like for reds. I know my 3 red combinations. For flowers, for leaves, I know what colours I'm going for. Like I know which ones are going to work perfectly.
Yeah, which is brilliant. So £5 today. They are all there at £5. Lowest price they've been at. A great opportunity for you to get them. Most popular at the moment is the Bright. So
how crazy is that?
Yeah, often is the case. I mean, we're often out.
But they might be colours that sort of like people are thinking, I'm going to try these out for £5 a set, then these are going to be essential.
And actually, as well, let's say you have children, teenagers, something like that, and you want to get them that kind of top grade of colour.
Absolutely.
You can at a £5. That's the difference. And certainly their artwork is going to be so much better.
It's going to make such a difference. I don't think it was until sort of like I joined Hunky Dory and I've really sort of like learned how important colour is and how it can really sort of like elevate your designs, that I've realised that having the right tools, the right products, the right cardstock as well is so important.
Yeah, definitely. So you got that there, £5 for you to be able to take advantage of. Now jump onto the web because all of these are there now at that £5 price. And we also have lots of other goodies that are, of course, coming up for you. If you click on Coming Up on today's show, you'll see everything else that we have got in this hour as well. Did you want to have a little go with these?
I do, because it's so important. And one of the things I would definitely recommend is that when you get your pens home, head onto the website. You can go onto the Hunky Dory website. We've got a section called the Hub, and you will be able to find all of these fantastic templates. And these are just colour guides. So what you can do is when you get these home then, you can just sort of like take your colours. Let's see where I want to go with this one. So you
can almost have it as like a swatch then?
Yes, and it's really important to do it, and I'll show you why. So this one is 514. So we can find this one. This one is a cherry colour. So when we put this down, you can see instantly it is a red. But when we then lay it next to the nib, can you see how much more this is like a red to the top of your colours? And this is where you'll see that like I could blend these two together really nicely, and I'd get like that really nice strong build up of that red colour. But then I could also put like the ballet and the cherry together, and then I'm getting like a nice pink tone. So you need to get like your swatches or create your own swatches, and then what you can start to do is you can start to mix those colours, and you can start to see how things are going to work as well. But they're absolutely fantastic. So there's a few different ways in which you can sort of like blend these colours together. So like I said, we can go for colours that we know are going to sort of like work, or we can go for colours that are going to be completely different. And when you're using your alcohol markers, your Ink Me is your best sort of product. It's got the best finish. We've developed the pens to work with this cardstock. It's also the cardstock that all of your card blanks are made from as well.
Makes sense,
so you can stamp and colour straight onto here. It's 300 GSM, so it's a really strong weight if you're wanting to use it for creating sort of like shape cards or die cutting from it and then colouring them in as well. We've got 3 different options for you today.
Great that you've got the 75 sheets in that as well, because it's a lot, isn't it?
It's a lot. And this one's probably my favourite for like stamping and colouring because of the size of it. It's like so tiny.
And also, if you wanted to, you could then just put that straight onto a card blank.
Straight onto your card, yeah. That is your card sort of like ready to go.
Yeah.
So,
the other options, just so that we've got them there, is the 8x8 that we've got as well. So if you want in the larger size, then you've got this here. It's same cardstock, but of course it's just that you are getting that's sold out. Oh, okay. Well done, you guys, for seeing that on the website and shopping ahead. Wow. But we also have the A4.
And this one's fairly new. We only launched this, I think it was 2 Sundays ago.
Oh, really?
I had it on one of my stamp shows. So this is the newest sort of size that we're doing in pad form. This is your A4 block. It's 25 sheets. You can obviously create your own card sizes from this if you want to sort of like cut them down to create card blanks. You can then use your score tool to be able to create shape cards with it and colour and stamp and ink onto it as well. Use it with your masks. You can use it with your inks. You're going to be able to use it with your watercolour pencils as well. But the best thing to use it with is your alcohol markers.
Perfect. And then the one other thing that we've got that's available as well is the Essential Tag Pad.
I think this is great.
Really
it's
nice,
such a nice small size. You've got that shape of your tag. You've already got the whole sort of like die cut, so you can just pop that out. You just need to tear it away. You can add your stamps, colour onto it, and add it to sort of like gifts, presents. You can also make like little cute like tag gift boxes with them as well.
And great that it is the same cardstock. It's just $7.99, and you're getting 100 tags that are ready made for you.
There is a lot of tags coming your way with that one.
Exactly. Right, let's have a look then.
Okay, so there's loads and loads of different things that I want to sort of go into first of all. So first of all, blending colour, like how does it work? So there's lots of different ways in which you can do this. So let me, we'll do it on here first of all, and then I'm going to get one of our colouring pocket pads out as well. Okay. So you can see how well the colour sort of comes together here. With these pens, you'll find different ways in how you want to colour them. This one, both of these colours are actually from our Bright selection, which you've been loving. So you can see that when you go down with this colour, you're going to get sort of like striped sort of marks if you just go with it straight across your work. I like to sort of do that to get my basis, and then I like to work in circular motions over the top, because that is going to give you the cleanest sort of like finish here. Okay. And you want to work quite quickly with these as well, because they will sort of like dry out. So that is our 500, and then I'm going to go in with our 514, which is that cherry colour, and then we are just going to go straight over the top here. So over the top of that colour, and then what you want to do is go back in with your lighter shade, and then you can just sort of drag that colour across, and you are going to get a really gorgeous, like seamless blend of colour within here. And again, I would definitely recommend working in sort of like circular motions, because that's how you're going to get that clean finish. You're not going to get any like line work with your designs in that way either. Another thing that we've got available for you as well is our fantastic like colouring sheets. So these again are templates that you can download for like practicing different things, and I think they're great for just having the knowledge and working out sort of like how you can get them down. So obviously blending from sort of like light to dark is always really good, but when it comes to like skin tones, let me pick out our neutrals pack. Okay. Your skin tones are really, really good, because that's where, like I said, you can get the variation of colour. So I'm going to do the same sort of colours on 2 different faces just to show you how well it works. I'm going to start off with our lightest shade on this one. So I just like to go sort of like around the outside of the design. And then you can sort of like go in and colour with that lightest shade. So going in really, really light first of all. And the great thing about colour as well is that you can always add it, but you can't take it away. So kind of you can use that sort of knowledge and terminology to get the best out of here. So that's the lightest colour. And then I'm going to go down with this one, which is a little bit darker. I'm going to use that one first. I'm going to go in with my base on this one. So sort of use that colour all the way around here. You're going to push it out. And then what I'm going to do is go over this one with the same colour, but we're going to use it sort of like around here and sort of build up the colour, giving that sort of like character dimension. And then I'm going to go around here and just keep building that colour up. And then what you can do is you can go back in with that lighter shade again and just move that colour. And what you will see happens with alcohol marker is that it pushes the colour out.
Exactly.
So you get that really nice tone.
It's all in, doesn't it?
And you're getting that nice sort of like shaded look to the character. Whereas if I now go in with my lighter colour over this dark colour, what you will see is that you're going to get that sort of mix of colour, but it's going to work a lot differently because that colour, although it's sort of like popping out of here, and you can see that it's sort of like changing in the middle, you're not getting as much of a nice sort of like feel to the colours that you've got here. And you can go in and you can build up more colour.
Jennifer's asked as well, how long could you leave the pens before applying another colour onto it? So like if there was a knock at the door or something
I
like
would go sort of like straight in with my colours. So it's you can leave it a little bit. It's not going to sort of dry out in any. Obviously, it will dry out, but it's not going to affect like the blendability. So we've left this one for a little bit now. So let's go in with another shade. So this one is our 537. And again, I'm just going to go sort of like where I would maybe have a little bit more of that colour within here. So this is an even darker shade that we've got. And I'm going to go in, add that in again, and then go in one more time with that lighter shade over the top. And in circular motions, just run that around, and you can see how well this is sort of coming to. And then if you want to sort of add like red cheeks or something like that, and I would always recommend as well just having like a piece of paper just to make sure that you're working with the right one. So I'm going to go in with my, I think it's this one that I want. This is a really, really pink. I think it's the peach. So the 555 is your peach, which is a little bit pinky. And if we're wanting to sort of just
you can just
go in, you can go in, add that colour down. And then if you want to give it more of like that really nice sort of seamless finish, again, just go in with that lighter colour, blend that colour around. And then it's going to give you that really, really nice sort of finish there. And then you can just go back over into the middle, and already you can see you've got a beautiful shade. So I would always recommend, and I find it easier to do this. You might find it the other way, going from light to dark, blending that colour to get sort of seamless finishes like you do with that neutrals colour. And you can instantly see how well that is at like creating sort of like dimension and things like that.
So that's what you get in your neutrals. You can see you get a lovely mix, and absolutely perfect to be able to do those skin tones, to be able to build up all your portraits and everything that you can see there. Lots of you coming through and getting that. Other ones that are very popular are your darks as well, where we're getting that gorgeous mix of those kind of deeper tones that we're seeing as well. The purples, the pinks that we're seeing as well. I mean, it's a great selection. If you went for the neutrals, the darks, the pastels, the brights, you're really getting such an amazing array of colours. So pastels also very popular. Remember, of course, in the pastels, it's the only pack that has that colourless blender as well, which you can use kind of across all of them, but it's absolutely super to be able to get that, as well as those gorgeous kind of pinks, blues, greens, yellows, peaches that you're seeing in that as well. And then the brights, also very popular, as always, which we can see there. They are the best seller at the moment of all the packs. They're £5 for that lovely mix of colours. So lowest price we've ever been to on these markers. We're there today at a £5. Now, you did mention, of course, the colouring pads that we've got.
The colouring pads are so good.
They're
and
lovely,
again,
aren't they?
if you are getting these for friends and family, and you're wanting to do it as like something that they're going to teach, then these are fantastic.
Imagine as well as a present, one of these pads and one of these sets of markers.
The price would be under £10 for both of those.
Yeah, which means that it's a better price than you should be paying for just one.
Absolutely.
Of these.
You could get 2 pads and it would be better than what you should pay pay for those pens at full price. $14.99. It's crazy.
Now, just to introduce these pads, if you were loving what Natalie was doing with the sort of faces there, then we have got the portraits that we can see here. So this is your lovely ladies. We just put them on board so you can really see the images.
You can see all of the designs that you're going to get in. So you get 16 different designs in each of these pocket pads. And what they are is they are printed onto a lighter weight Inkme. Okay. So it's 150 GSM, so it's half the weight of your cardstock. But you're getting gorgeous sort of printed grayscale images here. So incredible for testing and trialing your colours. So this is our lovely ladies, and you've got such a great mix. What's also fantastic about this is that the shading and the areas where you need to add shading is already in there for you, so you can get really gorgeous sort of like just easy finishing. It doesn't matter if you're at the beginning of your crafting journey or at the end of your sort of colouring journey. These are going to be
just
great.
Love the mix of design. She's like the coolest person.
There's so many nice mix as well, isn't there? I really, really like it. Lots of different themes, lots of different occasions. You've got a bit of 80s in there. You've got
exactly.
a bit of sort of like anime. You've got steampunk. Everything is covered within this one.
Kind of like, £4.99 is an amazing price, as you can see, because you are getting 16 designs in this. You're getting 4 of each of those designs as well, so 64 sheets in total. And it's not even being £4.99.
No, this is a crazy, silly price.
£2.99.
This is the lowest price they've ever been. We did it last week, I think, or the weekend before.
Hey, I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me because £4.99, these sold.
It's so good.
They sell brilliantly.
It's so good. At that price, you're getting 64 individual A7 colouring sheets here. But you are going to get them for $2.99 now.
And you're still able to make and sell.
Absolutely,
so
you can make and sell as many as you want to with these.
Lovely. And, you know, you could add as much colour as you wanted to them, or you could just add a tiny bit and just have the monochrome,
You get 16 designs here, but you also get 4 of each. So if you are someone who's really into colour, you love these pens as well, and you're wanting to sort of share your knowledge of these pens, you could take these out and you could sort of like get together with a group of like 4 people, and you can teach them how to colour and how to use these pens with these designs.
Wow, can't believe that's £2.99. Well done to everybody coming through.
I feel so many of them.
Yeah, well, I feel like everybody's going to want them all. That's the thing, because it is our one-off postage and packaging fee. That's between midnight and midnight. So you can add them all on if you wanted to. We've got one-off price here in the UK and one for America as well. Now, this is so cute. It really is cute as a button when you look at them.
Adorable. We've got the sweetest artwork in here. Again, really sort of like general in the designs, but because this is very sort of like cutesy and cartoony, it works really nice to be coloured in with these alcohol markers, because you're going to get that really bright, vibrant feel to them as well.
Really lovely for the kids as well, because so
great.
often, I mean...
And also, going on a plane, how small is this?
That's what I mean. It's not going to take up much space in your bag.
Absolutely not.
Whenever we go out for dinner, I always take colouring stuff with me for Bowie, because it just keeps him going. But sometimes the bags I've got, you know, I'm like dragging around this like massive colouring pad, and with this
is into your bag with some crayons.
Just your little pencil case, and you're ready to go with that.
It's such a fun mix. I love the
Look at the cow that you've got just there as well.
The safari is absolutely adorable in this one. There's so many fun.
They're really cute, aren't they, down here? The little fruits and the little drinks that we can see as well.
Adorable.
The fairies, you've got your sort of pirate scenes that we can see as well, your Highland cow, your dinosaurs. Lots of you multiplying on these. I would be doing the same.
100%.
Lowest price they've ever been at £2.99. And of course, they're great still to make cards. You're making kids' cards. These would be super to put on. And I always like it, actually. We've had it a couple of times where Bowie's been given a card and it's not being coloured in, and it's his card, but then he's got the colouring option.
I like that.
Yeah, it's
That's
like a
cute.
little gift at the same time.
I like that idea.
It's really nice. Next one, let's come across to as well, so you can add them all on. This is your on the go, so covering all of the vehicles.
Lots of really great transport in here, and again another one perfect for sort of like colouring in. Lots of different sort of like people I could send these cards to. You know, you've got the dumper truck in there, you've got the incredible ship, so maybe someone's going on a cruise, maybe it's a birthday. You've got the aeroplanes in there as well, the motorcycles, you've got the scooter. There's so many different elements.
And I like how you've got very modern images, but then you've also got some really classic images in this as well.
There's a great mix.
And of course we often talk about, hey, that was me from when I went up in my little hot air balloon.
Hot air balloon.
I love going hot air balloon.
Helicopter.
Yeah, like a helicopter too. Haven't been in a rocket.
No, not yet.
Yeah, could you imagine? But yeah, it's just such an amazing opportunity. And if you're thinking about, you know, mail cards as well, that we talk about a lot being difficult, this is going to make it so easy.
It's going to be so perfect, isn't it?
Yeah. And £2.99, you're talking pennies
it's wild,
per one.
Wild. And you'll have so much fun colouring them in. And it could just be that you colour these images in at night time, you know, while you're just sat relaxing, taking that bit of time for you to like get your brain in that really nice sort of like state. And then you can flick through them and then take them out and make cards with them at a later date as well.
Yeah. And it's 4p per one today, because they are going down to the lowest price they've been at. We've also got this, which is your happy birthday.
This one's very, very fun.
There's
lots of cool elements in here that we're going to be able to use for loads of times. I mean, some of these as well, like your beer bottles, your cakes, your candles, they could be backgrounds. So you could be popping 2 of these on a DL and then using like a stamp or a sentiment on top of those, again with the cassettes and the donuts. But not just for birthdays. I mean, the flowers could be get well soon, just for you. Anniversary, weddings with the champagne bottle as well.
I know, and I also like the fact that you are getting 4 images, because some of these I'm thinking
you'd want to
would look great on, wouldn't it? Like
and
those cupcakes.
Yeah, and you absolutely can do that with these. They're very nice images to be, like sizes of images to cut out as well.
Yeah. Like those donuts, you know, for example, that you've seen at the bottom, they'd be great decoupaged out, wouldn't they? So there's lots of different ways that, of course, you can use these. You know it's going to be going down to £2.99. It's my birthday.
I love that birthday badge. So good.
We then have the final set that we've got here, which is your garden. And again, such an array of images, so much detail that we can see in these as well, which is just absolutely lovely in terms of what we've got there. And you know it's going to go down to £2.99 to be able to get this. Is this your favourite cat? Yeah.
This is beautiful, this one. There's some really nice images within here as well. There are some other colouring pocket pads. I'm not sure if we've got the other ones available, Kat, but there's also Animal Planet. There's Dino Days as well, which would be perfect. Bowie would love that one. And then there's also Delightful Dogs, and there's ones that is filled with loads of kittens as well, which is super cute. So have a look on the website as well, because they might be available on the website, some of the other designs that we've got in our colouring pocket pad.
Yeah, definitely, and see whether there's the way of getting the discount on those ones as well, because there is, say, a few more that are available. We'll have a little look to see if they are available within this discount deal. But £2.99, of course, for you to be able to get this, which is absolutely superb.
It's so good, isn't it?
Now, we have got 3 stamp sets as well that I do just want to bring to you, because these are catching my eye.
These are absolutely beautiful, and I think sold out when we brought them to you. So these were reordered, and these are our beautiful Midnight Flower collection. So in here you're going to get these stamps individually, but there's 3 in the collection as a whole. This one is the lilies, and I think this is so good for colouring in. Again, when you're starting off in colouring, and especially with pens like this, you want large images to be able to test out those designs on. These are fantastic. The sizes of the flowers are beautiful. The way that the card is finished is really, really lovely. So we've got the lilies for you. £8.
I know.
Not today.
And it's not even going to be the price. So this was on once in March and sold out.
And it's sold out.
And it's gone even
it's
to that
so
price
good,
today.
Isn't it?
£6 instead for you to be able to get it. I mean, it's going to be a perfect stamp. It's
huge.
a big size.
It's
and then you can see what you could do with that as well.
It's an A6 stamp. So this is it on your 6x6. So I've actually trimmed this down a little bit shorter. But again, just stamping it in your Memento, because your Memento ink is the ink pad that you need to use with your alcohol markers. So just stamping that on a 6x6. I could add a nice little sentiment here vertically, and then you've got that beautiful image, which is so good to colour in, especially with these markers.
We also have the Sweet Hyacinth that you can see here, so another big stamp that we can bring to you. And hyacinths, I don't know, there's something about them that I just really like.
I think they're just quite fun, aren't they? Yeah. I think when you see them as well, they're always like a flower that really stands out because of how
the colour and the
colour and like the way that they sit in a garden as well, because they're quite tall.
Yes, that's very true.
They look really, really beautiful.
And lovely, it's got the butterflies
on there. So you can add those elements on there as well. But you can stamp this onto parchment and then colour it in with some of your markers, or maybe it's your watercolour pencils. We've got them coming up later on in the day today. You could do it on acetate as well, because your alcohol markers, the great thing about them is that they work on all different mediums. So if you're wanting something that works on cardstock, if you're wanting something that works on acetate, fabric, ribbon, then your alcohol markers are the one for you.
Amazing. And then finally, we have got this one that you can get as well, which is your...
This is your cone flower.
Delights.
So this is beautiful. But again, this could be like a geranium maybe.
Yeah, it could.
It could be a daisy.
Yeah, I thought it was
how
daisy
you colour it in depends on the style and the different design. I love that sort of like spotlight stamping we've got there on the image that's coming up as well. So beautiful.
That's lovely, isn't it? So again, they're all down to £6. They've been on once before. They sold out completely, and yet we've managed to get them back on the show today with a discount as well, which is absolutely super. So if you want to get any of those, £6 per one for you to jump in and get them.
They're so good. We've only got 10 minutes left.
The time is just flying.
Well, let's do a couple of things, because I want to show you lots of different ways in which you can use them. One of my favourite things is I love colouring. What I hate about colouring is when I come to use my gemstones and I don't have the right colour of gemstones. So I'm going for like let's go with maybe go for orange, because we don't actually have any oranges.
I think Wendy's just
within the
asked
selection.
about this. I think that's what you mean, Wendy. This colour chart. You can just download this.
You can download it. Yeah. Go to the Hunky Dory Hub and have a look through downloads, and it'll be on there. And we've got them for all of our Prism products, but they're really, really handy. So the great thing about this is that when you're wanting to add the same colour to your images, you can actually colour straight over onto here, and it will bring it up. So this is a really light peach colour that we can just add onto here. So it works with like your clear ones, it works on your Aurora Borealis as well. You can use it also on your like your clear white gems. So this is going to give you that really nice peach colour. You can also then of course really intensify that by going in and using your orange.
Nice like that, doesn't it?
And obviously when you're doing things with colouring, you want everything to coordinate.
Yes, of course.
So you can do that, and you can get sort of like the orange with the pearl, you can get the orange AB, we can get the orange on the silver as well. So you can colour in lots of different things like your gemstones, like ribbon in particular as well. And with your ribbon as well, with these types of pens, you can also create sort of like really nice ombre shades. So you can do like let's go from the orange, and then I'm also going to go to a teal. So we can mix those two together. So two complementary, double complementary colours, but very, very different. So going in from that green, and then we're going to push it across again and just go in with that orange. So those colours sort of slide in together, and you can see how well you get that blend and that tone of colour. So you can colour in your ribbons to match as well. On your acetate and parchment, it works really, really nicely. So if you're stamping with like acetate and parchment, you always want to use like a StazOn. So you can colour in those with on your acetate. Oh, got my little thing on there. Take that off. Not going to work. So just going in with this, it dries really, really quickly. So you want to go in on your acetate super quick to get that image on there. I've messed that up now because it's just jumped on it, but not a problem. When it comes to colouring in with your acetate though, always colour on the opposite side that you've stamped on. So flip it over, and I feel like that's how you get the best sort of colour with this. And then you can still colour in on here. When you're going in on your acetate though, it's on the opposite side, Kat. I did just say that. She wasn't paying attention, was she?
Just asking the question.
So you can go in, and I would recommend, again, going in with darker shades because it's going to stand out a lot more. But you can still sort of give that a really nice sort of mix of colour as well. So we've got that nice pink, and then we can go in with the darker shades as well, and give you that really beautiful look and feel. but I absolutely love it. And then you've got that sort of clear look of your stamp as well on there.
Pretty, isn't it?
It's beautiful.
Yeah. So you just can see that you can do it on a lot of different
loads of different mediums,
can't you? Which is fabulous.
Absolutely great.
And of course, the fact that we are down today to £5 per pack with the Prism Craft markers. So it's the lowest price point that we've ever done them at. We've got that there for you today. So many of you coming through. We've still got Maureen, Phyllis, Claire, Sherry, Karen, Angela, Melissa, Phyllis, Susan, Elaine. Loads of you with this in your basket. You've got to make sure, if you want this £5 price, that you are checking out on it, as it is the lowest price that we've seen it at. Do have a look back, of course, on the website for all the other colours, because there is, you know, such an array of colours. If there's any you particularly want to see, then you can, of course, send me a message. We do also have a craft card.
This is a cardstock that we can't keep around, isn't it?
No, exactly.
This one's always going out. And what's great about your alcohol markers as well is that you can use them on sort of coloured cardstock, and still get the same effect. So your craft card's great, your Matastic cardstock will be great as well, because you've already got that base colour, but you can still add variations of colour on top using your alcohol markers.
And it's there, £9.99. That's for 30 sheets of this 280 GSM, and something that is becoming more and more popular all the time as well, to have your card bases, of course, in your craft cards. So you've got that. Now, we just want to mention as well that we still have, and it's only a limited amount.
We have very
the goodie boxes.
Very limited amount now. But if you're still wanting to get them, you can. We've got lots of different ways to buy them as well.
If you want to get one, it's £30. Now, you are going to get a guaranteed minimum amount of £80 value in these boxes. But £50 plus is free, and you will only be paying £30. There's a voucher in there as well with a discount code, which you can still use all the way up until the end of the year on our websites, on your websites as well. So that is there, so you can still get that if there's other bits that you want to buy from.
And you can use it as many times as you want as well, which I think is great. Like that code, it's not just a one-time code.
Which you'd expect.
You can use it throughout the whole month, which is fantastic.
The other way to get this is to buy 4. Okay, so 4 of these. You are guaranteed to be in 4 completely different boxes in terms of the content, so it's not like you'll get 2 the same or anything like that. Instead of £320, we will be taking that to £120. But the other thing that's really good on this is it is available on split pay. So for £10 a box, you can actually take this home, because you can take it home for £40 today to be able to get, of course, all 4 of those boxes, and then pay it off across the following months as well. Should we do one really quick unboxing? We've got a few minutes left. Shall we have a look what's in this one?
Will be fantastic.
We'll just take the discount code out, but that is there for you to get your 10% off. Yep.
So we can see exactly what we're going to get.
Yeah, lovely.
So we have got loads on this already. I can see so much good stuff. We've got some magical monochrome pearl gemstones, a purple glue stick.
That's obviously where they are, because me and Pauline on Sunday, we did an adhesive show. We had none of these in the adhesive show.
Well, there's things in here that definitely shouldn't be in here, that's for sure. We've got our Christmas Magical Town little scene dies. This is super, super cute. We've got Christmas Perfect Verses. Again, another thing that sells out all the time. Duo design paper pad, so you've got that 8x8 paper pad in here. That already is $9.99. That's $9.99,
right.
And that is a $14.99 die set. So already we're over where we should be, and you've got the glue and the things.
Yeah, they're already free, and
the
everything else
full
free.
Winter Wishes luxury topper collection. So this has 8 toppers in here. On every topper, you are guaranteed to be able to make 3 cards. So that's a whole lot of cards we've got there. My favourite Christmas cardstock, which is the incredible Christmas quilts. If you know any sewers that are going to be crafting this Christmas, this is perfect for creating like little gift boxes with them. We've then got some topper sets. So this one, we've got a heartwarming Christmas. So this has got 1 topper and 2 sheets of cardstock within it. We've got your White Christmas. This is the Let It Grow with a gorgeous greenhouse in there. We've also got Frosty and Friends as well. So you're going to get that. That's a topper set. 4 cards you can make with that one easily. And then another one where you can get 3 cards out of it is your White Christmas 'Tis the Season, which has got that gorgeous harbour scene on there. So many incredible sort of things in here. I mean, get these, get them, gift them, get them, save them for next year. The amount of products that you're getting in here is incredible. And you know you're going to be able to use it and craft with it because Christmas comes around every single year.
Exactly. And these bits you've just got early, ready to prepare for next year, as Pete was saying in our earlier shows as well. So well done if you do manage to get that. Sue, hello. How do you store prison pens?
So there's lots of different ways in which people store them in the office. But I keep mine in one of our storage boxes. So we've got them here. Now, I actually keep them on the side. So this is one of our storage boxes that has the 6 individual ones.
Taken the lid off.
But I've taken the lid off this, so it gives it sort of like more stability. And I like to keep mine within the sets because then I know I've got the colours that work together. And then they're easy for transportation because I can keep them like this. But the way that they fit in here as well means that I can keep them on their side. So always recommend to keep them on the side because, of course, they are a dual-ended pen and they will have pigment within the inside. Now, you want that to sit really nice and flat so that the pigment is equally shared across both nibs. However, if you've been travelling for a while and they're this way round, just lie them down for a few, sort of like maybe half an hour to an hour before you start using them, and they'll be absolutely fine again. So, store them on their side.
Thank you for asking, Sue. It's always well worth asking us. If you do want to get that box, by the way, we can get that free for you as well. It does have the 6 sort of storage containers in it and a lid, which you can just take out or you can use it as
you can use them separately, and then it just fits them in perfectly. Anne-Marie uses her Craft Tidy, the purple one with the handle, that has all of her pens in. There's loads of different ways that people store them in the office. But yeah, they are fantastic.
And we're taking it down as low as we possibly can on that as well to £14.99. What time are you back?
5.
5, lovely.
Back
so
at 5,
you're going to get to see loads more techniques on Prism.
We have got watercolour pens and pencils.
Amazing. Lovely. So do make sure you tune in back in for that at 5 o'clock. We're back up in a moment with Tonic. We have got, and I know it's been long awaited, the Tangerine Machine. It is back. And we have got 4 different options, 4 different ways for you to buy it, depending what you would like to get with it. We'll put them on pre-order for you right now. And Jodie was telling us on live earlier that she's going to be bringing hers naked. Not herself, her machine. So, and that's like, what is going on in this show? So do tune back in for that. We'll be with it right after the break.
Tune in this Tuesday as for the first time ever here on HobbyMaker we have the Tonic Tangerine Machine. Whether you're into die cutting, embossing or crafting up a storm, this machine is built to take your creativity to the next level. With its sleek design, robust power and unmatched precision, it's perfect for beginners and seasoned crafters alike. Don't miss your chance to own the Tonic Tangerine Machine, making crafting effortless and fun.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the HobbyMaker gift card? Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card?
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
At HobbyMaker, we are proud to collaborate with the best brands and suppliers in the industry, bringing you top quality products and innovative designs. Whether you're a crafting enthusiast or starting out, we provide everything you need to fuel your creativity. HobbyMaker, let's get crafting.
Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to hobbymaker.co.uk and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and then away you go. Within your account setting, you can view your order history, address and card details and items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Now this is so exciting.
It's exciting.
Isn't it? Now, we have been waiting, and I know all of you at home have been waiting as well, for the tangerine die-cut machine to come back in stock.
Waiting.
Literally. It's been out of stock. I mean, we've never obviously had it here in HobbyMaker, but it's been out of stock for ages, hasn't it?
Right,
People
so
haven't been able to get
let me
it.
put this into context.
Go on, yeah.
Okay? It was out of stock for so long. For about a year and a half, it was out of stock.
Really?
And they said to me this time last year.
Okay, right, yeah.
Jodie, the tangerine is coming back into stock. This is last
year.
Okay. The tangerine is coming back into stock.
You were like, great.
Can you go and do me a VT? Because it's going for sale in January.
Okay.
So I went and did the
Did
VT
your video, yeah.
and everything else.
Really
it was all ready to go live in January. Well, we're nearly in January again. And it's only just come.
Are you joking?
He's been swimming a long time.
So he's been stuck on the water. This is what we were talking about earlier.
Literally.
You were talking to Liam about this.
This has been a whole year waiting to get
A year
here.
on the water, a year at customs, like stuck?
No,
Or
but literally...
just waiting?
We've been waiting for it to be manufactured. It was supposed to be here last January.
Oh, my
It
God.
has only just got here now.
That is unbelievable. So that video we're not now showing, I'm
No.
imagining, because it's a bit dated.
I made it for the old company.
I was thinking it wouldn't have been here, would it? So... yeah, so we definitely... Well, we're lucky. I'm quite glad it was delayed by a year.
Absolutely. This is the bee's knees machine.
Can you tell us about it? Because I've never seen this or come across it.
So straight away, this is Jodie proof.
OK, so that's good.
This machine was built to withstand me because I'm no wallflower. OK? Right, so to cut a long story short, OK? As you know, I've been working with Tonic Studios now for going on for 15 years.
Yeah.
OK? Believe you me, I have been through some machines in my life.
I bet.
Yeah. And it got to the stage at the old Crate and Craft, we used to have a wall right at the back, backstage, that used to have all the broken die-cutting machines.
Good, right, yeah.
This is true.
You broke one?
Yes. The back wall used to be full of broken die-cutting machines.
Yeah.
So whenever we used to break one, I used to sit between my shows, taking them to pieces and building a new one from the old bits.
OK, right.
Yeah. It got to the point where we had no more machines that we could build out of the old machines. So I went to my dad and I said, look, Dad, what can you do? I need a machine that's going to withstand me. He said, oh, come on, girl, let's take it into the garage.
OK.
So my dad built me a fully metal machine that was encased in the carcass that you used to see me take onto Crate and Craft.
Oh, my goodness. So what's your dad? Is that like his job, an engineer? Or
He used to be an agricultural farm engineer.
Oh, OK, right, yeah.
Nothing to do with craft.
No.
So literally, I'd gone through so many machines. My boss then, Simon, said, come on, guys, we need to make a machine that withstands Jodie, because this is ridiculous.
Definitely.
She's going through so many machines. We can't keep up with the lass. So this is when Tommy was made.
Right.
Tommy is... Don't look for Tommy on the website.
No.
It's called a tangerine.
But that's the name that you have.
When we first launched this machine, we used to have so many people say, can't find Tommy on the website. No, his name's not Tommy. Look for the tangerine, OK? Now, the tangerine machine is no wallflower, it's a workhorse, OK? It's 100% metal inside, there's no plastic inside there. It is 100%, so who would like to see naked Tommy?
Yes, come on, we've been waiting for this.
Tommy.
Yeah, definitely.
Right, so
bring it across. Oh, that's weighty, isn't it?
This here is what you are getting inside your machine.
Right.
Okay. Now, the price of the machine, I know is a considered purchase, but this machine is going to last you forever and a day. Okay. The gearing system in this machine alone is over half the cost of the machine.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
So, in most machines, all your gears are actually plastic. And if you imagine all these gears going round, if you've ever taken your machine to pieces because it's making a noise or it's not working, I can guarantee at some point in your machine you have got teeth missing off of your cogs.
Yes, which would make sense.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So you have got a full mechanism down the side here. If I turn it around, we've also got all the metal gears on the inside there. But this machine is actually made to last. Now, what do I mean about that? So, the whole unit going all the way around is just one big cast.
Right.
There's no join on this unit. It comes all the way around. That's one big piece of cast metal. So there's nothing on there to break at all.
No.
Yeah? Your gears are actually encased in an item that we can actually take off. So should there be an issue, we can get in there and we can do something about it.
Right, yes, which is brilliant.
Yeah?
Yeah.
But that also protects where all the oil is.
Okay.
Okay? Because when you get these machines are packed with oil. As soon as you put the rollers under any sort of pressure, they will self-oil themselves.
Okay.
Okay? But that there is 100% metal all the way through.
Amazing,
now,
isn't
it? I'm not saying that this is a light machine. It's not.
No, yeah,
okay?
it's heavy,
This is a good quality machine. It's very much like your mother's old-fashioned mangle.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So when you're looking at that, you've got a little handle that's going to go on the side. As you know, anybody that's had the certain machines that you know what I'm talking about. How many of you have had broken handles?
Okay.
Yeah. Even the handle. Look at poor look at poor Tommy's handle.
But he's still not broken. He's just got a bit of colour come off.
It's been
that's
dropped,
the quality,
it's been
isn't
dropped out of the car so many times. Even the handle is metal all the way through.
Amazing.
So there's nothing to break in the handle either. Okay. Now, when you're looking at your machine, a lady actually put onto the HobbyMaker's website.
Okay.
She said it doesn't look stable. So, come to me, my darling. Right, let's move that one. Let's move his naked carcass.
Yeah. Just to let you know as well, we have a few different ways to buy this. So if you're wanting to just go for the machine, then we have that, or we'll have a few other options afterwards as well.
So can you see that one there is wobbly, that one there isn't?
Yeah.
So what's the difference?
Is it just the bottom? Because you've got the different... Is that right?
Absolutely.
Is it? Yeah.
So on the bottom...
Felt like it was a trick question. I was like, I'm not sure whether to answer or not. Like...
What is she going to get? So on the bottom here, you've actually got the kick plate. Now, you've got all the rubberised feet on the four corners as well. And you've got the kick plate in the middle here.
Right.
So all you're going to do is tip him on his head.
Okay.
You're going to take this middle... here, and you're going to slightly unscrew that. Okay. Don't take it out. Twist his leg.
Amazing.
Turn that back. Do it nice and tight. Put it down. Put him back on his feet.
Yeah.
And that stabilises your machine.
Straight away. Yes.
Okay.
So really easy to do.
So that's your machine. But the piece de resistance with the Tommy the Tangerine is his cutting plates.
Okay. Yeah.
His cutting plates are amazeballs. So let's bring the plates in, because in your machine,
they're gorgeous, aren't they? As well,
you're going to get all the plates.
Wow. Yep. Come in with it.
That you want. Okay. So we've tried to keep them the same sort of colours to a certain other machine, so you don't get confused.
Right. Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So to cut in your machine, Okay. What is Tonic? So Tonic specialise in a cut.
Yeah.
Okay. So what is Tonic's corporate colours? I'll give you a clue.
Orange.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that is your cutting plate.
Okay, brilliant.
Okay.
Yeah.
You've got your white plate. That is going to go with everything.
Okay.
So the only ones you're going to change are your colours.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's your base plate.
Okay.
Now with the tangerine, you'll know it's also got a flat top.
Oh, so you can balance them on as well.
So you can put your plates on.
Okay. Really clever.
So if you are going to cut with Tonic, you use our corporate colours, which is orange.
Yeah.
If you are going to use an embossing folder, slightly different, but I'll confuse you in a minute.
Okay.
You're going to use your raspberry and your white.
Yep.
Now, the confusion comes with your manufacturer of your embossing folders.
Right, okay.
So, embossing folders, there's 3 different depths of embossing folders, okay? So, we manufacture on the thickest depth.
Okay, right.
So, what you would need to do is you would exchange your white plate for your green plate, because it's slightly thinner.
That's with yours.
With ours, yeah? Lisa Horton's is the same. You're going to use those. Creative Expressions, you use your white and your raspberry. I can't remember what Crafters Companions are, but Lisa's and ours
are those ones.
Are those 2. Now, if you are wanting to emboss your dies, you're going to use your rubber mat and you're going to use your embossing plate.
Okay. Yeah.
On each of your plates, it tells you.
Yeah, it's got the name as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Embossing.
Yeah.
Let's get this one here. On that one there.
Good.
Embossing. Cutting.
And for a lot of people who start die cutting and buy a machine, I think that's the thing that we hear about the most is we just can't configure our plates. We're so confused because they all look so similar. So to actually have the different colours and the name on them, brilliant.
Absolutely. So I've just got one more thing to say, and then I promise I'll shut up.
No, you're okay.
I think, and I can't remember the exact date, but I think the first tangerine we did.
Okay.
I can't remember. I think it was about It was just after Devon was born, so it must have been. I can't remember. It's about 10, 12 years ago. Okay, and I've never changed my orange plate.
You've never changed it in 10 to 12 years?
And this really upsets our Karen in the office, okay?
Right.
Because she's constantly sending me new plates.
Because she wants it to look perfect like this.
She's sending me new plates that look like this. And I'll say, no.
Mine's still
Jodie,
working.
that plate that you're using is absolutely filthy. It's not good for TV. It don't look good. And I'm like, no.
It's fine. But you're a crafter first and foremost, and crafters want to get value for money and everything.
Absolutely.
So why would you change it if it's still working?
Are you ready? This plate...
It does look very different, doesn't it? But it does the same job.
Darling, if I ever come to TV with a pristine tool and I'm saying to you, oh, it's the bee's knees, it's amazing, it's absolutely great, if it's not dirty, I've not been using it.
Yeah, of course. It's true, though, isn't it?
It's true.
Yeah.
So this plate is as old...
As the machine?
As the machine.
That is amazing.
And look at it. I'll put it against the new one.
It's not bowed, is it? Or anything like that?
Yeah.
Straight.
Literally, it's amazing.
Oh,
Bananas have got nothing on a tangerine.
No.
It may be a fruit, but it's got nothing. Yeah? So, how do I keep mine straight?
Yes.
1, I rotate.
Okay, yeah.
I cut on both sides of my plate. Yeah? And when I finish at night time...
How do you pop it on?
You can see my orange ones on the bottom.
So the actual weight of it as well is...
I put my machine diagonally across my plates.
Okay, and it's all those little tips that, you know, we want. Let's get the graphics in because we have the chance for you to get this machine today. As Jodie said, it was out of stock for a year and a half. It was meant to be here. It was very exciting a year ago. It's taken an additional year to get here. So 2.5 years that people have been waiting for this. We've got so many people messaging in about this as well, which is absolutely brilliant. Now, this is the chance to get the machine and also, of course, all of the additional plates come with this as well, which is absolutely brilliant. And it's at £169.99. The fact that you told the story at the beginning of how many machines you've broken, And this one, you've had 10 to 15 years in your stock. What an amazing price to have something that is going to last like that. You've not even replaced that orange plate. I mean, it's just superb.
If at any point you find oil on your plates, so you might find a little bit of oil down the side of your plates, it means Tommy's having a shower. It means he's lubricating himself.
Himself?
Absolutely.
He's clever,
he is. He's a really, really...
I feel like he's a person now. You've given me a lot of background in this, Tommy.
He's the only man that listens to me. Okay.
75%, by the way, of this deal. We do have a few other deals, but it you know, has now been allocated. So if you want it, you must check out your basket.
So inside here is a reservoir, okay? And every time you put something through your rollers, what you've got to remember is those rollers are going to flex.
Yes.
Yeah. Let me put some plates through naked Tommy. So let's put my handle on naked Tommy so we can actually see what we're doing. Let's move his friend across a bit. So if I run my plates to you, those rollers have to flex just that little bit to take those plates. Now, if you think you've got card in there, you've got a die in there and everything else, these rollers are just going to give that couple of mil. If you over-force it, your machine is going to feed itself some oil.
Right, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Metal, it's like a car. If you don't put oil in your car, it's going to grind to a halt.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah? So you need oil on all these gears to lubricate themselves. So every so often he'll go, I need a bit of oil. Yeah? And that's when you may find a little bit of oil on the side of your plate.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All you're going to do is wipe it off.
It's not a problem. Lovely message from Kate just here saying, good afternoon, Jodie and Sherilyn. Tonic Tangerine is the best, with the explanation. It's strong and the plates don't warp. She's had hers for 5 years already. I will let you know that we are so over allocated. I think we've got 2 left now, but we've got, well, you can see our call screen there of everybody who's not got it. So we've got so many of you. Luckily, there are other options available as well. They're great deals. Obviously, that was just for the machine on its own, but the other deals on the machine with something extra as well, where you will still get these discounts. Now, these are things that we've launched that we absolutely love as well. They're best sellers, and yet they're going to come as part of these deals. So again, you are still going to get the machine, you're still going to get all of the plates that will be coming with this, but the first deal, and you'll be able to see the finished projects just in front of us in a moment, but it is going to come with the Enchanted Fairy Village.
It is.
This is one of the most beautiful constructions I've seen.
It's beautiful. You are going to get the 2 different size houses inside of here. You are going to get your 85 dies.
Amazing, look at that.
You're going to get all your instructions in there as well. And I have to say, I'm just going to reach over. The houses that you're going to be able to create are beautiful houses that look like that. They are gift boxes, so you're able to put chocolates inside, sweets inside, and everything else. And these are also the windows and the doors that I used on the advent calendar that I made.
Okay. So you just take the little tops off, do you?
I do.
Yeah, look at that. And then look at the amount of space that you've actually got inside. Now, this die set should be £79.99. We did do a discount on it, which was great, which was £49.99 when we brought it to you. But today, you can get the machine with this set of dies for another superb price today, OK? I don't know exactly where we're going on this. I'm just going to wait for this to come up. Wow, OK. So the best price that we've ever brought this to you at, so it should be £79.99. You're getting it for £30 today.
Yep.
So if you've been waiting to get this, then what a stunning chance. Plus, it's available on a full-way split pay as well. So you can actually take that home today for £50 to get everything.
And we are still guaranteeing Christmas delivery, I believe.
Oh, yes, yeah, we were talking about this earlier, wasn't we? Yeah. Then we've got another day, so till tomorrow. So as long as you buy it today or tomorrow.
Be sat underneath your Christmas tree.
And then imagine making all of these gift boxes, and you're fine to make and sell, aren't you, as
Absolutely.
well? Yeah. So that is the second option that we have available. It's absolutely lovely, and we've got the great sort of deal on that as well. Should we come across to the next deal?
Yep, go for it.
Just so that everybody knows exactly what's available, and then you can choose your option. The machine on its own is sold out now, so the only way to be able to get these deals is, of course, with these extras. We've got the Buzzing Beehive.
We do. So the Buzzing Beehive we launched, was it a week ago? Maybe
only a week ago.
I think it's only a week ago.
Wow. I've not seen these, and I just saw them there, and I love it.
Yeah, so in here you've got your 44 dies to make these beautiful little houses here. They are 3-storey high. They are gift boxes. They do come to pieces, yeah. So you've got that lovely design set on there. But you too can make these with that beautiful die set.
That's so amazing, isn't it, to be able to get this. And a week ago, you can watch back, of course, your demonstrations, how to put these together as well, which is absolutely super. Now, the amount of people that have missed out, of course, on the machine on its own, we just want to give you a minute sort of preempt, let's say, before we bring this price in so that you can, of course, get involved. We have got Bernadette, we've got Hayley, we've got Sue, we've got Deborah, we've got Jacqueline, we've got Janet, lots of you already in for this as well. The machine, of course, on its own was $169.99. That has sold out individually, but you are going to be getting additional discounts, of course, with these extras. And of course, even if you'd already got this die set, you could always then give that to a friend or anything like that if you wanted to.
With no problem at all. Absolutely amazing. You know, think about all the stuff that you could be making over the year. You know, not being funny, but I used to have an electronic machine as well.
Okay.
And my daughter used to go mad when I used to craft at night time.
Mother,
well, you shut that machine up. Yeah. With a manual machine, you can craft anywhere. Yeah. It doesn't matter where you are, whether you could be at the caravan for the weekend with no electric. You could be sat, I don't know, on top at Kaiser Pass, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so true.
You don't need electric to be able to craft.
And it doesn't cost you any extra then as well, because you're not using your electricity. Now, today, you can get this at £179.99. I've just realised that makes this a tenner. That can't be right.
You need to get in this, yeah. If you've missed out on the main one, just get this, a tenner.
I feel like something's been typed in wrong there.
Don't even...
let's not question it. Let's not question it. We'll go with it, but I don't know about that. I mean, that is brilliant. So well done if you've got the machine on its own. If you haven't, for just an extra £10, have a look at what you're getting inside of this as well. All of those dies that you've got, all of the instructions. Watch, of course, your demonstrations back where you made this on the show about... This was a week ago. I mean...
Don't question if you, after Tommy the Tangerine, get this one.
I don't know. I'm not often short for words, but I am a bit short for words.
I just make pretty cards.
It's just not true, is it?
And boxes.
And everything else. Kathleen, New Crafters, Jane, Sandra, Karen, June, Deborah, Susan, Anne, Carolyn. To all of you with this in your basket, make sure you're checking it out. Oh, look, Di, she said, I bought my tangerine back in 2015, back when they had numbers on their bottoms, and I'm still on the first set of plates.
I'm glad you've emailed in, Di, because me and Pete were just in the green room and I couldn't remember the day that we manufactured the die cutting machine. So I'm stood in the back with Pete saying, hey, can you remember when we did that die
Trying
cutting
to work
machine?
it out.
And he's like, I found a picture of me and the boys
sat
in a bar. And I'm saying to Pete, I'm sure that was a tangerine bar. And it was 2015.
Right, there we are. So it makes sense for that message as well. Super. Helen, hello. Lovely. For someone with dexterity issues, is the machine easy to move and turn?
Right, so it's a heavy machine.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no getting away from it is a heavy machine.
Yeah.
This is a machine that you're really going to leave on your desk. Yeah. Dexterity-wise, depends on your hand, sweetheart. Yeah. So I have a dodgy shoulder.
Okay.
Yeah. To the extent that I'm up every 2 hours at night time with pins and needles in my arms. Okay.
That's horrible.
But let me just take my handle off of there.
Yeah.
And place that back on. Right. So how can I? I'm looking for something. Just bear with me.
What do you want?
I'm just gonna. Let me just. Right. Okay. So.
Okay. Oh, I see. So you can see that you're not actually putting any sort of no force behind turning it.
Right. let's put the plate in.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Yeah?
So actually it moves really easily.
But what I'm saying is down to your hands.
Yeah, of course. Everyone's different, aren't they?
If you have got really bad arthritis in your hand, I wouldn't. I'm being honest.
Yeah.
If you've got really bad arthritis, because look, can you see as I'm going over?
It's twisting still, isn't it? Your wrist,
twists your hand down into like an L shape. But if you can, I'm trying to think of something circular at home. Think of something circular at home that you turn. Come on, Pete.
I'm only thinking of whisks, and that's not really right.
Something circular at home that you turn on a...
Rolling pin?
Your key in the front door.
Oh, yeah.
If you can go like that in your front door to turn your key, you'll be able to use the tangerine.
Okay.
Yeah? Because you need that little bit of...
sort of movement on the... Yeah. So always ask any questions, because obviously we will always be able to sort of answer them if we can. So that is there. That is an additional £10 if you want this. Okay, yes, we've got another deal. Okay, let's come across to that. Now, a few people, I will just let you know, sorry, I didn't know what you meant by we'd got more. That's why I thought we got more there. But actually, what it is a few of the machines on their own have popped back in because people have swapped to this deal.
I don't blame them.
No, I don't, for an extra tenner. So it is just, if you are just wanting a machine, for example, then you best just keep checking the stock levels, because as we're introducing the other deals, people might think, actually, I'd prefer that one. This is the final deal that we've got here as well. We'll give you another minute to get involved. Now, we did the launch, didn't we, of this?
We did. Now, I've not got any samples of this with me, but this is your... Let's face it, it's your games controller.
Oh, it's brilliant, isn't it? Yeah.
So if you've got any little boys in your life that are eyeballed to the TV, play Minecraft and, I don't know, any other ones, Call of Duty and all those video games.
Yeah.
This is absolutely brilliant for them. Are you going to buy them a gaming voucher for Christmas? Are you going to buy them a Amazon voucher for Christmas, yeah? These days, you just print that piece of paper, don't you, with a barcode on. It looks rubbish in there.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Fold it up, put it in a little gift box, put it onto the Christmas tree. They'll come round, it'll be like, what are you doing with game controller on your tea? Oh, it's for you, son.
Oh, exactly. We're just checking out, and we're just clarifying as well that it's definitely this you get it, because the arcade was the arcade shape. Do you remember?
Yes, I do remember.
So that's what I just saw in the words, and then we've got this here. So we're just going to find out exactly which one it is that you're going to get with this as well. Both of them, to be honest, were equally as nice, wasn't they?
I do have the other one here if we need it.
Do you, if we need it? Yeah. Liam was just going to find out. He's just going to have a look on the poll sheet. We'll get the price straight down.
I thought it was the arcade machine.
Yeah, when I saw the arcade sitting there, I thought, that's the other part of it, isn't it? Oh, it's a tenner as well.
Shall I show you the other one?
You just show it, because actually they're both brilliant, so I don't think for an extra tenner you'd really mind, to be honest, whether you got the controller or you got the arcade game.
You get stamps.
So if it's stamps, it's got to be this one, hasn't it, you'd think? Because that didn't have stamps with it, did it?
That goes with this.
Ah, so it's that. Right, there we are.
It's which one?
It's which one? This one.
Controllers?
With this. These? Yeah? Well, I don't think... Anyway, for £10, I'd be happy with that or the other, as I say, to be honest with you.
On your documentation, does it have a tonic reference code? Right, give me the...
Yeah, 5743. Yeah, there we go. Right, we've clarified it. Ignore the picture, and this is what you're definitely going to be getting with it today. So you've got the opportunity and the chance to get that, and again, just for another £10.
I think that's a cracking price.
I do, absolutely. And the sizes, like you say, of these boxes that you were saying,
they're brilliant. Great. You know, for all those vouchers, absolutely amazing. Even ignore them as a game controller.
Oh yeah.
Take the labels off. It's a beautiful shape. You could be using it as a gift box. Now, what I want you to think of, because I know you crafty at home. Okay, so take a look at this. If I turn that round that way.
Yes.
Okay. Ignore the buttons. Put a handle on the top there. Use this as a tape deck. You've got a boom box.
Of course you have. I love that idea.
Yeah. So if you've got kids my age, you know, 50, yeah. I remember boom boxes.
Yeah. But they still have them now. Yeah. I was at my friend's hen party not long ago, and there was like quite young lads still walking around with them boom boxes. So it's still around. It's still there.
Never grow up.
No, exactly. But yeah, it's a good idea to be able to sort of just, you can change it up and everything like that. So there are a number of different deals. So you can either, if there is any that have dropped back into stock, you can just get the machine on its own for £169.99 on that 4-way split pay still, which is brilliant. For an additional £10, you can go for this option, £179.99 or £44.99 if you wanted to go for that on split pay. The other way to pay just an extra £10 is to go for these, which is the beehives, which, as you showed, it's so lovely how you've got those 3 different boxes in it as well as a gift box that just levels up. Very, very popular to go for this option as well. And then the final option to be able to get this is to go for it with the fairy house that we can see, which has again been so popular to be able to get this. What did you say, over 80 dies that comes with this as well?
It's 2 A4 die sets. This one, it's a huge die set.
It really is, isn't it? And that again is coming down to a superb price of £199. So it's just £30 when this should be £79.99 at full price for you to get that. That's limited as well now. The beehive one is, they're all basically sitting quite limited. And is the machine on its own? It's gone again. That has gone. But keep an eye if you just want that, because there is one that pops in and out. But to be honest, for an extra £10, I would be going for one of those sets, and then you're ready to go for it. The beehive is the most popular of the 3 that are now left. I mean, everybody loves bees, don't they?
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be a beehive, does it?
No, it's a house, isn't it?
Start to think about propellers on the front of it. It then becomes a windmill. Yeah. Maybe, can you remember the old-fashioned flower pots your mum used to put flour in? We used to have a flower pot that looked exactly the same as this. Do it in sort of a sky blue and a white. It starts to look like Cornish ware.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, so there's lots of other ways that you can be doing this,
Definitely,
okay? Think about your pattern papers. You don't have to use the detail dies on there as well. So as soon as you put a pattern paper on rather than the detail, then it's just a gift box.
Yeah, of course it is.
We can have chocolates in one, we can have soft centres in another, take your fillings out in the bottom one.
Yeah, it'd be really, really lovely as well, you know, on like a wedding table. And you know how you give gifts to, say, it could be your bridesmaids or it could be the people doing the readings or anything like that. Imagine having that there as their present, and it's got a few little favours that are all inside of it.
And they're literally a rinse and repeat system. So once you've made the bottom of the box, it's the same to do the second piece of the box and the same to do the top of the box.
Yeah, and you can watch it back. That's the great thing as well. This was only launched around a week ago with us, so watch those shows back. Just type it in. Type in Tonic and obviously the beehive, and it would come up on our YouTube channels as well. Janelle said, I have 2 tangerines, best machine and plates ever. It's lovely to have
Now, the thing is, Janelle, what do you call him?
Because has he got a name?
Because if you are buying a tangerine, you have to give him a name.
We had TJ earlier, one of the people said, didn't they, in the earlier shows?
He has to have a name. So mine's Tommy. Paola's used to be Tallulah.
Oh, really? I love that.
So come on.
Yeah.
What would you name?
Let us know.
Your Tommy the Tangerine.
Yes.
Give him a name.
Give him a name, because we're gonna all have a little name from now. Jane Marie has just said as well, which could kind of help to answer the question earlier from Helen as well, that she has rheumatoid and fibro and she can work it. She can work Tommy, unless I'm really bad, if that helps answer the lady. Thank you for that, because it's really nice to hear for people at home as well, so that you know how that can cross over. Tara, you've said, I know the machine is called the Tangerine, but will it come in another colour at some point, please? No.
No. But
what's Barbara sent in?
But
yeah,
vinyl.
Like this.
Oh, vinyl. Gosh. You can cover your machine in vinyl. It doesn't have to be orange, does it?
No.
Yeah. Because it's a plastic, vinyl sticks to it.
Oh my word!
Beautifully.
That's clever, isn't it?
So it doesn't matter what vinyl you've got. No. It works amazing. The biggest tip I can give you if you're covering it in vinyl is have your heat tool ready.
Okay.
So First of all, go and have a look at something on YouTube that is a car wrap.
Okay.
The best sort of ones to watch are how they wrap a car wing mirror.
Okay. Yes. Yeah.
Because they show you how to stretch vinyl
Get it all
and show you how to heat it without burning it.
Right. Yeah.
And that's what you need to get round Tommy's curves.
Okay. Yes.
I know it sounds silly.
Yeah, but it just makes sense.
But the principle is exactly the same.
Yeah.
But literally, because it's orange, it doesn't have to stay orange.
And you can see that there. That looks like a completely different machine, doesn't it? You'd almost look at that and think it was going to be, a sewing machine or something when you first see it. So, yeah, it's brilliant because she says, your machine, Tommy, is great. I can wholeheartedly recommend it, but not the colour. So if you don't like the colour, change it, just like Barbara's done, which is not a problem. Where did Tommy come from, Jennifer?
Right, so 99% of things at Tommy Studios come from some sort of alcoholic beverage.
Of course they do, yeah.
Okay, so
Tommy.
So, the word tonic, as you can see on the top of the O, it's got bubbles.
Yes.
They're the bubbles in the gin and tonic glass as the two bosses were sat on the lawn back in Bridgend.
Right.
Deciding to come up with a name that was recognised all over the world as one thing.
Right, okay.
And as soon as they saw the bubbles, I don't know which one of them said, do you know what, we're going to call ourselves Tonic.
Amazing, yeah.
Because it doesn't matter what country you go to.
You're going to know that word.
Tonic is tonic, yeah? So the bubbles above the O are the bubbles from the gin and tonic.
Okay.
So, taking that into principle, when we first made Tommy, we took him to the CHA, which is the trade show for crafters, and we weren't actually ready to announce him to the public.
Okay.
Yeah. He was still in development stage. Yes, we'd got the mechanism, but we'd not dressed him.
Right.
Yeah. He was actually in a clear case at that point.
Okay.
We put him in a clear case so that anybody walking around could actually see all the workings inside the machine.
Yeah.
And I put a video up onto social media saying, welcome to Tonic's hard-working workhorse, blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
And everybody's saying, well, what's it called?
Right.
And we're like, well, what is it called?
Yeah, we don't know.
Got no idea. It's a die-cutting machine. What is it called? Well, that night, I'm sorry, but we were rather intoxicated. Okay, so that night, there was me, the two bosses, Mark, the head graphic designer, Sean was there, Mike. So there was 6 of us there. Okay. And we were in this bar called the Tangerine Bar, and we were rather intoxicated on rum and tangerine juice.
Right.
And we thought it hysterical at the time that we were going to call him the Tangerine after this bar because we were having such a good time.
Yeah.
So we sent it through to Mark and said, right, Mark, we're going to call him the Tangerine. Can't repeat the answer that we got back because he'd already done the graphics for something completely different.
Right, good, yeah.
But because we were all in such high spirits, we called it the Tangerine.
And that's where it actually came from?
That's where it came from.
Oh, my gosh. It's funny, isn't it? It was lovely to be able to hear, like, the start and absolutely everything.
Yeah,
it all
he came from a very good night out.
A really enjoyable time. Brilliant. Elizabeth, hello to you as well. I love my Tangerine. I've called him Tango. There you go. Great name. Loving the show.
I don't think I've ever met anybody that doesn't love the Tangerine. Yeah. I mean, my Tangerine, as you can see, I've had this one ever since the day that we launched him.
Yes,
so we launched him back in 2015. This is the same machine I took on Create and Craft all those years back. Look at the state of him. He's a dirty, dirty boy, yeah, but the mechanism is still as good as the day I got him. Yeah. Even his foot. Look at his foot. Yeah. He's fallen out the car. I've scolded him with a glue gun.
Right. And he's still there.
But this machine is a workhorse.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. You know, he's nearly 10-year-old.
Yeah, which is just brilliant, isn't it? Like, so as we kind of was talking about at the beginning of the show, the whole concept of this came about because of the fact that you wanted something that was a workhorse, something you couldn't break,
because
something that was...
breaking things.
Yeah, you were,
yeah.
you know.
I went through 11 machines in just...
Did you actually go through 11?
Yeah.
Not in 2 months?
Yes, in 2 months. My boss killed me.
Well, yes, quite expensive doing that, isn't it?
Yeah,
she's still here. That's why they got this machine.
It went absolutely ballistic, and that's why my dad had to make me another machine inside
the other machine.
Yeah.
Luckily, we've got this here now. You'll like Amanda. Look, mine's called Tipsy, as I'm known to have a tipple whilst crafting. That's a good one, Amanda.
Me too.
Exactly. Sue here as well. Hello. Can't wait to get my tangerine. I'm going to call him Teddy.
Lovely.
That's nice. Really nice little name that we can see there. Janelle as well. We're getting so many messages. We'll share the ones we can. My first tangerine is Tony, and my second is Toby. They're all T's, aren't they? Imagine if someone just came in and was like, Luke, you know, or something.
Sandra.
Yeah, mine's called Tony. That's Joe as well. So, yeah, thank you so much for sharing your names as well. And also, it's Taffy. That's a nice one, isn't it? Yeah, Taffy.
It's a good old Welsh name, isn't it?
Yeah. Collector in here as well. Oh, can you put 3D folders through it? Yep.
Absolutely. So with your 3D embossing folders, you need to use your green plate and your raspberry.
And like we were saying with these plates as well, you know, they're brilliant because of the mix of colours, so you're not going to mix them up. But also, as you can see when you look at them, they've all, as well, got it written exactly what those plates are for as well. And as you mentioned, slightly different combination with some embossing folders, depending on the thickness of them. So people get to know their own machine, don't they?
So embossing folders are manufactured in 3 different depths. Okay, there's a really thin one, which is generally the one that you get sort of like, you know, Freeware magazine.
Yes,
They're not very thin. Well, they are very thin, and then they go up in different quality of thicknesses. Your 3D embossing folders tend to be the thickest one because there's higher pressure points. Yeah. So you will get to learn your machine. Yeah, because each machine is completely different. Okay, but literally start with the lower combination, which is your green and your raspberry, and then just have a play around with them.
Yeah. Definitely. You can see it here as well. And the brilliant thing is there's so much support on the Tonic website, obviously. So you can look at that. If you have got any questions, you know, you'll always be able to find the answers there. Plus, there's so many videos that you can go on, watch as well.
There's absolutely loads. And you know where I am.
Yeah.
You know, I say that so many times. One lady did actually take me up on it at 2 a.m. in the morning and rang my phone. I was actually snoring, fast asleep in bed. And you know when somebody rings you in the middle of the night?
Oh, it shocks you, doesn't it?
Think
it's
something's wrong with
scary,
your mum and dad or whatever. So I answered it in such a rush. Oh, I said hello. Oh, I'm like, hello. Oh, I didn't expect anybody to answer the phone.
Oh no!
I said, you're ringing my mobile.
My phone.
She's like, Jodie, is that you? I'm like, yeah, I'm in bed. Oh, I just want to know the plate combination.
Oh my gosh, I love this.
So my number is out there.
Not at 2 o'clock in the morning, though. Don't tell people that.
You can find my mobile telephone number all over the place, but please, 11 o'clock, cut-off point, 11 o'clock.
That's the end. Now, this is back in stock today after such a long, long wait. I mean, I just absolutely love that you were so happy last January filming your video. It's coming back. And then it's like, oh, actually, it's taken another year to get here. Can't now even use that video because we're on a different channel, so you've joined us. So it's you know, it can't be used, but it's here finally, and it's well worth the wait because all of the messages we're having about how fantastic it is, but the fact as well, and we say this with all tools, you know, it doesn't matter what tool we're talking about, you can buy certain tools and you have to replace them. And you replace them, and you replace them. And the actual, in the end, the cost and the amount you've spent, whereas when you go in and you buy the best, you don't need to replace it. So even though you might be thinking, oh, that's quite expensive immediately to do this, you've got it then. And you've got that then. We've heard from you, you've had it all that time, people saying 5 years, 10 years, you know, and it's yours.
I always used to think my dad was talking absolutely Billy. Yeah, when he used to say, you need the correct tool to do the job.
You do,
I'm like, don't be silly, Dad. My eye will do exactly the same thing.
Yeah?
But you know, he was right.
Yeah, 100%.
You need the correct tool to do the job, and if you buy quality, you end up with quality. They last you forever and a day. They really do.
And it does the job for you. Now, the machine on its own has gone and it has sold out. The most limited now is the Enchanted Fairy that comes with the machine. So this is where you are getting the machine. You are, of course, getting all of your plates, and I absolutely love it. It's flat on the top. That, for me, is brilliant as well.
It's a space saver.
It is. It's just clever, isn't it?
And it's good when you're contemplating.
You're thinking about what to do next.
You can just give him a cuddle and say, good boy.
Yeah. Come on, Tommy, you give me the answer. What am I crafting next? You can, of course, create with these gorgeous boxes that we've got, the gift boxes. Just take the tops off, you've got lots of spaces in them. And, of course, that comes with all of your instructions, but it also has an absolute amazing amount of dies. You can see over 80 that we've got there. Usually at full price, it's £79.99. Today, it's down to £30 for you to be able to get that, but we are now limited on that option for you to be able to get it. Love it's on a 4-way split pay as well, because it means that if you want to go that way, you're only paying the £25
Absolutely.
as well. Sorry, £50, which is super. Hello, hi ladies, so glad Tommy is back. I'm going to call mine hardcore. Oh, I like that. You've thought outside the box. First one not beginning with
T. Go for it.
Come on, hardcore, as you're kind of doing your dice.
Do your stuff, baby.
I like that. Our next most limited is our one that comes with the buzzing beehive that we can see here. We did have a massive stock available, though, of this one, so we have sold huge quantities. I had the biggest stock available across all of them. Great that it comes, of course, with all the dies, all the instructions again, and then you can see the finished, well, some finished samples.
Yeah, but if you're only paying £10 for it...
I know.
And you know... Even if you don't like it and your friend doesn't like it, stick it on, beige shite and sell it.
Yeah, I never know if we can say that, so that's why I'm always like, but I'm thinking it.
I've said it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, let's be honest, you could sell it for more than that.
Yeah, of course you could.
Make your money back.
It's a brand new dicer.
Yeah, it's been out last week.
It's only been out a week.
Yeah, I wouldn't be selling it for a tenner.
No.
So then,
well, there we go.
Have a little look if you want to on eBay. £27 it's on for at the moment.
Somebody's selling it for 27 quid. Get yours on there for 20.
20, you still made, exactly.
You still made a tenner on it.
Yeah, it's a good idea, isn't it? So that's the way to do it. So that is, just £10 extra to be able to get that today. And then the other option is to get our retro controller with the stamps that we've got here as well. And that, again, is only costing £10. I mean, these have all been bestsellers.
They are absolutely amazing. And because we've got that capped P&P, please take advantage of it. Because we've got the Nuvo adhesive back in stock.
Do you want me to show that?
All right.
Shall we bring it?
So if you're having this in your basket, get the 3
These
bottles.
ones,
Yeah.
Pop that over.
If you've got Tommy and you're purchasing Tommy, you've already paid your postage. Yeah?
Yeah.
So this here is the glue that you see me using every single day of the week. And it's back in stock. It's been out of stock for a long time.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, each of these bottles, the last time I looked, and I've not looked for a bit, were £5.45 a bottle.
Okay.
So
I'm presuming we're not doing anything like that price. Wow. Okay.
So you're basically buying 2. And you're going to get 1 for free.
Brilliant. And why do you love it so much?
It's fast drying, but you've still got that time, that movability.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a really, really classy glue, okay? Quick grab, yeah? You can use it on everything, fabric, MDF, everything, yeah? But this is what you see me using every single day of the week. Please, if you've got that basket,
add it on.
These are what I call toilet rolls.
Yes, I see what you mean, yeah.
You always want to have one in stock.
Yes, yeah. And you need to almost stock up so that you've always got the spare there ready to reach for when you need it as well. And that's taken them down to £3.66 a bottle. I also always love with all the Nuvos that they're fancy, aren't they? I mean, they look gorgeous with the tops, the gems that we get as well. Lovely colours as well. And, you know, if you've been waiting, of course, for this, like everybody has been, it's, like you said, a great one to add on because it is that one-off P&P. Once you've covered your £4.95 here in the UK, you can get as much as you want across the day and you won't pay any more. Jill's just said it's a great machine, the Tangerine, for large dies. Love mine. Was very hard to find a year ago, but she managed somehow to get one. Well done. Would you ever make a smaller one?
No.
No. So this is just, yeah.
We have done half plates.
Okay.
And the half plates are on order again.
Lovely. So that just kind of makes it kind of go through faster.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no point in making a smaller machine when you've made a big one. If it was the other way around, made a small one,
you'd go to bigger.
Would go for a bigger one, but not the other way around. No. We're going to go for the smaller plates.
Because this would cross all dies, wouldn't it? Rather than only being able to go with the smalls.
Absolutely. So these pots, can I just have the fine nibs on, darling? So we've got a pack of fine nibs, just the two to begin with. Okay. We've got the packs of nibs that go on the top of your bottles to make them fine tips.
Okay.
Okay. Once again, these have been out of stock for ages.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get them.
All these do is replace the actual nozzle that's on your bottle. So all you're going to do is unscrew it, flip the top off.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's easy, isn't it?
Screw the whole unit on there.
Yeah.
And then that becomes a real fine
that's good, isn't
tip.
It? And you can see the difference if I just pop that one next to it.
Brilliant if you're wanting to do like sentiments, little individual letters, that sort of thing, Really but this nozzle will also fit on all your Nouveau bottles. So Nouveau drops, stone drops. These stone drops will even go through it. So whatever Nouveau drop you've got, you can then do it into a pen.
That's brilliant.
And use these on there. Yeah. And there's a little, can't see that, we have my eyeballs. not a chance. There is a little pin
that you can just pop
in the lid that will go onto the top. But you're going to get 4 of those fine tips.
Yeah, so 2 packs of those with the fine tip to be able to really get that precision that you want as well. £10.99, so again another discount, something else that of course we've waited for a long time as well. And you've got that. I mean, it's great with the ordinary obviously tips, but even better when you've got that precision for your kind of smaller, more delicate projects as well. We also have the pens.
We do.
That are in stock.
So the pens are the bee's knees when it comes to gilding flakes.
Okay.
So yes, this is a glue pen.
Yeah.
But it's a pen that dries sticky.
Okay. Right.
It goes on blue.
Yeah.
It dries completely clear, but it dries sticky. So therefore, gilding flakes, bee's knees for gilding flakes, mica powder. Absolutely brilliant for mica powder. You can put your mica powder over it. It's beautiful results. Yeah. But these is a sticky ink.
Okay. And what's so different with the two of them? Is it just the size?
It's a bingo dauber and a chisel.
That's what it is, right? Okay. Yeah. So depending on what project you're working with.
Yeah. I don't know what you'd call that.
No, I mean it is a bingo.
A bingo dauber.
It does look like that.
Has it got a special name, Pete? Peter.
Pete's admiring the balloons.
Has a bingo dauber nib got a special name?
No, I'm not sure.
No. You go bingo.
It's a bingo. It's a bingo dauber.
Bingo dauber.
That's the word. Yeah, bingo dauber.
Yeah, there we go. That goes across. So all 4 of those you can get today at £12.99. So you've got the medium, you've got the large as well that you can see just there, and 2 of each of those, which is going to be absolutely brilliant to keep that stick that we can see as well, which is super. Oh, we've got the die case refill.
This is my life.
Go on.
Okay. You know when people say that working at offices, oh, I'm up to my eyeballs in bits of paper, and oh, I sit at my computer all day long and tap on the keyboard. This is my life.
Okay.
I live with magnetic sheets. Okay. These are the bee's knees. You're going to get 2 packs.
Yeah.
Okay, and this is the hardest wearing magnet in the industry. It is a double-sided magnet. You're going to get 6. Wow. Okay, so you see me using these all the time, don't you? So double-sided magnets. You do get the pockets with them as well. Lovely. That will fit inside your tonic folders, but they're a generic spacing.
Yes,
so they'll still work in your office folders as well. But you're going to get 2 packs of those. That's 6 double-sided magnets. That's 12 A4 die sets there. Yeah, wow. And believe you me, this is really heavy-duty magnet.
Yeah, which is absolutely super. And today you can get all of those for £22.99. And I love that you can have them in the folders, have them in your ring binder. But I know a lot of people actually put them on their back walls in their craft rooms, just kind of do a hole through the top of them, and you've got them then to reach to with your favourites if you wanted to.
These have been out of stock for a long time. So we had this huge shipping container come in, and it was full of magnetic sheets. strawberries and Tommy the tangerines. And our poor old beef in the wet warehouse, you feel the weight of those?
Yeah.
Yeah. Feel the weight of the tangerine.
This is really heavy. It's like,
imagine unloading a whole shipping
it's
container.
not the dream, is it?
Because you can't put the forklift truck in because they're not on pallets.
Oh, of course.
So he literally unloaded the whole thing by hand. May I take my hat off to you?
He deserves some chocolates.
Your back must have been killing you.
Oh, he'd be I bet he's feeling like strong though.
Absolutely.
Wow. So they're back in stock again. So do remember that we've got so many things that are back in stock. Obviously, all those Nuvo products, the magnetic sheets. Don't forget, though, of course, the tangerine. That is back here today. If you want this, we've still got 3 options available. Jump back onto the web. You can see everything, of course, that is there. So you've got the 3 options that are still available there. Of course, as you scroll up, you'll see all of the Nuvo bits as well as the opportunities, of course, the magnetic sheets. I think in terms of the B deal that we've got here, this is the most popular of what we have left now. You are paying just £10 for this amazing die set that's coming to you with instructions. You can watch the videos. Machine, £169.99, but today you can get that included for £179.99, which is just unbelievable. And the fact we've waited 2.5 years pretty much for this to come back into stock, it's finally here. No wonder so many of you have come in and taken advantage. And today, first day it's back, it is on that 4-way split pay, which we don't often do things on that as well. So it's a lovely little extra to help people hopefully be able to actually afford it at $44.99. 6 o'clock, you're back.
I am.
Lovely.
I don't know what with, but I shall be here at 6 o'clock.
Exactly. It doesn't matter. Pete never knows what he's here with. So it's, we've had quite a few days where we've thought Pete might be able to go home early. He's never allowed. He's just kind of turns up on the shows and they just give him something else. So it just happens.
We just have to take the chains off his ankles, don't we, Pete?
There's always a nice show put together, whatever it may be. So Jodie will be back with you at 6. I'll be back in a moment with Sizzix. We've got Pete here. So we'll see you in a moment with that. If you haven't already checked out on this, make sure you do.
At HobbyMaker, we are proud to collaborate with the best brands and suppliers in the industry, bringing you top quality products and innovative designs. Whether you're a crafting enthusiast or starting out, we provide everything you need to fuel your creativity. HobbyMaker, let's get crafting.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the HobbyMaker gift card? Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card?
Here at HobbyMaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker. Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to hobbymaker.co.uk and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and then away you go. Within your account setting, you can view your order history, address and card details and items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Welcome back. We're just discussing mince pies here. Have a nice little chat about them. Do you like them? Don't you like them? It's a bit of a throw. Kat's like, no, but she's never tried one, so she might love it if she tried it. You're a fan. Kat in the gallery's a fan. I'm not. Do you like them, Michaela? Yeah, Michaela. So actually, it's more of a up fingers here.
Yeah, we've got a thumbs up on mince pies. There you go. That's the national debate sorted out.
Exactly, because obviously we're the only people that matter with that answer. So now we are across the board. We are limited, of course, now of what is available in these Sizzix shows. Jump back on the website, have a look at what is still there. What is still available is limited as well in terms of stock. So I'm going to come to the brand new bundle first. We will kick off with that, which is where you are getting all 5 of those new Tim Holtz sets. Remember that these come with numerous dies in each of them. They also come with the embossing folder that just gives the most gorgeous effect. I mean, you can see with the coffee one, you can see with the celebration one that we've got there as well, what they can actually create. We only have 16 chances left, okay? So we've got 16 final chances for you to be able to get this. And then, of course, once it's gone, it has completely gone. Now, there is a big saving. We'll get that price straight down because it should have been £89.95 for these. But instead today, you are paying £49.99. All the individuals have sold out completely and 16 chances now left to get the whole bundle. And available on two-way split pay, which is really nice as well.
Yeah, and it's as you say, this is the last release of the year. It's Tim Holtz, of course. Not only are you getting 5 fantastic sets with lots of variety in there, you are getting 5 mini embossing folders.
I know, it's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I was going to say 5 in each set, 1 in each set.
Yes.
But really, really great sets. And, of course, they're called side orders because they work with the little sidekick machine. Of course, you can put them through any machine. But
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, bijou, shall we say.
Bijou, I like that. And I do like with these as well that you can mix them together. So like those embossing folders, they don't need to stick with the one they're with. You can kind of use them with other ones, use them with different projects. And it's great when you can see the versatility, I think, in a set.
Yeah, versatility is the key, and that's something that Tim built into all of his dies. He's a very clever boy, you know.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this is... they have been... To be honest with you, when we took photographs of the samples that we made, and we said... Because we do it... I did these in the middle of the year, and we send them out to customers, and they were so excited by these. They were so excited by the price, by the size, by the versatility, as you say, and the sheer usability of these. And they're gorgeous, gorgeous sets.
They are, aren't they? We're down to 14 final chances now for you to be able to get that. So if you do want it, jump in, of course, as quickly as you can. There's just like 14 chances. Now, of course, we've mentioned the sidekick as well, which works just perfectly, of course, with these dies, with these embossing folders, but also a lot of your smaller dies that you have at home. You know, it's great to have a machine that you can just run through very quickly. You can get those dies straight out, and it's perfectly sized for them.
Yeah, and it's called the sidekick, of course, because it's meant to work with a bigger machine. So if you have a craft room, great, you've got your big machine out all the time. If you don't have a dedicated craft space and you just want to bring a little machine out to do some cutting, to take to a crop or a group that you might have, to take to the caravan at the weekend, it's absolutely ideal. Now, this machine preceded just about every roller machine on the market. Came out in about 2003, 4. People are still using their original machines, but of course this is the Tim Holtz branded one, which comes as a starter set, so you're getting a lot of goodies included with that little machine.
Yeah, really nice. And you can see on this board what you might want to create from some of the goodies that you get, because you are getting the dies, so you have got this this lovely label die. You're also getting some of your numbers that you can see there as well. On top of that, you're getting your stamps. But again, what I think I love with this is you could use the numbers on your birthday cards. You could use those labels without any of this if you wanted to. So all of it really kind of works like this, or works individually as well, the elements you're getting.
Yeah, absolutely. And I did them obviously in the traditional sort of what we think of as the traditional Tim Holtz colours. But you know what? You choose some wonderful, lovely cardstock, or even some of the opulent cardstock, the golds and the silver.
Love that.
Cut those letters, cut those numbers out. You know, birthdays, all year round, those numbers are going to work. Great little stamp set as well.
I know.
Really cool. Really cool.
Really nice, isn't it? We were actually going to do a little bit of a demo, wasn't we,
on
what you actually get with this as a machine as well.
Let's do that.
If you have any questions, by the way, ask them. Ask them. You know, we're live, we're interactive. We can always pass these on to Pete as well. Is it your last hour before Christmas? It is, isn't it?
It's my last day before Christmas, yes. This is it. This is me undone.
Yes, me undone. Ready for Christmas. And your birthday, of course, because your birthday's on Christmas Day.
Christmas Day. It's a big one. It ends with a 0. So we're going for a run in the morning. We're going for a park run. We're going to do a 5K. Yeah. And then I'm back in the kitchen.
Do you look good for your age, you know?
Well, you're too kind.
No, it's
this. It's this. This is what keeps me young.
You're happy.
Yeah. I mean, what a wonderful job. So we're going to look at this starter kit. We're going to look at the little machine. We're going to talk about how, and I did it before, and it looks really insubstantial. But once you clamp that foot down, that is rock solid. Look, this is a big cat. We're rattling that.
We lifted at one of the
we did. Well, look, I've got another old friend by the side of me here. This is the Tim Holtz switch machine, which is a hefty beast.
We're not going to lift this up.
We're going to lift it up. We are going to clamp it down. There you go.
I feel like you're just doing your weightlifting now. You're just like, going for a run on Christmas Day and on my birthday, doing my weights with the machine.
So it may look like it is the smallest machine on the market, but it's probably the most stable.
Yes,
it really is. Once that's down, it ain't going nowhere. So let's take a look at our starter kit. So we'll probably go to overhead at this point, and we'll say we've got this lovely tag. We've got the little ring that goes with the tag. We've got all the numbers. Those are your dies. That's your little collection of die. Then we've got these gorgeous, gorgeous rubber stamps, and we've also got this mini embossing folder, which coordinates with this stamp, this lovely label stamp, or you can use it individually, so you can emboss into the tag. So I've got a couple of pieces of card which are ready to go. So I'm just going to cut. Let's see. Let's take this now, and we'll cut that, and we'll cut a couple of numbers. Actually, I'm going to do a birthday one. So I'm going to be completely selfish. It's all about me. So we'll do the number 60.
Sue sent you a nice message. You look good for 40, Pete.
Oh, come on. That is too... Is that my wife?
You one.
No, it's probably my mum, actually. But thank you, Sue. You're very kind. You're very kind indeed. Let's cut that. Sort of taken aback over there. So we'll put the little ring, and we'll put the tag itself. Sandwich it in the 2 plates, because obviously when we're die cutting, well, let's get this clamped down. Actually, I didn't clamp it down properly. So when you're die cutting, we use these 2 mini cutting plates. They're sort of almost like smoked cutting plates. Now, when I'm embossing, I'm going to do something slightly different. When I'm embossing, I will bring in this one, but we're not going to emboss today. We're going to cut to the chase. Let's cut those lovely numbers. You can see I've pre-inked the card. I've used distress inks to get that lovely sort of kind of rust effect. So again, we'll sandwich with the plates, and it's one of the simplest machines to get to grips with as well, in terms of how easy it is to use, how quick it is to use, how simple.
Isn't it?
Yeah, and there's nothing really to work out. It's all sort of done for you. So there are the 2 numbers. So we're kind of ready to go. But But there is one thing. We want to talk about those lovely stamps. And I'm going to bring in my stamp and stencil tool, which is down here. This is, if you shop by brand, go to the Sizzix.
Might be there,
page.
might be available.
It may be available. It's one of those things that sells out.
Sells out so often,
every time. Every time we have it on.
Yeah.
So, sticky grid sheet. Let me take some of these lovely stamps. So we'll start off with this big label stamp and get it about there. So I'm going to bring down, the great thing about having a stamp platform is that once that's in place, it's not going to go anywhere. No, I can take this off now and I can ink this up separately. There we are.
You know it'll go back into the right position, don't you?
Exactly. And that's another great thing about a stamp platform is that, you know, if I was going down with a stamp block, I'd have to be so careful. And I'd have to press it down so that I get... Now, if this doesn't stamp properly...
Doesn't matter, does it?
It doesn't matter, because I can simply bring it down again. Luckily, well, not luckily, because I knew it was going to work. Yeah. But it is perfectly in place, perfectly stamped. Let's bring in some of these other little ones. I'll put that one there, like that. Then we'll bring this one, put that at the top. And I think we'll bring some of the little stars. So there's all sorts of things going on here. And you can put those 3 stamps in place, then bring down, so once you've got them there, exactly where you want them, bring that lid down.
And then ink it up.
Yeah. So obviously it's a great little machine, but with this starter kit on top as well, it's quite incredible. So let's slip that back in. But remember, this isn't just a stamp platform. It is perfect for your stencils as well, for your layering stencils. But it's all about the sidekick today. So let's take that away. That's really
great.
I love that. I know. It's such a lovely little. And I hadn't made a board with it, funnily enough. And I went away, and I just had so much fun making different tags, different combinations, you know, with the inks and so on and so forth. It's absolutely fab. And I'm just going to reach back here and grab some of my distress inks, because I'm going to go around the edges of that as well. I've got a
Pauline said, I love my stamping platform and the spin wheel also. It's a game changer.
Oh, thank you.
That's something else we can't keep in stock, isn't it?
Yeah, the stamp and spin. Do you know what? That has, obviously, it won a lot of awards last year. Yeah. But the great thing about it, when we went to the trade shows and we're demonstrating it, sometimes it takes a little while before people kind of get what's going on. With that, straight away.
Was it immediate?
Boom. Oh, my word. What? And you used the word game changer, Pauline. It is absolutely that. And how's the weather in Conwy? Do you know what? I was looking, there's I think a race up in got a 10K run. I was looking at it.
Okay.
Because it's a beautiful part of the world. So if you ever find yourself in that area, magnificent castle. Anyway, I digress, as I often do, as is my one. But I can't find my tweezers, so I'm just going to pop that there. Perfect. Then we'll get the 2 numbers. And again, I'll reach down over here and just pop those out. Yeah. And they should be absolutely perfect and ready to go. So I think I'm going to buy myself a little Christmas present and put this tag on it.
Yeah. What is your present going to be to yourself?
Well, I bought a pair... It's really boring. It really is. I bought a set of... Prepare to yawn. I bought a set of bass guitar strings.
Oh, this is what you said yesterday, so that's your little Christmas present.
And they cost about £40.
Do you love playing bass guitar?
I do. It's been one of those things since I took it up in my late teens. Right, okay. Bass guitar, it doesn't really matter.
So you do both?
Bit of both, but and I'm equally rubbish at both, it has to be said. But I just love it. You know what? It's like crafts, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
As long as you get pleasure out of what 100%. You're doing, that's all that matters. You know, whether you think of yourself as beginner, intermediate, advanced, it doesn't matter. As long as you keep growing and get pleasure from it. That's the main thing. And there you go. So I shall put that on my Labella flat wounds.
There you go, and it's ready.
There you go, and it's a present to myself.
You're saying happy birthday to yourself, ready for Christmas Day.
Happy birthday, Pete.
Beverly said, hello to the man, the master, king of craft. It's heart, it's soul. Grovelled enough? Okay, throw us multiple demos, birthday boy. Best wishes on the 25th.
Thank you, Beverly. I will do my utmost.
I feel like Beverly did something wrong if she's grovelling that much. She's like,
oh, my word.
No, it's lovely to hear from you, Beverly. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, yeah, you can just sort of see that with the sidekick and with that bundle that actually comes with this, that you do get a lot to get started with as well. So it could be the first ever, machine that you get, the first ever bits that you get as well, because it'd be a great little Christmas present, wouldn't it, for everybody, especially at that price of under £50 for you to be able to get this today. Now, we have just checked, and the stencil and stamp tool, there is some availability in it. I don't think there's a vast amount, but we can bring what is available to you onto the show. It's one of those tools, and I can still remember the first time that we had the show together, when I was first actually introduced to this. And I was just amazed by it, because I think you see, obviously, tools that do stamping, quite often. Yeah. But it was when you explained, and the difference in the kind of engineering that had gone in, and the fact that, they'd come to you as crafters to ask, what is it that isn't sort of right in other tools, and what can we do here? It's just fabulous.
I think that's very important, and I was talking with Jodie before the show. I was talking with Natalie as well, and we were talking about how our different companies develop ideas. Yeah. And all of us, all the companies, we go back, because we have more content with you guys, and we want to know what people want and what they like, and we want to know where they see value in a tool. And sometimes having a tool which has multiple functions is very important, because you don't have to shell out for this, that, and the other.
Exactly.
So all of the companies, whether it's Tonic or ourselves, we do always. It's not just some engineer creating these things.
No, exactly.
They come back to us, and we come to you, and so between us. So really, these tools, we didn't design them, you designed them.
Yes, in essence, exactly. Yep. And we have still got it at that brilliant price of £39.99 if you want to get this. And of course, it works perfectly with your stencils as well. Lots of people have got it home as well, so we have loads of reviews that, of course, we can share with you as well, that are on our website now, from you kind of getting in touch with us and giving your feedback. Matthew saying, clever and thoughtful piece of craft equipment. It does what it says on the box, and a lot more. And then he talks about watching YouTube videos for it as well. Janet says, very good and easy to use, useful tool, exceptional crafting tool. Marilyn says, Pauline says about how she has used it, excellent product from Jane. Elaine, easy to use, it's great, there's no magnets, and a lot of people have said that, of course, with the magnets as well, because you don't lose one and then can't suddenly do that.
No, you don't. Well, the thing about magnets are great. I mean, I had a stamping platform before we released ours with magnets. Yeah. Absolutely fine. But once I got our stamping platform, I realised the restrictions that we have. There are no sides on ours. So if you want to put a 12 by 12 on that, or an A3 piece, you can. You can have it hanging off the edge. Wherever you put that piece of paper, it's going to stay. It's not going to shift about. You can't knock the magnets. It's not going to shift out of position, because we have the sticky grid sheet, that adhesive sheet. But it's not just the stamping, and it's A4.
Yes,
we're getting bigger stamps all the time.
Exactly.
It's A4, but it's also for your layering stencil. So it has a system with pegs, so you can get perfect accuracy with your layering stencils. And I have just designed some layering stencils.
Have you?
Yeah, but they're really unique, what they do, and they only work on our tool. But I can't say too much about it.
When will they be out next year?
I don't know, sometime next year.
Okay, lovely.
But I'm very excited about it.
Yeah, well, we will be as well. We can't wait till we can see that. So this is available if you want to get it. Also, do remember, it is basically the base for that stamp and spin tool that we were talking about as well. That is out of stock, but we also know that there's likely to be other things that are coming which kind of work with it as well. So it's like the base of starting a whole system that you can kind of own.
Yeah, we are looking at other things to come out with it. But even just for the stamp and spin, if you're a stamper, to make those lovely rosettes, it's a wonderful tool. So easy. There's no fuss and bother about it. It's so easy.
So get that if you would like to. That is £39.99. Now let's have a look at what else we have left on the show. Obviously, quite a lot has gone and has sold out. Let's come across to the abstract first that we've actually got, because we've got a little bit of availability left on this. Now this is where you are getting those 2 die sets. I mean, immediately you have got the most gorgeous heart swirls, paint splats. You've got all of those extras as well. And if you have seen the shows earlier, you'll be aware that actually with this set, there's so much you can do, from the most gorgeous contemporary backgrounds to, doing your foliage, to having feathers, to suddenly creating animals, to creating faces. It's absolutely brilliant. The flamingo is probably my favourite. Flowers can be created as well. And this is a better than half price deal. So it is £19.99 today to be able to get both of those as well. How would you kind of work with that one? Would you sort of think, well, I'll pass it through a couple of times, get loads of different pieces and then build up, or would you already have an idea before of what you were going to do?
Well, do you know what's funny with that one? I can actually show you, because we talked before, didn't we? We went through the journey that I had with that, because I saw those shapes and I thought they're going to make lovely background patterns.
Yes, yeah.
And then when I thought, oh, you know what? You could do this, you could do that, you could do. And there's so much inspiration online as well.
Amazing.
But we can have a look at those.
Yeah,
if you
let's,
like.
because they were lovely samples.
Yeah,
and they're all so different.
We'll go over. So that one set. Bear in mind, this is one set. Bear in mind, it's at ridiculous price.
I know, isn't it just? I mean,
such a saving.
£10 a set now, so better than half price.
I love that set so much. But this was the first card I made.
Yeah.
Right, so I just used a couple of those dies to create the most gorgeous contemporary pattern. Yeah. Then I thought, well, let's bring in a third colour. So again, we've got this lovely die underneath there. Then I thought, oh, I can make a really nice sort of contemporary. Then you see almost like wallpaper in the kitchen, or some of the fabrics, some of the wonderful fabrics that we see on Sewing Street. But
then I almost look at that bit here and I'm thinking of camper vans or caravan shapes as well. So I think it's just, as you're looking at it, you see your imagination, don't you?
You just spotted that's because I put that circle
it looks like a wheel suddenly.
It does. It looks like an old-fashioned camper van. I shall be going home and making one. But this one up here, because I put the circle there, oh, now that could be a face, you know. But then this was the next things I did. I thought, well, I love this bit, and this could be growing out of there. So we went for that sort of Matisse kind of vibe, and we did those. And then I thought, you know what? These long bits, I could take them individually and make them into a flower. So I did a couple like that. Then I thought, well, you know what? Let's go beyond flowers. Let's go to trees. So this is the journey. This is the order in which I made these cards. Then if I take those out, how about cacti? So, and I used some of the other little dies to create the texture, because I started to work around with these dies that cut the holes and use the negative. So we started to do that, and then we talked about faces. Started seeing faces. I went down a sort of Picasso route with that. And then, of course, we started to get into cartoons and figures and what have you. And it's all the same dies. This is your favourite?
I love that.
You go.
Yeah.
Then how about that? There's a little pheasant there. But you see, same die going on there. Then we've got the wing, obviously, there. And then I used it for the sequel, because I thought we could do something like that.
That is a seagull. They try and
steal everything, body,
don't they?
The dog's body, they're exactly the same. The chicken, again, the wing that was before now is the crest for that rooster. How about that? There you go. And even a toucan. Now I started to make little funny faces with those as well. So this is the body of the dog. That's the body of the dog. You wouldn't think, would you, when you're looking at that? That now becomes the face. So then we got that guy there. Let's move these out. Now, if you know my old friend Josh.
Is that Josh who works with us now?
Josh who comes,
who
does those wonderful, wonderful
him.
stamps.
He's great, isn't he?
There we are. How about that? There you go. I'm a designer. What's your superpower? The guy who did the stamp and stencil tool and stamp and spin.
Okay.
This is the guy. He's our engineer. He was the genius behind that Jordan. So we've even got Slash from Guns N' Roses. Now, if you want to go down, obviously, a mixed media route. If you want to use these to create backgrounds, to bring in techniques using inks, using acrylics, that's all going on as well. And there's a little card there with the word art in the centre. So you can actually make some framed art. And this is just a combination of all those dies. So that's a really, that's completely scattershot. All the bits left over as well. This one used to sit in a frame. I like that one. I do particularly like that one. And then finally, how about some?
They're so clever.
How about some earrings, some wearable sort of tribal?
Amazing.
Almost just a little bit of acrylics. You can put those together. You can seal it with a matte varnish, and it's actually wearable. But To think, that was that one little set.
One collection.
And that's one of 2 sets.
Yes.
$19.99.
It's brilliant. Donna said she loves the abstracts as well for making backgrounds, so much variety in them. So thank you for your message with that.
Yeah,
if you go to our website, because once these have obviously sold out, you'd only be able to get them individually. So on our own website, they are £21.99. So if you wanted to go and just get the scribbles and splats, I mean, it's our own website. We're just literally in price comparison to ourselves.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's £21.99 to get that, but we're doing on the live show today both of them at £19.99. So it's a £2 saving on this one, and that one's for free.
That's incredible.
Which is just so, so good, isn't it? So, yeah, an amazing, amazing chance to be able to get involved with this. You know, going forward, as soon as, of course, our shows launch tomorrow, you'll then suddenly be having to pay £21.99 just for that. And yet today you can get it at this price.
And you'll be getting good value for money, quite frankly.
Of course you would. I mean, £21.99 is a great deal. Yeah.
They're in my stash. I use them all the time.
Yes, absolutely. So Jacqueline, New Crafters, Sandra, everybody with this in your basket. If you want it at £19.99, do ensure you're checking that out. Do we have any of the flowers left? Yes, a little bit. OK, right. So we have also got a lovely duo set of your florals that you can see here. Again, I mean, you've got a huge amount of flowers that you can see within this, the way that you can actually build these up into sort of 3D images or backgrounds, absolutely beautiful, the samples we've seen with this as well. And again, £14.99, so a better than half price deal on this. And I think it's the samples that you've got, when you sort of see the different ways you can use these as well, I think it's just lovely.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the smaller of the two, that is the mini tattered florals. Tattered florals, of course, one of our most popular dies of all time. But Tim's brought them back here in different sizes, so you get that contrast. But I have got some rather nice samples here. So this one is so simple. It's just very, very monochromatic. And you can see there, but just by using some techniques to make these sort of pop out, to get a bit of dimension in them, then you take that daisy and turn it into a wonderful sunflower. We've got all the leaves as well with that. You can take the flower and turn it into a rose. Remember the scribbles and splat? That lovely
nice
funky heart?
Doesn't it?
That's in the background. How about this for simplicity? Again, cherry blossom.
Yeah.
Really, really cute. So I mean, there's so many different sizes,
Definitely.
so much variety. But if we look at the other flower set, this is the modern floristry. It's a great set if you want to go down that inking route, or keep it very simple. Simple colours, monochromatic. Again, we'll come up with something a bit inkier. Yeah, it just keeps going and going.
Exactly.
And for making backgrounds, now we were talking about earlier backgrounds that you can make with the other set. You can do the same with these flowers and make some of the most wonderful. And just go and check out online and have a look at sort of patterns for fabrics. And if you've got scissors cardstock, you'll always have the right colours. This one, I love this because it's very 1970s. And of course, I do remember the 1970s. But there you go. You were just a baby.
I wasn't born in the 1970s.
Well, I know, exactly. You barely remember the 80s. There you go. So I'm sorry for suggesting that you were, actually, but there you go. But there's so much variety in a set like that. And it's a very, very modern look and feel as well. But you've got the contrast with the other set, which is more traditional. So it's the best of both worlds there. We all need flowers in our stash.
Definitely.
It's one of those evergreen themes that we have in our die-cutting world.
And again, if you went to our own website and you wanted to get the scattered lace ones that we've got there, sorry, the small tattered floral, £13.99. So £13.90 for one set. You can get both of them today for £14.99. So absolutely amazing deal for you to be able to take advantage of them. We are at last of stock pretty much for everything. Do you know what? We have got a little bit of the card stock left as well. So let's come across to this. And these are like your yeah, imagine half an hour to talk about black, white and ivory cards. No, this is essential though, isn't it, to get this colour and also the quality of it.
This is my go-to. I have 3 drawers of this in work, so if I'm making card bases or I'm making boxes or anything like that, this is what I use for construction. It's a great weight. It makes the most wonderful base cards. Of course, it's the classic. It's black.
Yeah, exactly.
It's cream or ivory, whichever you prefer, and white. They're great for inking as well. But this is our scissors card, so this is what we use day to day. So all the cards that you've seen, the bases will be made with that price.
And I also think that's the one thing as well that you always need more in your stash, because the last thing you want is you've run out of your actual kind of base cardstock, which you can't do anything with, you know, without it. Again, it's at a discount today, so you've got that at £13.99, so a really, really good price for you to be able to get this amount of cardstock, so a 60-pack of the 3 colours that we can see here as well. If you go onto the website and have a look at the brand shop as well, because I think today has been a day where a lot of people are taking advantage of that one-off postage and packaging fee as well, because we've had so much on, we've had so many great prices as well, which has been absolutely brilliant. So take advantage whilst you can. Now, we have also managed to get a little extra deal with the machine that we can see just there as well. So your Tim Holtz, your big shot that you've got there in the black, which I absolutely love it like this.
Yeah,
it's very suave, doesn't it? And
you know, it reminds me of something. It's almost retro and modern at the same time.
I know what you mean. And most people want to have a manual machine and an electric machine. Like that tends to be what most people have for different projects.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's the way. There was a lady this morning who said she had 9 machines, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
I mean, if you can, brilliant.
Yeah, of course, absolutely. But there you go. That's what it looks like. The size, you've got the handles on the sides there. You know, you can pick it up. But it's so sleek. It's so elegant.
Isn't it?
It's sort of reassuringly weighty.
Okay, yes.
It needs to be stable, obviously. And then you open the front and look at the quality, the way that
comes down.
Drops down slowly like that.
Yeah.
You've got some internal storage there, so you can put all your go-to tools in there, your die pick and your die brush. But there's just 2 buttons.
Okay.
There's the on and off switch.
Perfect.
And the other one, that just reverses the direction. So it switches the direction. See what we did there? Switches. The direction. And of course, it's A4. So if you're wondering about machines and you think, you know, sometimes there are complex combinations of plates and what have you, our machines always
really
have the instructions written on the platform. So in several languages as well. But you don't really need it because it's all there in pictorial form. So whatever you might be using, whether it's thinlits or framelits, whether it's 3D embossing folders, 2D embossing folders, so that's the wafer thin die adapter, and that is for using some of the older Sizzix product and some of the 3D as well. So it always tells you how to make your sandwich, so you don't have to go digging around or downloading any instructions. And of course, this is an A4 machine, so it's the bigger machine, and it's in contrast. Look at the size of the plates.
Yes, very true with the switch.
To the Sidekick, and that's why it's called the Sidekick. You know, because you wouldn't have one or the other. You'd probably have both, because the Sidekick is your little go-to when you want to just cut a couple of things for a particular project. But this is your workhorse.
Exactly.
It really is.
And this can take your big dies, can it, as well?
It can take your big dies. So if you have some of the deeper dies with the steel rule blade for cutting things like fabrics and leather and balsa wood and so many materials, which you can't cut with a wafer thin die, great for quilting and things like that.
Perfect.
This will take that. And I know a lot of people out there that probably have big dies from way back in the day, because that's where we started, about 2001, I think. We launched Sizzix, and it was all about the big dies then. It was all about the steel rule dies. So if you have those, if you're a soft crafter as well, absolutely ideal. But having a machine which, even if you don't use the big dies, or you don't, it's future-proofs you. So if it's something that you might be interested in the future, you will have a machine that will cope with that and the thinner dies as well.
And it's down to £239.99 today, plus we've got it available on that split pay option. So it's on a 4-way split pay, so you can actually take it home for £60 today. Would you be able to run some of these through that machine to be able to show us kind of how you can use those dies in the bigger platform?
Let's take... do you know what I'm going to grab? Because all the dies that we have on today, we brought them on because they all work in a smaller machine. But I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll run these all through together. So let's take some different colours of cardstock, just at random. This is, of course, Sizzix cardstock. We'll get a nice orange going on there as well. And maybe that lovely red. I always cut my Sizzix cardstock down to this size, and I keep it all together. I do keep it as A4 as well if I want to make base cuts and stuff like that. But as soon as I open a pack, I take one of each and I cut them into 4 like that. So whether it's your 3D embossing folders, your 2D embossing folders, the old sizzlets, if people out there, I'm sure there are many viewers watching today who remember the sizzlets, which are Sizzix styles from back in day.
Right.
I love saying that. Apologies to the wonderful people of Yorkshire if I offended you with my shocking accent. And you know what? We'll even bring the tag from the Sidekick starter kit. We'll pop that into there. Let's take a couple of numbers just for fun while we're there to fill the space.
Shows how many you can actually fit in, doesn't it?
There you go. So if you're one of those people that likes to batch cut, if you're making a lot of, say, charity cards or something like that, or a lot of the same card, if you're making wedding invitations for your daughter, son, granddaughter, niece, nephew, absolutely ideal to have a bigger machine like this to cope with multiple cuts. Now, what I'll do is I'll load this into the mouth of the machine. And because it's switched on, I don't need to press anything. Okay, that's just going to draw that through all the way. There's an opening at the back, and it just takes it through nice and easy. Now, if you wanted to run this,
isn't it, as well, in terms of a machine?
It is for an electronic machine. It's very quiet indeed. But there we are. That's through.
Super.
That's out. And there we have it. So you get a really great, well, the cut that you would expect, quite frankly, from a Sizzix machine. So there we are. It's just pop all that out.
Elements out.
So if you have alphabets as well, you know, if you want to cut all those letters in one, because some people with alphabets, what they do is they cut a bunch of letters and put them in a little box. And they just take out the letters that they need as they need them, rather than, you know, cutting the individual words. So that's a good way to go. But look at that. It's coped with all of that. Really, really great cut. Perfect. Absolutely super. Great machine.
Yeah, all
there
straight out, isn't it, in the way you'd want
it?
So.
And they're all there. Now all I need to do is get my die pen.
Exactly, and just pop them out. So you can see that it can work, of course, with your bigger dies, with your smaller dies. Any of the dies we've got from today's show, of course, as well, will work with the Sidekick also. So it's great to be able to have, you know, a couple of combinations as well, which is fantastic. And, of course, a few people who have sort of mentioned dexterity problems in earlier shows, it's very easy with the electronics because you're just pressing a button, aren't you? You don't need to worry about like manual rolling or anything like that.
As you saw with this, you're not even pressing a button, you're just loading it.
You just put it in, turn your machine on and that's it.
That's something that we talked about from the very early days of die cutting, is dexterity problem, because we do recognise, you know, so if you know, I would always go for an electronic machine. If you do, I know my mum had carpal tunnel. She had that. And I know she struggled for a long time with even the most basic of functions. And I know there's been arthritis in the family in the past. And it's one of those things that as you get older, the wear and tear. So having something like this, talk about future-proofing, if you've got a touch of that even right now, so in the future, you know, having a machine like this, it's going to make everything so much easier.
Yeah, definitely.
It really is.
Which is superb. And, of course, it is today on that 4-way split pay, so you can actually take this home if you wanted to for £60. Or you can buy it, of course, outright at £239. It has got that discount down from £279.99 today for you to be able to jump in and get it, which is absolutely fabulous. Now, we will give you a little bit more information on these bits and about the postage and packaging, of course, that you can use here as well, because it is a fabulous postage and packaging system where you can just use, of course, that one-off P&P between midnight and midnight. But we know quite a lot of you are coming over from Freesat and different channels as well. So this is how it works if you'd like to buy a lot during the day.
Here at HobbyMaker, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the HobbyMaker app. Head over to the App Store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all the products that are featured throughout the day. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see our bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back to watch and shop. And you can see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send us a message to the studio. You can also keep up with the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with the HobbyMaker app.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
Okay, so we've got one other thing to introduce into this. We didn't even mention this on our show yesterday. I thought it had completely sold out in the later show, but we've realised we've got a very... was this on your later show yesterday?
Nope.
No, it wasn't even mentioned. So it's just not been mentioned. We've just not realised it's here and available. Well, even better then. So
even better.
Let's come across to it. So this was actually last on in October and it completely sold out. We've got it available right now. Can you tell us about them, so these cutting pads?
Sure, yeah. It's there are 3 different size cutting pads. One is a standard big shot cutting pad.
Okay.
And there are 2 smaller ones. And the reason that we have the smaller ones is if you have a bigger machine, like the Switch, for example, which is A4, or like the Plus, then if you want to run a small die-through, you don't want to run those plates all the way through. It takes a long time to get from end to end. So you take one of the smaller plates, you put it over your die, and pop, it's through. So if you want to save one of your plates, I know some people like to keep one plate clean. If you want to save one, this gives extra life to your cutting plates because you've got a spare set. So there's a standard size. And remember, whether it's a small plate or a large plate, they all work through the Switch and the Plus. They're just that much. As I say, one is standard. So it's good to have in your stash.
Definitely. And I suppose, again, if you were getting some of the dies that we've had today and you've already got, say, one of the machine that we've got just there, you may well, just like you said, want to use the smaller plates just because it's going to give you that speed as well, which is brilliant. So
that's what I do.
The 3 sizes. You've got that size. You've then got this size that we can see. I'll put it in white. You can kind of see it a bit clearer, can't you? You've got that size that we can see there, and then you've also got that 3rd size that you can see just there. On in October last, completely sold out on all 3 of those plates, but we've just managed to get them back in. I honestly thought they'd been on last night and sold out, so I was just ignoring that pack that was just there, and then we realised they were here. So even better that we can just squeeze them into the show today. So £13.99 to be able to get all 3 of these. We don't have a vast amount of stock though on them, so if you do want them, we've got what we've got, which is available at the moment. Hello, Gail. Do the plates work on the Big Shot Blue?
Yes, they do. Yeah. So whichever Big Shot machine you have,
doesn't matter.
They're going to work. So whether it's the I'm trying to think of the names of our machines. Whether it's the Switch, whether it's the standard Big Shot, whether it's the Plus, or whether it's the fold-away, they will all work through there.
Brilliant.
The large one is a standard Big Shot size, and the other 2, will work. Yeah, they'll all work through all the Big Shot family.
Yeah, perfect. So, that's your answer. If you want them, you can absolutely jump in and get them. People multi-buying on those as well. They're £13.99 for all 3 of those today. So, always great to have extra plates, of course, in your collection because they are consumables, but also to get the different sizes depending on which dies you're using as well. Another question here from Christina. Hello, Chris. Can you tell me, do the abstract elements go through as one die or are they individual dies?
They are individual dies. Yes, they're individual dies. I have them here.
You have them, lovely.
In anticipation of your question. So let's just... So when you get these dies, they'll come in a plastic wallet which is thrown away. Then on the inside you get this So you're getting your storage as well with these dies. So you can slip this in with the artwork on it.
Yeah.
And then inside, to keep them all together, we've got this little wallet. I need to get the glasses on for this. There we are. So let's tip these out so you can see all of the dies are completely individual. There we are. So that's quite a little stash. So there's all those
43
little
dies
shapes
altogether.
there. And you can see how you would use, like, something like that, for example. You could use that on anything.
Yeah, of course you could.
That. You could create a frame with that. You could put it on top of this one and create the outer frame. We've got things like this, lovely leaves. We looked at that, which was the feather or the plume.
Yeah.
I actually did an Elvis one, and that was his quiff.
That's
so
good.
I don't know what happens to that card.
I love that.
but this one for creating detail, you know, that's lovely. They're all kind of joined together.
Definitely.
It's just a wonderful, wonderful little collection that is going to sit in your stash. And if you're looking for a shape that could go with your other die sets,
it's going to be in there, isn't it?
Yeah. Amongst those. And another set that we haven't really looked at it yet, and we haven't looked at any samples. Of course, this is the one that goes with it.
Yeah.
This is our scribbles and splats. Yeah. So we move that out of the way. We get that same wonderful packaging. And these are the 4 dies. So these are slightly larger. And of course, we put them together because they work together. They work independently or together. These are great. And I've cut those out. So we've got a splat. We've got a lovely heart. The swirl. I think this swirl is probably one of my favourite dies of all time. I've used it so much for backgrounds. And I'm just going to show you. I'm just going to reach back and I'm going to get some samples which have been made using them. So if we think about the swirl, that's just as a background.
Yeah.
So what I did, I cut it 4 times, stuck it onto white card, trimmed it to size, and then inked over the top. So it creates a lovely faux emboss. Then I used it to create a rose.
It becomes a rose then, doesn't it? Which is so clever.
And those are the leaves from the modern floristry.
Yeah.
Then this lovely, lovely scribbly heart. The splat. Now, the splat I used here, I cut out of thin paper to make a disposable stencil.
Yes,
I couldn't find the word stencil.
No.
And I inked through that, so you can use them to create stencils as well. Here's another couple of examples.
Amazing.
That one, you can see that splat. We've stuck it down, trimmed it to size, inked over the top, and it gives that sense of dimension. Really, really wonderful set. Do we want to do a demo with it?
Yeah, go on. I think we should. We've got like 10 minutes left, so yeah.
Okay.
So we've got time.
I'm going to go back to that lovely heart. So we've got one cut already there in black, ready to go. Of course, all of these fit through that lovely little machine as well. So this is not going to help a wonderful producer and director. I'm going to put black on black. It's a bad idea.
You go with it.
It really is. But I'm going to take some. This is an embossing ink pad. So it's clear and it's kind of tacky. And I'm going to go over that. Now, I'm going to repeat this a few times because if I put that into this little piece of folded card. Now, I can take my gold, where is it? I have it here somewhere. There. So, gold embossing powder. I suppose, you know, we've all got the... If you have embossing powders, gold is one of those. It's an absolute must. But to give you that sense of opulence, it really is. And I'm going to lift that out carefully and put that there. Now, I'm taking a dual speed heat tool. And what I'm doing is I've got it on the lowest heat setting. The reason I do that is because I don't want this to look mottled. I want it to go... do you know what? I love that. When it starts to heat, and it just looks like a muddy grey powder.
It's seeing it, isn't it? Just transforming like that.
Once that starts... Now, this looks great as it is.
It does.
But it's only half the story, because I want this to look like a piece of metal. I want it to look like a founding. I want it to have that real sense of opulence. So I'm going to take that again, once it's cooled, and we're going to come back in, and we're going to add another layer. Now, you can do this. You can do this up to 3 times. But I want the folks at home to see how this is transformed. That's quite flat as it is. I'm going to pop that back in there.
I don't think I've seen people ever do embossing more than once. You know, like more layers than one layer?
Yeah, well, do you know what? I call this technique not embossing, but enameling.
Right,
because
okay.
embossing, well, I don't know how much people know about embossing powder, but basically it's ground plastic. It's an enamel.
Right.
So the more you add, the greater the depth. And this time, it's going to start going quicker this time. Now look, it's starting to take on the shape, and it's looking rounded. So it's doming because we're adding layer after layer after layer. So this is the sort of thing, if you were to put, if you were to back this with a sort of a matte medium, you could wear this as a brooch.
Wow.
You know, you really could. I'm going to come in.
So good like that, wouldn't it?
Doesn't it? But that, and look, let's pick that up so the camera can see that. But it still looks a little,
go for a third layer,
a little mottled. So we're going to come in with a third layer.
Oh, this is good.
It's great. And you know what? If you cut this out of a coloured card, or if you ink up some cards, so you've got a kind of multicoloured heart, then use clear embossing powder over the top.
Okay.
And that is true enameling. It just gives you that lovely. But if you try to do it out of a bottle, it's not the same. Because you're working with fiddly shapes, so it's not going to sit properly.
Oh, look, Pamela, well done to you. She said, I look forward to getting my Tim Holt sidekick for Christmas. Bought the Gotta Have Them All bundle as a treat for myself. Great demos, as always.
Oh,
lovely to get that as a little Christmas treat.
Do you know what I think? I think when you're going out and you're spending, you know, and you're getting all the Christmas presents, or you know, or if Santa's bringing them, obviously. But you know, it's nice to get a little treat.
Oh my gosh, isn't it just? Because you spent a fortune on everything.
I know, and that's when I got those bass strings. So I thought, you know what, I'm going to treat myself here. But
I know. I'm going to buy myself tomorrow my nice powder because so I've like really changed to like different powder, like, you know, when you're just in the December, everything's been so expensive in November and December, but I thought, you know what, I finished all my Christmas shopping, I was like, I'm going to buy myself my expensive face powder and we can have that as a treat for 1 month, because it is, get yourself one thing. So
I treat myself to some whiskey stones the other day. They're like marble, big marbles. You put it in your glass and pour the whiskey over. Take them out of the freezer.
That's good, yeah.
You see, I'm not a drinker. I've got some nice whiskies, but it's about once every 3 months, I think.
Yeah, just get that out and have it as a nice little treat,
So that was a little treat I got for myself the other day. It sounds like I'm just treating myself constantly.
Well, why not? Pamela's treating. If you get 2 treats, get a Christmas and a birthday, that's your 2 treats, so you're fine.
That's true enough. There we are. So I'm getting some, a little bit of, and I'm going to show you some... the sample, the sort of the sister sample to this. So I'm putting a little bit of glue across there. And, you know, sometimes we put colours, or we put golds and opulence against white card. But, oh, my word, does it pop
looks great,
against that black. It really does. And then I'll take some 3D foam pads, pop it on the back of that, and we'll just make a tiny little card.
Yeah, lovely.
I do like little cards. I like kind of big showstoppers as well.
Yes, But it's become really fashionable, hasn't it, recently, the smaller cards? It's
and almost like gift cards as well. So something like this, if you're giving vouchers for Christmas, right, it is not the most fun. But, you know, we've all got people who we love dearly, but what do they want? You know, like my mum... Another pot, and you know, so
so and they can buy it themselves. It's like
we always get tickets for something, you know, so for something for the theatre or what have you.
It's really nice.
So, but you don't want to just hand over a ticket. You want to fold it up and you want to slip it in something like this with a lovely sentiment saying "from the heart." And remember, I was talking earlier about that one when we said cutting it from coloured cards. So this is the same thing. This is using clear embossing powder. That was the card I cut the heart from. A totally different look. But what a fun way to use your embossing powders. What a great set for just perfect for that kind of thing.
We are incredibly limited now on these £19.99 for you to be able to get these. Remember, you can get one of them for £21.99. why do you want to do that? Yeah, exactly. Somebody has just realised, I was just going to say to you, if you've done that, because I can see a couple of people have, cancel it, which you have done, well done, and come in and buy the 2, because you're getting £2 off the one you wanted anyway, and the other one completely for free. So well done, Joanne, Karen, Anne, Jane, Christina, New Crafters in 5, Deborah, Mary, Paula and Tracy and Anne and Lisa, and Crafters in Pennsylvania, Hayley, a lot of you just coming through at the moment, which is absolutely brilliant, for £19.99 for both of those, which is superb. Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. So do just have a look back. The cut-in plates have just sold out as well. I think we've got the last couple of chances potentially on the flowers. Yeah, so the last 4 opportunities for you to get the flowers. So if you do want to go to those, then that is very, very limited, as is that full collection as well, for you to be able to get those gorgeous 5 brand new sets from Tim Holtz. And of course, we've managed to pop in the stamp and stencil tool, which a few of you have gone for as well, which is a lovely little extra, because often we can't put that in the show because it's sold out. It seems like it comes in, sells out, comes in, sells out, but it's there for you today, which is absolutely super. So Merry Christmas, Happy Birthday.
Merry Christmas.
Listen,
we've been here 12 months now. I think we started last January. It's been wonderful. I want to thank, before we go, I want to thank yourself, Dave, all the wonderful presenters, the backstage team. They're fantastic.
Super, aren't they?
Woo. And the people upstairs, you know, the people that put all this together. It's a huge team effort. It's a wonderful team. But thank you to you as well, the viewers, for sending in your lovely comments and making it such a wonderful year here at HobbyMaker.
Exactly, it is. Yes, because you just joined as I came back from maternity, hadn't you?
Right,
so I think I'm sure that first show that we did, I think it was maybe my first show back or something after I'd been off. So, yeah, I mean, it was a great way to come back, to be honest. Meet Pete, get to see that stamp tool and stencil tool in depth as well. It was brilliant. And now, yeah, exactly. It's like being mesmerised. Because I was saying I get hypnotised by you. So it's just lovely. So, well, thank you to you as well for being so fab to work with. Have a lovely Christmas, have a lovely birthday, and we will see you, of course, very soon.
Oh, I look forward to it.
As well.
See you in the new year.
I'm back with you on the 23rd, so I'm back next Monday. That will be my last show before Christmas, so please do join me for that. It will be lovely to see you. But of course, all of the fun continues right here. Remember that we have got and had some amazing bits from Hunky Dory on today's show already. Look back at that. You've got loads more coming up in the next hour and a little bit later this evening as well. Plus, we have had Tonic on, of course, with the Tangerine Machine. That is back in stock. She'll be back later as well to show you more of that, which is absolutely super. So you've still got lots to watch all the way up until 9 o'clock. I'll see you on Monday. Take care. Have a lovely evening. Here is Dave and Nat.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the HobbyMaker gift card? Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card?
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
At HobbyMaker, we are proud to collaborate with the best brands and suppliers in the industry, bringing you top quality products and innovative designs. Whether you're a crafting enthusiast or starting out, we provide everything you need to fuel your creativity. HobbyMaker, let's get crafting.
Here at HobbyMaker, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker. Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to hobbymaker.co.uk and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and then away you go. Within your account setting, you can view your order history, address and card details and items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Hey everybody, good evening. Thank you to Sherilyn. She's back next Monday, and I'm with you right the way through until 9 o'clock tonight now with HobbyMaker through the evening with a bit of hunky-dory.
Yep.
Nat's here. How are you?
Hello, I'm good, thank you.
Good to see you. I'll tell you what, let's have a little look at tonight because it is an absolutely stormy night. We've got some amazing deals with Hunky Dory to tempt you. If you love your watercolour pens and you love your colouring pens, pens and pencils, two amazing deals that are going to absolutely blow you out of the water. This is what else is coming up though between now and 9. So we've got tips and tricks with Hunky Dory and the watercolour pencils to kick off our evening in a few minutes' time. Then we've got, and what a big day today because we've had a show already. It did sell out, but we've been able to get more stock of the amazing tangerine machine. First day here at HobbyMaker. It's been out of stock for about 2 years, and it's here, and it's an amazing machine. That's at 6. 7 o'clock, welcome Pink Ink. It's a brand new launch. Pink Ink have never been on HobbyMaker until today. Gwen is here to introduce you to the brand and some fantastic stamp deals with that one. And then more crafty deals with Hunky Dory at 8 o'clock. That's when you're going to find the amazing pens.
Yes, we've got the brush pens on later on, which is going to be lots of fun. But today's all really been about Prism products for us. So we started off with our alcohol markers, those craft markers. Yep. And then today, in this hour, we've got two incredible deals because we've got our pencils and we've got our ink pads.
Okay, now let me show you first of all, one of the best-selling Prism products from Hunky Dory has always been the watercolour pencils. They come in a wrap. Now they are normally £29.99, and you get 48 of them, okay? Now these on their own are today £24.99, but don't buy them yet because we've got a special deal coming up so you can get the most out of the pencils, okay? So that is the normal price, £24.99. Christina in Norfolk, hang fire just for a second, because if you want these and you'd like to get the most out of your pencils with the Prism Handbook...
Oh, you got the wrong one there, Dave.
Oh, have I?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Give them the wrong one.
That's the ink pad one.
Okay. This one is the handbook for your pencils. So you might think to yourself, why do I need a handbook for pencils? There's so many ways of using these, probably that you've never really even thought of. I certainly learnt an awful lot. It talks about the colour wheel as well, what colours go with what colours. And it's beautifully illustrated. Now, this book is £9.99 on its own, okay? So as you can see, the recommended price for the pencils in the book would be £39.98. And I must say, Nat, the quality of the pencils, superb.
They're so good, aren't they? They are fantastic to work with. I love the fact that they come in that wrap because it means that they're so portable. They're protected. There's no like clanging around in like a metal tin with these. You've got space in that wrap as well to be able to put your water brushes, maybe your regular pencil or your eraser, your pencil sharpener as well. And then they just roll out for easy use. They are absolutely incredible.
Look at the price.
I know.
They're £24.99 on their own. That's discounted. And the book is £9.99, so you've got £40 worth there, basically. OK, the pencils on their own are £24.99 today. But with the book, special deal, special price, you get the whole lot of pencils, all 48 of them, and the handbook for less than what you should be paying for the pencils.
It's so good, isn't it? It's such a good deal. I love it when we can bring you this deal when you're going to get both of them. Because, like you say, the watercolour pencils are fantastic and we can use them in so many ways. But to be able to have that sort of like your hand held while you're at home using these, how you're going to get the most out of these, it is incredible. And you've got 48 pencils here. And they're 48 watercolour pencils. There's so many things that you can do with these pencils. We've got, I like to say 48 like palettes, 48 different pigment shades. Because they're water-based, we can mix them. We can use a lot of different techniques to be able to bring those colours together and get even more out of them.
Think of them as being like a palette, but in a pencil.
Yes.
Don't think of them as pencils, think of them as palettes. So you can actually scribble colour down on watercolour card, get a water brush, pick it up, and then paint with it if you want to. That's how clever and versatile these pencils are. I've got to let you know that already over 10% of our stock is in baskets. I'm not surprised. It's a deal and a half. I mean, it's like you're getting the book for nothing and getting an extra £1 off the cost of the pencils.
Exactly.
And the book will open your world to how you can use them. Because if you just thought, putting pencil to paper was the only thing you can do with this, this will show you so many other ways of using them. Treat them like a paint palette, but they're in pencil form with the wrap. I mean, what would you pay for the wrap?
I know. I mean, you can buy those on like a very well online shopping retailer. You can be buying like wraps or things, pencils in particular for about a tenner. So if you think the cost of that is costing you £10, then actually you're only paying like, well, yeah, your book's worth £10. So then you're only paying like £3 for all your pencils.
I know, and they are top quality. 48 of them. In the wrap, with the book, $23.98. Lots of brand new customers to us are coming through for this as well. Honestly, these are great for every member of the family, whether you're a professional artist, whether you're a dabbler, a beginner, even children. These are great quality pencils. They really are. Not all pencils are the same quality.
No, they're not. And these are like artist grade sort of pencils that we have sourced here for you. And one story I always love to tell is that our fantastic cat in the office, he comes and demonstrates with us here. Her mum is an incredible artist.
Really?
And she's had so many different pencils in her time that she's used. She does beautiful like live drawings.
I know these are her favourite.
And she absolutely loves these. She said
they are good enough for Cat's mum.
Exactly. She said they are just as good as some pencils I have spent hundreds of pounds on.
Cynthia's already checked out, so is Alison and Denise. Hi to Crafter, Carolyn, Norfolk, Joanne. Crafter and East Riding of Yorkshire's coming through for this deal as well. A little message here from Caroline. Do you have to use these watercolour pencils on watercolour paper?
So, the one thing that I say with all Prism products is the best way to get the most out of your pencils is to be using the right cardstock.
Yeah.
So with your watercolour pencils, you kind of have a choice and it's completely up to you, and I'll show you now exactly what I mean with this. So let me just grab my A4 pad. So I've got my A4 pad of Essential Cards block. This is just a regular Inkme cardstock. We had it on earlier with our pens. We use this with loads of different products.
Okay.
So that is your card, the sort of like plain card that we've got. Then we have our pad of traditional watercolour card. Now, it really depends on how much water you are going to be using and how much you want that colour to sort of move. And I'll show you, honestly, so you can see the difference. You can see how sort of it moves around and stuff. So this is our watercolour card pad, which with your pencils, and if you are going to be doing a lot of watercolouring, I would suggest to use. You don't always need to use water with these pencils, and they blend really nicely together if you are just going to use like two colours together. You can sort of like mix them through and you get gorgeous sort of like ranges of colour. So this is the watercolour card, and then right next to it, this is the Inkme card. So you can see the colour goes down beautifully on both without using the water. And we'll blend it together so you can see again. You're going to get that blendability no matter whether you're using the smooth Inkme or the watercolour card. But then it's how these work with the water that is going to really make the difference here. So this is your regular Ink Me card. Now I'm just going to go in and I'm going to melt this cardstock. And as you can see, the colour is pulling away. Yeah. However, you've still got that initial sort of space there where you laid the colour down, it's not dispersing at all. So let's switch it over and go on the watercolour card. And now, when we move this in, you can instantly see...
Yeah, it moves
it's
easier,
moving
doesn't it?
so much more easier. It almost melts into the cardstock. And the watercolour card as well will allow you to use as much water as you wish to with this. So you can really give it a good wiggle. And you can see I'm going over the same spot here over and over and over. It's not damaging the paper. No. It's melting that colour further and further down. And the more water you use on here, the more sort of like pigment you're going to get.
Well, I'll tell you what.
The more movement you're going to get.
Let
but
me
with
give you
this one, even going back in on it, it's not moving any more out of that square. But with this one, it's pushing it out and further and further. And I can keep going back over that to really sort of move it into the cardstock. Well, so having the best cardstock is the right thing. So watercolour cardstock is a must with these.
Bearing in mind how much you're saving by buying the pencils and getting the handbook in this deal, treat yourself to the watercolour card book or pad. It's only $11.99 and you get 12 beautiful size sheets. It's 277mm by 187mm, 300 GSM, but it's gorgeous quality. And it's not pitted like some watercolour cards.
No, it still has that sort of like watercolour card feel, but it's a very smooth sort of cardstock to be able to work with.
So that is CKHD29. It's only £11.99. If you've already ordered the the pencils and the book, and you want to pop this into your order, give the call centre a call again. It's a free phone number, or just do another order on the website or do another order on the app. You won't be paying any more than that 1 P&P per day of £4.95, okay? $11.99, and that's going to give you 12 sheets, 300 GSM of the watercolour card. But this deal, again, to reiterate it, is phenomenal. You've got all these different shades of different colour families. So for greens, for example, for foliage and stuff like that, you've got how many greens? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You've got about 7 or 8 greens there. So you can get very realistic foliage and leaves and that sort of thing. You've got probably about the same number of blues for sky and sea and all.
But there's also lots of different like pigments in it. So I've got the watercolour pencils colouring chart sheet here, which you can download on the Hunky Dory Hub. And you can see here that I've actually laid down all of the different greens already. But look at how many different tones and shades you've got. And with this colour wheel, with this colour chart as well that you can download off the website, what we've got here is like 2 separate boxes. So you can see this is the colour on the left-hand side that is just the pencil on its own, and then the next square is the pencil when it's been watered down. So you can see the different effects and the different shades and tones you're getting and how much pigment's actually going to come out of them when it's watercoloured down as well. So there's a nice mix there.
I mean, you are, to be fair, going to get so many hints and tips, how to blend, all the different ways of adding water and so on. But what you've got here is a fantastic tip book, basically, how to get the most out of your pencils, how to use them in lots and lots of different ways. That is worth $9.99. If you look on the back, you can see it's got $9.99 just down there. So £10 worth of value in the book alone. It's almost like you're paying just £13 or £14 for your pencils, which is phenomenal. And if you want the actual pencils on their own, we do have them available, but they're £24.99, a pound more than if you buy the option with the pencils and the book. So don't go for the one on the right, go for the one on the left, KYHD26. $23.98 for the whole lot, and you get the wrap included as well. There's even a little zipper compartment in there where you can keep your erasers or whatever.
Store all of your bits and pieces. So essentially, like when you're like, if you're someone that wants to craft on the go, I know you, Dave, love to sort of like go out and sort of like live draw, don't you?
Yeah.
So you could get your pad, you've got your wrap of pencils, you can pop this in a little tote bag and just spend the day at the park or in front of the manor house or wherever it is. Maybe it's the harbour and you're painting the boats and the town. Like, No matter where you are, it's like a portable crafting space, which is really easy to move around. You don't need a lot of storage for this.
I think the thing with me is, you know, you can go out into the high street and find watercolour pencils any day of the week.
Yeah.
You don't really know what you're buying until you get them and try
you don't know what you're buying, and you don't know sort of like how to get the best out of those pencils. With the knowledge that you're getting from that book, even without watching the show, you've got everything you need to know there.
And also the kudos that Hunky Dory brings. They're not going to put their name to a product if it's not the top quality that you'd expect. So you can buy with confidence knowing that they're going to be top notch.
Well, we had no watercolour card for absolutely months. Like for months we had no watercolour card because we kept getting watercolour card and it wasn't right. It wasn't blending the pens properly. It wasn't working properly with the pencils. We couldn't get the right level of like quality that we wanted. So that's the reason why we didn't have any for ages, because we were waiting to find the right product. Because we're crafters and we know that crafters want the best.
And
so
these are.
We take the time to get that.
OK, now if everyone checks their baskets out, I'm not surprised about this. 40% of the entire stock will have gone. So if you do want to get hold of these, $23.98 as opposed to nearly £40.
Such a good deal, isn't
about
it?
£15 off. And the 1p&p of $4.95. Now, you saw Kat use a water brush a few minutes ago. If you're thinking, oh, I haven't got any of those, but I'd like some. These are brilliant. You literally put the water in the bottom of the brush itself, and it comes through the bristles. So
it's really good.
It does with...
You get 3 different pens in this pack as well, and they're all different nibs. So you get small, you get medium, and you get large. I don't think I've got the large one with me. Let me check this one. Yeah, there we go. So you can see here the true difference in what you're getting, and these are well used as well. So this is the large one, so it's really got a thick base. So if you're doing like backgrounds or you're wanting to fill a lot of area, it's great for that. Then you've got your medium one, which is more of like a pointed sort of end to it. So that one's really, really nice as well. But then you've also got this really nice fine nibbed water base. So you just take off the bottoms, fill it up with water like so. You can place this back on. And then this little area here where you can see it says push, this is where it controls like the amount of water that you've got coming in. So you can really like flood your work by pressing this in.
And it's a nice soft plastic as well. I don't even know if that's got any
water in it actually. There we go. So you can see that controls how much water comes in or out. So if you're wanting to do a really like smooshed background, you want lots of water on the surface, then it gives it that control.
And you know what? You haven't got a jam jar on your craft table that you can knock over.
And again, like we said, crafting on the go, you're not going to have to like, I don't know, empty a water bottle or anything into a little tub, do you? You've got the water in those pencils to use.
Any day of the week, they are $9.99, so $3.33 each. Today, we're taking another couple of pound off. £7.99 is all you need to pay for these. And because they're all different sizes of brush nib, you've got exactly the right brush for the job that you want. NTHD 96. NTHD 96, $7.99, £2 off. Put that towards your P&P for the day. If you've gone for the pencils, do treat yourself and go to the brushes as well, because they are going to be so useful, so handy. $7.99 and it's yours, on its way to you. Free phone number 0800 001 4433. Free to order on the website as well, hobbymaker.com, and the app. If you're new to us and you haven't got that, download that from your app provider, totally free.
They're really good for using with not just water in this way as well, but you know, if you create your own like pigments and things like that, and say you're doing like a batch of like Christmas cards and you've got like gold water based paint, you can fill this up with them, and then you just like write with them as well, and that's a really cool way of using them.
Well, lots of you going for those brushes as well. 20% of those now gone. Now, I'm the proud owner of one of these at home. I love it. I use it for my model making. Now, this was $11.99, I believe, last time it was on air, which is really good. I pay more than that. We're already starting with a brilliant price of $9.99.
Is it going lower than that, Ellie? No.
It's going lower than $9.99.
No way.
I know people that charge £15 to £20 for the same mat.
Yeah, the exact same mat.
Exact same mat. This is.
I feel like this is the normal deal price, $9.99 as well.
Yes, I think it is. Now, if we've ever dropped it before, it stayed at this price at $9.99, which is a bargain anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. And also, look at these little wells that you've got here as well.
What is it normally, Ellie? $14.99.
Normally.
$14.99, so it's half price.
Yeah.
Half price.
£7.99. I don't remember it ever being this price. It's never been this low before. And I use it for my model making with all my little bits and pieces because these little wells.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I bet it's good for like placing in like glue as well because it's silicone. Once that glue's dried, you'll just be able to like peel it off and then it's not harming it at all.
If you're a jewellery maker or anything like that, again, these areas here are perfect, but great for mixing your colours as well, whether it's watercolour or whether it's acrylic paints or whatever it might be. And you've also got a nice edge around this, which stops anything kind of rolling off.
Yes. Yeah, it's great for sort of like keeping things messy, but keeping it all nice and sort of in those sections. Nothing's going to be spilling on your fancy dining table with this.
And also, it doesn't slip. It grips onto any surface.
I'm shocked that that's that price. That is absolutely incredible.
Brilliant. Okay, well, lowest ever price today, $7.99 TR HD20. It's never been $7.99 before. When I bought mine, I'm pretty sure it was $14.99. So yeah, you're getting nearly a half-price deal on this. Now back to the main deal, which is if you've ever thought about taking up colouring or watercolouring, and you're thinking, right, okay, that's going to involve an awful lot of equipment, lots of expensive paint palettes. Think of these pencils as basically paint palettes in a pencil, because that's what it is. Whether you're going straight onto the card, as Natalie showed you, or whether you're mixing them together, whether you're adding a bit of water, not to the pencil, but to what you've laid down on the cardstock. $23.98. They're normally $29.99. For the entire rack of pencils, 48. We dropped it down to $24.99 for just the pens or pencils in the wrap. And then we added in the book, which is normally an extra £9.99. And this is to make sure that you get the maximum knowledge and use out of what you've just bought today. There'll be so many techniques in here that you didn't realise the pencils were capable of doing. So it's money so well spent. And it also will teach you about the colour wheel, what colours go with what colours and so on. So we've given you not only a discount on the pencils, we're giving you the book free, and we've taken another £1 off the price of the pencils down to $23.98.
So good, isn't it? Yeah, and like we said, there's so many different ways in which you can use these pencils. So obviously one of them, and the easiest way to use them, is straight onto the cardstock. And when you're wanting to sort of like use your colour in lots of different ways, you can of course colour in like the whole surface area that you're wanting to achieve and then water it down, or you can sort of like start by, I like to use it in this way, and I'll show you in a moment on like an image, but you can pop it down and go over it a number of times as well, because of course the more pigment you lay down, the more pigmented it's going to be when we go into this. So we can use our water brushes, and you can obviously just add the water onto this and push out that colour, circle that around, or the way I like to do it is to bring in the colour and like drag it from the line. So it's called like pulling colour, where you've just got the lines of colour and then you're pulling out the sort of pigment from it. So you've got that way of doing it. The other way, and the way that we were talking about with using your mat as well, is to actually take like a pencil, and you can just pop, use like the sharp end of your craft knife to just chisel away some of that colour, and then with your brush you can just again add that water to it. This gives you a lot more of a pigmented colour look than it would do if you like pull the colour or you bring it from there. So what you can do with this is then go straight onto it.
Wow.
So you're getting that gorgeous sort of like vibrancy of the pigment, but still in that watercolour way. So there's loads of different ways and options that you can use the colour in that way. Another thing you can do with your pencils as well is, if I just get some, this is just a spritz bottle with water in it, and I'm just going to spritz that surface, and you can just sort of like wash that water into it, just so it's like lightly on there, and then you can go straight in with your pencils onto there, and this will give you like an effervescent effect, because as the pigments go into the water, then you're going to get like this movement of colour.
They kind of explode.
Yes, like a firework would do. So you can see as you're just placing that pigment on, it's doing that really sort of really nice, just moving the colour out from those little tiny pigments that you've added.
I've got a friend as well that actually gets a little strip of watercolour card and uses the pencils and puts down colour onto that card that they're going to be using in their painting or whatever, and they use that as a palette.
Oh, that's a cool idea.
And then they just take their water brush with them and then take the colour off the water.
I like that idea.
And paint with it.
That's a cool idea.
There's so many ways, and that'll be in the book as well.
Yes.
But this deal is off the charts. It really is phenomenal. You know, on the countdown to Christmas as well, you don't expect to get deals quite as good as this. Maybe in January, over 40% of the stock has gone for the real hero product in the Prism range, that is the watercolour pencils with the wrap. I mean, the wrap you could spend easily £10 on.
Yeah.
The book you could spend £10 on.
I'm sure when we've done a show with these pencils on before, we've pulled up a very well-known website and searched for a pencil wrap. And it's been between £10 and £15.
And I just love the fact that obviously pencils with pigment in them, if you drop them, you can damage them. But putting them in the wrap like this, just rolling them up like this, like a jewellery wrap, it's protecting every single pencil. You've got the cord that you can then just tie around it. So that takes up no room whatsoever, but every single, even if you drop this, you know, the actual wrap is protecting every pencil in there. And yeah, the pencils on their own, £24.99. Don't buy what's on the right of your screen, please, because you'll be throwing away a free book and throwing away £1. Because this deal on the left is what you want. KYHD 26, £39.98 down today to £23.98 for the book and the pencils and the wrap as well. Now we've got another amazing deal in the show. Not just the pencils. We'll come back to those, I'm sure, before the end. We've got the opportunity of you going for another hero product, the Prism ink pads. Now, this is not 1 or 10 or 20 ink pads. This is all 40 that you can see here.
All of them.
40 amazing Prism ink pads in all these different colourways. You can get the whole lot. And as well as that, you're also going to get a book that's been produced for your ink pads. Again, how you can use them, what you can do with them that maybe you didn't even realise. This, again, is worth $9.99 for this book. So you're going to get that with 40 ink pads, all included. Should be £129.59. What type of ink pads are they now?
So they're a water-based ink pad. So again, they're going to react in the same way that your pencils do. They are a fantastic sort of like really nice pigment. They come in these really tiny, cute little cubes.
Yep.
You've got these little indentations within here, which means they're really, really handy to hold. You can do so many different things with these as well, because again, not just are they for colour, you can stamp with them like straight away.
Can you see what we've just done to the price? £129.59 for all 40 of those, and the book has tumbled to £59.80.
And we've got a split pay.
It's on split pay, yeah. But
these are back in stock as well.
Ellie's
they came back in stock last month, I want to say, where you could get the whole collection, because we were out of stock of this for a while.
Ellie's put a clock on.
Oh, Ellie, what are you doing?
Which means that £59.80 is going to go lower. How much lower? Split pay will still be there. Wherever we go with this, it will be still on split pay. AOHD 15, get it in your basket. Janet in Devon already has. It's over 60% off at this point before we do this. Watch. Here it comes. $49.99 with 2 split pays as well. $24.99 today.
Again, take the cost of that book off.
I know.
That
so
is,
paying £40.
you are going to £40,
a
pound an ink pad. We have never, ever, ever been that low, I don't think.
20% already in baskets.
It's a good job that Anne-Marie finished for Christmas yesterday, because you would be in trouble right now.
Susan, Heather, Rachel, Mary Ellen,
you really need to take advantage of this.
Samantha in Hampshire.
Such a good deal.
Well, phone
and
lines
with
are
the
busy.
saving that Ellie is giving you here, because you're getting it on split pay,
I know.
you need to get yourself this mega storage caddy.
You are saving nearly £80 off the price today.
Don't you just love it when you save more than what you spend in?
Oh, I love it. Absolutely love it. But you've got every colour you could ever possibly wish for in here. Absolutely.
It's an amazing... honestly, I'm shocked.
Let me just take the top one off the stand for a second.
£40 an ink pad that you're getting here.
Let me put them to the side so you can see every single colour. I mean, to have all of those colours at your fingertips, it's not just for putting onto rubber stamps or polymer stamps. You can, of course, put the colour down on your new mat.
Yeah, we can blend with them with our blending tools. You can watercolour with them. I always say that our ink pads are the most versatile of all of the Prism products because of how you can use them and what you can do with them.
and just look at all those different shades of taupe and brown. So if you're doing maybe colouring animals and fur and hair and skin tones for us, you've got every colour there you could ever possibly wish. And of course, you've got many, many more colours because you can blend them together.
You can blend them together. You absolutely can do. And like with all of the different sort of mediums we've brought to you today, again, we've got that downloadable colour chart so you can swatch all of these colours to see exactly how they're going to sort of lie down and exactly which colours are going to go in. So I've done this one really, really rushed on here, but I always just, this is printed onto sort of like A4, and then you can just go in with your different colours, and I'll just do like the edge of my ink pad, and you can see how sort of like juicy this is when it goes down. And then I have got all of the different colours on here then, so you can just see which ones work together, which sort of like tones are going to work really nicely. I think that one is from our exclusive bundle that we still have some stock of as well. But just moving through all of the different colours, we've got different shades of oranges.
Now these are the ink pads, by the way, that if you're lucky enough to get the hunky-dory storage case, you can get 2, 4, 6 ink pads in each of those internal cases. That's what you're using. So.
We store our ink pads. All of the Hunky Dory team have their ink pads in these fantastic cases. And then you'll notice that every single ink pad has got this really nice little divot in the back of them. So what we've got is our grip and hook circles here, which we've got on the show. So you can add them onto the back. And then each one has its own individual blending sponge. We've got them for you as well. That means that you can store them in these fantastic cases, but you're not getting any ink anywhere on these cases at all. They are ready for you to craft with.
I just asked my producer Ellie if we can see if we've got any stock of the storage. Could we have a little look and see if we've got that available? Because I think a lot of
I don't know whether it's. I don't know whether if we've got it, Liam will let you have it, because I do know that it's going to be on Thursday. On I think it's going to be on the Spree Show at 11 in the morning on Facebook.
Thursday.
So tune in for that, because again, there's going to be some great deals.
Okay, now already I think half the stock is gone of the ink pads. We've got more people now with it in baskets than we actually have stock for the ink pads.
That's crazy, isn't it?
If you do want your hook and grip circles, which are what you can use to actually attach your blending sponges to the underside of the ink pads, we've got these in the show for you. Whenever these are on the air, they fly. £3.99. You get 120 of them in there.
120 individual circles. Now, these aren't both sides of the hook and the eye. These are just the hook sides, because on your blending sponges, you have the eye.
Yeah.
So if I gave you Velcro, you're not going to use it.
Exactly.
And you're going to have loads of other sides of the hook and grip that you're not going to be able to use. They're going to go to waste. With this, we've just developed these to work specifically with your ink pads and your blending sponges.
Brilliant. So if you look underneath your blending sponges that you've got, you'll find that there is the eye there.
We've got them there.
These are the hooks that you can put on the bottom of your ink pads and attach those to it when you're not using them, which is a really clever idea. Only $3.99. Loads of you are realising that you want these in your life, just to sort out your ink pads and also to sort out your sponges so you don't lose them or get them mixed up or whatever. BKHD 08 $3.99. These are back in stock today as well, which is fantastic.
And they're just so fun for like making backgrounds with, for sort of like any different occasion as well. So I'm going to use it with some of our masking sheet now. I have taken for this one of our brand new Moonstone combo dies. This is the happy one, and I've just die cut this into the sheet. So I then will have lots of little sticky back happies that I can just pull off of here.
Now, I know we've had a question about the mat. Who was it? Was it Annette? Annette asked the question, could I please ask, is the mixed media mat heat resistant? Yes.
It is, yeah, it's heat resistant, so you can use it, with your heat tool.
To protect my desk from the heat gun?
Yeah, you can use it from your heat gun, your heat tool as well. You can use it from any of those sort of elements that you will have in your crafty stash. I've used it with a wax seal before as well with this, so I'm going to just place...
Well, silicone can go in the oven, silicone bakeware, so it's absolutely fine.
You can pop it in your dishwasher as well when it gets really dirty and clean it off.
I can speak from my own experience. It's a brilliant mat. It does protect all of your surfaces, and it just means that nothing's kind of rolling around everywhere. Everything's got its place. So whether you're using it for card making, whether you're using it for jewellery making, in my case, model making, it's an absolute godsend. $49.99 for this deal, remember, for the ink pads. If you want those, we're down to the last few now, so please do check out. AOHD 15 gets you 40 ink pads and the book as well. What a deal. What a price.
So let's pop this down on here then. And this is masking sheet. So masking sheet we have available for you to purchase. You can grab that on the Hunky Dory brand page. I'm not sure if we've got it in the show today, but it's a fantastic product. And it just means you can make like little stencils out of any of your dies that you might have, so you can use them in your sort of crafting. So I've die cut that happy a number of times, and I'm just now picking out those bits of my words that I want to remove so that I can ink through them. So let's just go up here, and I'll just pop this along here. And I love using these tools to blend and create really nice backgrounds with as well. So once I've got all of my bits removed that I don't want in my sort of stencil, I'm going to turn this over, and I'm going to grab my brayer, if I can find it. Here we go. And I'm just going to brayer over the top of this to really secure that masking sheet onto my cardstock.
Okay.
There's loads of really cool things that you can do with your brayer and your inks to create really fun backgrounds, like using bubble wrap. You can do it with loads of other products, but do it on the back first and then go over the front. You just want to make sure that there's no sort of like lips that are going to sort of come off. And then we're going to go in with my favourite combination, which is like a pink and a teal colour, and we're really going to mix these colours together. So I'm going to take my blending tool now, and we're just going to place that on there. We've got our blending tools on the show as well.
We do.
And then we're just going to go over the edge of here. Now I can what I like to do when I'm doing backgrounds like this is create them on like a larger sheet, and then I tend to cut them down, because if you start creating something and you do it on like a small area, I feel like you're a lot more confined to that space, and it might not be or look the way you want it to be when you've finished it. So if you work on like a larger area, I always find it a lot easier to sort of craft. So I've gone in with, that is our lipstick, which is a gorgeous sort of pink shade. And then I'm going to go in with teal. This again is one of my favourite colours. I'm just going to pick up that ink, and I'm just going to go over. But look how much pigment is down on here.
And also look at how it blends and changes colour when it meets the pink.
So nicely together. And these are two very opposite colours as well. They work really nicely together. They are very complementary colours, but it just looks incredible, doesn't it? So I'm just going to go a bit further down here with that, and then go back over into the pink. And then if you want to really blend those colours in as well, just go back in with that first shade, and then you can just go over that area just to bring that pink back in to get that sort of blend. And then we're going to do let's go from the blue to, I'm going to do, let's go in with, there's just so many colours, it's hard to choose. I think I'm going to do like this leafy green.
Do they last a long time, the ink pads?
They do. They've got a huge sort of amount of pigment within the ink pad, so they are super, super juicy. Great for sort of blending in this way. But you could also create this card by sort of like swiping the ink pad across as well, and that's going to give you more of a pigmented look than you're going to get when you sort of blend these colours together. But
I love the size of them too, because you get a lot, and they're
really
compact.
But they don't take up a lot of space at all, do they? Because of how tiny they are. So let's pop that on, and then what we can do is I'll just pop all of these back on, make sure I've got my sponge on the back of there so we don't lose it. And then I'm going to just bring this up, and then you can, I would have another sheet which you can lie this on, so then you can reuse this again. But then you can just pull this off of here.
Oh, look at this.
And that's revealing your mask. So you can do this with any die that you've got. It could be any different shape. But then what I'm going to do, again, to show you how fun they are to work with, is I'm going to grab my stamp, which you get included on here. And we're going to go with Happy Birthday. So
and that's using masking paper, remember.
And then I'm going to grab the same coloured ink pad. And then we are going to go underneath this. And you can see that when you ink on top of the colour, you can actually see it on over there. So the beauty of this is that you can stamp over a colour and you still get that beautiful effect. So that is it with my pink. Then I'm going to go in with my teal on my teal. So depending on how if you stamp them or if you gonna blend through them, you get varieties of different sort of pigmentation in your work. So you can use them alongside each other in this way, blending, stamping, and you're going to get that really nice variation. And then I could just trim this down into a 5x7, and that's a birthday card ready to go that looks really, really cool.
Now, bearing in mind lots of you coming in for the ink pad deal, obviously then a lot of you are thinking, OK, well, I need some blending tools, please. We've got these in the show for you as well at a really special price. Now, you're going to get 2 of the blending tools themselves with 6 in total of the blending sponges, OK, so that's to get you started. Then you're going to get 2 of these. So you get basically 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, a further 24 blending sponges. You've got a total of 30 of them. RMHD01, you get 2 of these and 1 of these, OK? And these are what you can use those little hook and grip circles to actually store them on the bottom of your ink pad, so you always know where they are. You get 2 of them, and the price for both, all 3, is just $9.99. The lowest they've been before until today was $11.99.
Ellie, you've got all the deals today.
They are $9.99. So if you treated yourself to the ink pads, treat yourself to these brand new 30 sponges in total. You've got 40 of the fantastic ink pads. So maybe if you wanted to get an extra one of these, they'll be on the website separately, of course, as well. 20% of the stock of this is gone. Yep, treat yourself. If you're going for that fantastic deal with the ink pads, treat yourself to the blending tools too. Save yourself nearly £4 off the price by buying just these today. And they're all individual. You've got 2 on top of each other there. So you've got basically 30 sponges in total and 2 blending tools for that price of £9.99. PMHD01. Now, the ink pad bundle is now incredibly limited stock. We are ringing and making phone calls to see if we can get any more of this deal. If we can, we will.
I don't know if she'll answer.
Really?
She's started her holidays.
She's off on the Christmas break.
Yeah, she's done.
OK, we'll £129.59 should be the price. Today, including the book, which is worth $9.99, it's like you're only paying £40, £1 per ink pad for top quality from Hunky Dory. Every colour you can see there, you're going to be getting AOHD 15. It's an instant ink pad collection rather than buying them individually, which is always a much more expensive way of doing it. Buy them on days like this when we've got deals like this, and also split pay, interest-free and fee-free as well. It's just $24.99 to pay today and $24.99 to pay in 4 weeks' time. And your 1p&p per day, of course, is just £4.95. OK, we'll take a short break for it all to calm down a little bit. Check your baskets out. It doesn't matter how many times you check out during the day. The phone call's free. It's free to order on the website, free to order on the app as well. But get your orders in, confirmed, and we'll get them to you as quickly as we can. Back in 2 ticks.
At HobbyMaker, we are proud to collaborate with the best brands and suppliers in the industry, bringing you top quality products and innovative designs. Whether you're a crafting enthusiast or starting out, we provide everything you need to fuel your creativity. HobbyMaker, let's get crafting.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to hobbymaker.co.uk and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and then away you go. Within your account setting, you can view your order history, address and card details and items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
What a show. What a busy, busy show. I tell you what, we have got stock of the masking sheets as well. If you want to do what Natalie did a few minutes ago, using a die that you've got, it could be a happy die, it could be any die, you can literally turn it into a masking image, which you can then create effects like that. Just basically stick it down with a low-tack adhesive that's actually on the sheet, and then just peel it off, and you create effects just like that. So if you want these, we have actually got them. They are in stock, a set of 3 sheets for only $9.99, okay? So $9.99 if you want the masking sheets. There we get 3 in a pack, and we'll get the details on the screen for you for that in just a second or so.
And they're really good as well because, like, not only can you use them to, like, die cut things out of, like, it could be the shape of a nesting die, so you're, like, creating a circle or a square. It could be a word like we've done there, but also really good that if you've got any of your stamps, what you can do is stamp onto the masking sheet, cut around it, and then that's how you can create, like, I don't know, like a scene of, like, animals or a flower bouquet with individual flowers. So you can actually, like, mask on top, stamp over it and create scenes with these sheets as well. We don't often have them on the show, so it's good that Ellie's been able to find them.
Absolutely, and brilliant, of course, to use again and again and again. You will eventually have to kind of throw them away, but you can certainly use them a good few times.
A good few times. I've got stamps somewhere that have got these masking sheets on them. Oh, here we go. So you can see that I've used them a number of different times and I've stamped images over them. But you've got those masking sheets. I keep them on the reverse of my stamps and then I can just use them, peel them off and use them time and time again.
Cool.
They're really, really handy to have.
Well, lots of you put them in your basket right now. Makes sense to convert your dies into masks, £9.99. Now, good news, we've made phone calls, frantic phone calls in that little break. And we've got more stock of the Prism ink pads, okay? So if it was saying sold out, because basically all of our allocation had gone, we've got more from Hunky Dory. They are available, $49.99 today with 2 split payments, gets you all 40 of these superb ink pads. And you're going to get the book as well, which is basically showing you how to get the most out of your ink pads, how to use them in different ways that maybe you didn't even anticipate.
And there's so many different things in there. That's a really cool book. So you've got using it with masking sheets, using it with like salt, so it reacts with the water to create a really nice effect. Using it with bubbles, that's a great one. Actually stamping onto your dies and running them through the die cutting machine to create impressions. There's loads of really cool items using things that you'll find at home. Maybe it's leaves that you've seen. There's loads of really, really nice designs that you can do with this.
Well, if you thought you'd missed out, the good news is you haven't. We've been able to get more stock of it, but that extra stock that we've just restocked, 10% of that is now in baskets. So good is the deal, so incredible is the offer, it's too good to miss out on. Maybe you're stocking up and buying more because you've had them before and you've had them for maybe a few years or whatever, and it's time to change them, they're running out or whatever. Stock up with this deal today. Don't buy them individually, buy them as a set of 40 and get all those colours plus the handbook, all for that price of $49.99. Now, we're also fairly low stock on the pencil bundle as well.
Wow.
No surprise there. And again, that's going to come with a book as well. So you might think to yourself, well, I know how to use a pencil. What do I need a handbook? Yes, but there are lots of ways that you can use the pencils that you probably never even realised. I certainly didn't. Whether you're painting with them, whatever techniques you want to do with them, all the tips and hints will be in here, brilliantly illustrated. And again, these books retail for $9.99. You're getting it with the pencils today, and look at that. The price for the pencils with the book is only $23.98, which is actually £1 less than what we're offering the pencils for on our website in the wrap without the book. So don't buy that one. Make sure you get the right one. Single figure stock now for this. It's KYHD 26, And the wrap is just a brilliant idea because, as I said before, it keeps them all in neat and tidy and in very good condition, but also it protects them. Like a jewellery wrap that you put your necklaces and bracelets in to protect those, it protects your precious pencils in there too. And if you're travelling with them, again, it just makes it so much easier than a metal tin. Absolutely. So there they are. A few of them left now, but not very many. And remember, with the Hunky Dory name, you know you've got quality. You know they're going to do exactly what you want them to do and probably exceed expectations, I would say. They're professional artist-grade pencils. But look at all the shades of that colour tone you've got. Loads of shades of blue, loads of shades of red, even different shades of yellow, green obviously, and brown, very important for hair and skin and that sort of thing, the brown ones. But yeah, it's every colour imaginable in the wrap with the book for £23.98. What about that? Busy old show.
Crazy, isn't it? So next time, I'm going to show you one of my favourite techniques, which because these are water-based, that it works really nicely with, and it's to create like a bokeh effect, which is like a light effect that you get in photography, and it's really, really cool. So I've already laid down some colour, and I've just gone really crazy with it. So I've got tiger orange, I've got buttercup, and then I'm going to go in with hot pink. And you can do this with any colour on here as well. So let's just pop this down, and then I'm going to go up here as well.
You know those colour charts you use?
Yes, this one.
People are asking where you can get them from.
So you want to go to the Hunky Dory website and go on the Hunky Dory hub, and there is a section called downloads, and it's on there. You can download them for any of the Prism products, and then you can just go straight into creating your swatches. And it's really important to create swatches because, as you will see, this is hot pink. The colour that this goes down on is completely different to the colour that you've got here, so it's really good to do that. So I've just created this really nice wash of colour. I've been really sort of, I've not been very particular with how I sort of lay the colour down, and you can see it looks a little bit messy. Now, what we're going to do here is I've got a clean blending sponge, so absolutely clean blending sponge, and then I've spritzed some water in my little pot here, you can see, and I'm just going to lie that in there so it soaks up all the water into there.
Now, I can't believe how far, well I can actually believe how fast these ink pads are going. 20% of the restock stock has already gone into baskets, and this is on the live show at 9 minutes to 6, so if you're watching this a bit later in the evening or on a repeat, it could well be that we haven't got stock, but check the website.
Ellie.
If it lets you check out, if it lets you check out, it means that there's still stock available.
And then what I'm going to do, and you'll see, we're just going to do this in sections. So this technique you can do on lots of different things. I'm actually just using our Ink Me cardstock for this, but if you are using water, you don't want it to warp as much, I would definitely recommend the watercolour. But with your ink pads, I find Ink Me cardstock works incredibly well. So I'm just going in, and I've got my water in here. I'm adding water each time, and you can see I'm just going in, and I'm popping it in a circular motion so that it brings up that ink. And if you're looking really closely, you can see that you're getting this sort of like circle of light here.
What a great technique.
As you would do with bokeh, and it just brings that to life, and you can go over and over and over, keep doing it.
And tips like that will be in the book, would they?
Yes. Yeah. So I think in the handbook that we've got there's a different way of creating bokeh, which is just using your ink pads in circular motions and layering up the colour. But I really love the effect that this gives you because it literally does just look like water. So you can dry them off a little bit and then go back in, layer up your sort of watercolour in there. The longer you leave the water to soak up the colour, the more you're going to get this sort of like movement.
It looks like you're looking through a microscope into a Petri dish or something like that.
Yeah. It could look like under the sea, like little bubbles. But it's a really nice background that you could just put then a simple sort of like happy birthday or something on there. So that is how you can do like a really fun sort of bokeh technique with this. One more thing I want to show you as well before the show runs out is we've got some really cool twist and stamps on the show. So I'm going to show you how they work as well. So there's let's go to the stamp. I don't know, is this the one that we've got?
You've got it.
There's actually 4 different stamps, and they all work in the same way. I have got the full bloom in here, Ellie. So it comes with your stamp. It is also going to come with a background. Now, there's instructions on the back of how to use these, but basically you want to cut this off, and this is a guide. So you're going to want your stamping press for this as well. Your stamping press is an essential. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to, oh, they've all stuck together, is line this up on the very edges of my image. So it's on the 6x6, and then I'm going to take some ink.
Now, have you seen the price we're taking the stamp to?
It's crazy, isn't it?
£5.99.
These are A5 stamps as well, so they're big stamps.
And the effect you can create when you see what Matt's
they're
going to do with
really,
this.
really clever. They're so, so cool. And there's different designs and techniques as well. Then you're going to take your stamp, and this is a really important step. So we're going to line up our stamp onto the artwork here. So you need to make sure that this is perfectly lined up. Mind my head, because it definitely will get in the way. You need to make sure that it is perfectly lined up onto there. And when you've got that ready to go, I'm going to pick up my stamp now with my press. So just pick that up, lift it up off there. And then I'm going to place my 6x6 essential card block. We're going straight over on here and lining it up with the edge of this design here. And then let's pop our magnets on the corners. Your stamping press comes with 2 magnets, but you can buy the extra ones as well. And then I'm going to take some purple colours. So let me grab those. And these are great to use with your ink pads because they just stamp and create really beautiful finishes. So I've got 4 different colours to use here, and I'm going to use them and use my ink
Lots of you
on
coming
those
in.
colours. So that side I'm going to go with green, and refer to the back of your packaging as well for how to lay your colours down on here, because using 4 separate colours gives you the best.
Well, lots of you coming in from the UK, but also lots of you coming in from the USA as well. If you're watching us in America, you too can enjoy that cap shipping and handling of $14.95 for you. So it always makes sense to make a few orders in the day, make the most of the cap P&P.
So we're going to lay the colours down, and then I'm going to press this onto my background here. And then, oh, let me just get that bit up there, which I can do because I've got my stamping press. And go straight back over that. And then I'm going to take this, and I'm just going to turn it, and then I'm going to stamp, and I'm going to turn it, and I'm going to stamp again. And you're going to do this every single time. Each time making sure that it's lining up with the template guide in the back. So just add in a bit more colour. You can go over here. You want to make sure you've got lots of colour on those 4 areas, and make sure you keep in whatever ink you add in on the sort of split of this. Make sure you are going in each time, and then we're going to place it back down, line it up again, stamp it, and then we are going to move it again, and you can start to see you're going to do it 4 times. Right. So each stamp is different. Each image that you're going to make up on your stamp is going to be different, but these are beautiful stamps. And again, just a simple sentiment or a die is going to be great for these. So let's just go in with this one again with that colour there. So this is our second to last one, and let's see if we can finish this off before the show ends.
Well, it would virtually be impossible to do all those different colours any other way, wouldn't it?
Exactly, and you can do that with these stamps. They are really cool. I don't know if they've ever been on the show, you know, Ellie.
I have seen
this one has. I think Pauline may have done them.
I think you might be right.
In 2022, that long ago.
It's been a couple of years.
Wow. So let's do this one last time, and that is going to lie up on there. You can
this one was on in March this year, evidently. I do remember seeing it.
Gorgeous bouquet of hydrangeas. Look how stunning this is. You can do it in lots of different colours as well. So this one's with pinks and yellows and oranges. And then what's really great about the fact that we've used our ink pads as well is that I can use my mat to create the different images on here. I can get my water brush, and then I can just go in and I can add even more colour. So when you're doing this on top of your ink pads, you've got to be really careful, because you could very much sort of like mush those colours together. So you don't want a lot of water when you're doing this, because of course if you go over those lines where your stamp is, it's water based, it's going to move that colour in. But again, you can do that sort of drag the colour in from the stamp.
Can I just say as well, if you've loved what we've done with the ink pads and the pencils in this show, don't miss the show at 8 o'clock tonight, because we've got the water-based pens.
We do, and they've got those fine liner on, so if you're a fan of santangling and doodling or anything like that, they're going to be perfect for this. So you can just mix out all of those colours and then create gorgeous sort of like bouquets.
Now, before we end the show, just to let you know, if you love what Natalie's done with that stamp, I do have another stamp that works in the same way. This is called Pretty Petals, okay? And I'll just quickly show you what it makes. It's the same sort of idea. Again, we're reducing this down to $5.99 as well, I believe. Pretty Petals will make that fantastic image. MWHD 97.
Like a dahlia. It's gorgeous.
Beautiful. Nat, thanks ever so much.
Thank you. You will. I'll be back.
Brilliant. Now, another brilliant show on the way, because today's the first day we've ever had Tommy Tangerine from Tonic. It's in the house. It's in stock with Jodie after this.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the HobbyMaker gift card? Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card?
Here at HobbyMaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
At HobbyMaker, we are proud to collaborate with the best brands and suppliers in the industry, bringing you top quality products and innovative designs. Whether you're a crafting enthusiast or starting out, we provide everything you need to fuel your creativity. HobbyMaker, let's get crafting.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to hobbymaker.co.uk and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and then away you go. Within your account setting, you can view your order history, address and card details and items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
We are having here at HobbyMaker one fantastic evening. Thank you for tuning in. It's going to be well worth your while, I can promise you. We've got lots of firsts today.
We do, back in stocks.
Absolutely.
After a long time.
I've not seen this fella for about 4 years.
Yes.
He is iconic, to say the least. We're talking about Tommy. Now, I've got to let you know straight from the offset, the stock we had earlier on of the machine on its own completely sold out in about 25 minutes.
Did.
We've got more. So we've got 4 ways of buying Tommy tonight. You can buy him on his own. You can buy him with one of 3 fantastic die bundle deals that come with him as well at crazy prices. So we've got the Beehive, we've got the Fairy, what was that one called?
Fairy Village.
Fairy Village, and we've also got the retro games consoles as well. So we'll get to those in a bit, but if you want to go for any of those deals, they're on the website now. You can see them now if you just go to hobbymaker.com. But Tommy is one of the most famous die cutting and embossing machines ever, I think.
He's a workhorse.
Yeah.
He is literally a workhorse. Now, you get everything in there. You get all the plates in there, okay? Now, what makes Tommy completely different to other die cutting machines? It's the fact that he's 100% metal inside.
Which not all machines are.
No. And he was actually being designed to be Jody-proof.
Right. And that's saying something.
That was the brief, yeah. As Dave will well know, when we were at Crate and Craft, we used to have that wall, didn't we, at the backstage outside the prep kitchen, and it used to be full of broken machines, yeah. I used to spend hours there putting those machines together, trying to get a machine to work, yeah. And that's why this machine was actually designed, because my boss couldn't keep up with me breaking the other machines.
Now, how long have you had your machine?
So my machine I've had since day one, and he is 15-year-old.
Wow.
Yeah.
And think about how many times a day or an hour Jodie uses her machine.
Yeah.
You probably, even though you're probably an avid crafter too, would nowhere near use the machine as much as Jodie does. It's her job, it's her career. She uses it at home regularly, she uses it in the studio regularly, it gets put into the back of the car, gets travelled the length and breadth of the country all the time.
He gets thrown in the car,
Yep.
believe you me. I mean, this poor guy has fallen out of the car on a regular basis, yeah? I mean, you've only got to look at his handle to realise how many times he has fallen out of the car. His little foot, bless his little heart, if I turn him round, look, he fell out and landed on the pavement.
Oh, he's been through it, hasn't he?
He's been through the wars, but he is an absolute workhorse.
So, in other words, if you want a die-cutting machine that you know is going to last you, that you know is built to the highest possible standards, and this proves it. This is the full metal body of what's inside this machine. If you dissected other machines, you would not find that it is 100% metal. This sold out within 2 minutes. Actually, I thought it was 25. It's 2 minutes earlier on today because loads of you wanted it. But I just want you to know you can buy it on its own for $169.99, or for a few pounds more, you can get one of 3 die options that come with it as well. Should we do that now? Or do you want to talk about... Okay,
let's talk about the naked one first, and then you know what you're getting.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So remember, it's 100% metal inside. So what I want you to think of, I want you to think about your car at home.
Yep.
Okay. You have to add oil to lubricate it. The oil in here is already present because it's metal on metal.
Yep.
Okay. So straight away, this whole unit going around the top, down the sides and across the bottom is one complete cast of metal. Okay, there's no joints.
No.
So there's nothing there to break.
No.
Okay, there's nothing to fracture. The end here, you can see that we have 4 bolts on either side. That is there, so if there is any issues, we can get in it. Yeah. So that little panel there actually holds, it's like your sump plug to your car.
Right.
Yeah? Because inside of there, it hides where all the oil goes onto the gearing.
Right. Got
okay?
You. Yeah.
And you can see there, These gears are literally about 50% of the cost of the actual machine. They're the strongest gears that we could actually find. Your rollers are shafted right up to here, so you get a lot better pressure on there. It lubricates itself.
Right.
If you push something through there, it'll go and then it'll spit a bit of oil out and lubricate itself.
Okay. Now, this machine isn't actually manufactured by a company that normally makes die cutting and embossing machines. This is manufactured by a big industrial company that slot this production into its routine. Yeah?
Absolutely, yeah. This is engineered. It's not put together.
No.
It's actually engineered
to the
from
highest
an engineering company. It is amazing machine. Honestly, you will not be disappointed with it.
Let me run through the options so you know what's what. If you want the machine on its own with the plates, it is $169.99. It's is that one or I? WI4T43. WI4T43 if you just want the machine on its own. And with four-way split pay, it's only $42.49 to pay today, and then the next one in a month, 2 months and 3 months, and so on. With the cap P&P of $4.95. You get all the plates, yeah, but if you want to go for one of the other three options, you're going to get the machine, you're going to get the plates, and this option is going to give you this die set, which I can tell you is priced at $32.99. So you're going to get this included, which will make the most beautiful beehive boxes.
That was on the last week, may I say.
Yeah.
It's not an old die set.
So that should be $32.99, which takes the cost of it up to just over £200, $214.98. You can get it for only £10 more than what the machine is on its own. So that's option one, IU4T73, and that split pay is 0% interest, 0 fees. It's £44.99 over the 4 payments. Okay, so that's if you want the machine with the plates and you want that die set. That is IU4T73. The other option is if we go for the fairies.
I love the
Enchanted Fairy Village. Now look how many dies are in this. Now this has got a value of £50 if you were to buy it separately.
You've got 85 dies in here, and this is the one that creates 2 different styles of houses. It does the mushroom style, and it also does the ink top style as well.
Okay, so this option, if you want to have the £50 value of the Fairy Village, $199.99 will get you the machine, the plates, and that die set. Okay, and that is limited stock, very popular in the earlier show. OS 1491, and on split pay that's $49.99 over the 4 payments. That's if you want that option. Okay, limited stock. And then the last option is if you love your retro games, and again this has been on recently as well.
It has, yeah. This is about a month old.
Okay, so this has got all of your controllers that you can instantly remember and recognise. Maybe you're still playing them. Now this has got a value of $24.99, which takes the cost to $214.97. And today you can have that deal for $179.99. So in effect, all you're paying for is £10 for this extra die set with the retro controllers, okay? So that's option 4, AM4T02. But if you want it on its own, it will be £10 less than that, $169.99. But we wanted to give you those options so you knew right from the start which one was right for you. Machine on its own, machine with the Fairy Village, machine with the Beehive, or the machine with the retro controllers. Your choice. They're all on the website now for you, all with 4-way split pay. But it's all about Tommy. On its own, over 10% of the stock has gone. It is a great machine. It's iconic. And above all, its reliability is second to none. And as we've shown you there, how many die cutting and embossing machines do you ever see naked? No one shows you the inside of them. Would you be impressed if you saw the inside of some of them? Maybe not.
I'm proud of my Tommy.
You are.
Honestly, he's never let me down. You know, how many of you have had broken handles on your machines? Even Tommy's handle, you can see on mine here, is 100% metal, with no problem at all. Now, I think one of the most important things about Tommy the Tangerine is how he wears. Yeah. Okay? So, if I say to you, as mine is, my machine is 15 years, no. Yeah, 15 years old.
Yeah.
No, hold on, 2010-year-old.
10 years old.
Just aging him a bit. You pass me the orange plate.
Yeah.
So, it comes, I'll pass them all. It comes with all
of them.
Yeah, it comes with all the plates. Okay, so on your plate, it tells you exactly what you need to be using. So you've got the die cutting plate, you've got your top plate, you have got your embossing folder plate, you have got your embossing plate, and you've also got your rubber mat. Okay, so the way that is the easiest to remember is Tonic Studios are known for their cut. Yeah?
Yep.
What's our corporate colour?
Orange.
You're always going to use your orange plate to cut.
Yep.
Your white plate always goes with everything. So white plate and orange to cut. If I am going to be using my embossing folders, this is where it's a little bit, yeah? Because embossing folders are 3 different depths.
Yeah.
A cheap one, generally, you know, like the ones you get free on the magazine.
Quite thin.
Quite thin, yeah? So maybe you want to use your orange and your white. It's a case of playing, okay? But our embossing folders, Lisa Horton's embossing folders and Creative Expression embossing folders, you're going to use your green and your raspberry. Okay?
Yep.
If you are going to emboss your dies, for instance, you're going to use your green plate with your base plate and your rubber shim.
Yep, makes sense.
Yeah? So all those are coming in your machine.
Can I ask you, how many plates have you got through? Yeah.
That's my first one.
I had a feeling you were going to say that.
That's 10 years old.
And do you know what? If buckling plates are a problem, they're a problem no more. This is the same plate. You can see, you hear how much abuse and how much use it's had over the years, both sides.
Yeah, it's starting to break down a little bit in the middle here now.
It's the same plate,
Yeah.
10 years old.
And this is why I still use it. Because if I ever come to air with a immaculate tool, and I'm saying to you, oh, it's the best thing I've ever tried, it's amazing, it's great, I'm lying through my teeth because I've not used it. If it's clean, I've not used it. Yeah?
This shows you how much use that machine has had and these plates have had over that 10-year period. It's used religiously numerous times a day. Many, many more times than an average crafter.
Karen is always sending me new plates. She's like, Jodie, that's absolutely filthy. It's disgusting. It's not fit for TV. Take it home. Honestly, it's useless. Look, she sends me so many of these. I refuse to use them because this just shows you...
How long they last.
How long they last.
How much have you spent on plates? If you've got a different machine, how long or how much have you spent on plates over the last 5 years? Probably an awful lot more than $169.99 for a new machine with plates that are going to last you decades. Can I just also, before we get too far into this, one thing that Jodie wanted me to mention quite early on. You know, we've been doing shows recently where Jodie's been constructing, putting things together, praising the deluxe glue. It hasn't been available for a long time. It is in stock now. Okay, so if you've been waiting for it, if you bought any of the die sets recently and you've seen Jodie use hers, you're thinking, oh, I need some of that glue. $16.47 should be the price for 3 of these, and this is what you use on all your construction projects.
Absolutely.
It's in stock now if you want it, and you get 1 free, KO4T41. So if you've been waiting for it, it's in now, stock up, maybe go for a couple of sets if you can afford it. You're going to get 1 of them free if you buy the 3 from us today. And we've got the Cat P&P, so you don't have to worry about that if you've already bought something or you're buying the tangerine and you're thinking, OK, I want the best glue for my construction projects. And is it for just general card making too?
Everything.
Everything.
You can use it on fabric, you can use it on felt, use it on card, paper, MDF, absolutely amazing. This is the toilet roll of the crafting world. Yeah, precisely.
The loo roll?
The loo roll. You never want to be without one.
Oh, OK. Get you.
Yeah? So stock up and put them in the cupboard ready for when you want to use them again. Now, we also have other ways of getting that adhesive.
Yep.
OK, so if you've never tried the adhesive before and you're not really sure whether, don't know whether it's my cup of tea or not, we have a bundle.
Yeah.
OK, now this is brilliant because it also comes with fine tips as well. So if you've got Nouveau drops at home as well, these will go on your Nouveau drops, okay? So you're going to get a bottle of the Nouveau adhesive plus 2 of those fine tips.
Yeah.
Now, those fine tips, all you do is you take the top off the Nouveau and screw that on, and it's going to make it into a really fine tip, which is fantastic for things like sentiments, numbers, and different things like that.
That's what the tip will look like, OK? a lot finer than the one that it comes with.
Yeah.
So if you want that today, I don't think this has been on air yet today, it should be £12.48. It's exactly the same adhesive that I showed you the set of 3 of a few seconds ago. Today, £9.99. So you get the benefit of having the brilliant deluxe glue and the 2 fine tips as well, UG4040, and they're reusable, aren't they?
They are. I mean, the tips on their own should be £6.99. So
Right.
you're basically paying three quid
for the glue.
for the glue. And those tips will work on all your Nouveau bottles.
Brilliant.
So it will make every Nouveau drop into something that you can write with, for instance. Yeah?
Well, loads of you coming through for this one. Maybe go for the set of 3 and this one as well, and then you're sorted then, aren't you? UG4040, the deluxe Nouveau glue in stock on the website right now. We've also got an adhesive pen bundle quickly.
Yeah, now this is a little bit different. So if you love using your gilding flakes, foils, mica powders, that sort of thing, these are brilliant. So these go on blue. They dry completely clear, but dry tacky. Okay, so you've got 2 of your large pens and 2 of your small pens in this.
Yeah. So all 4. £17.96 should be the price. FN4019, you get £12.99. So saving you a £5, that's your P&P paid for.
It is.
There you go.
Absolutely.
So they're available. That's a different glue, though, to the
It
deluxe,
is. It dries tacky.
Right.
Yeah, so sometimes, you know, like your gilding flakes, you need a tacky adhesive to be able to put down. If you're using your mica, you can actually stamp with this stuff as well.
Brilliant.
So you can use your micas as well. Really, really good pen.
But the really exciting thing today, we've got a lot of exciting things. We've got the launch of Pink Ink coming up in the next hour, but we've got the welcome to Tommy Tangerine. First time ever on HobbyMaker. It's not been available for 2 years due to, you know, basically circumstances. But it's here and it's ready to be shipped. First thing tomorrow morning, Tonic will be shipping your machine to you, okay? Now, this is the one with it on its own. If you don't want the dies bundle that we've got for you at great deals, you just want the machine, you want the plates, then this is the one to go for, WI4043. They're all the plates you get with it as well. But honestly, as long as I've known Jodie, I've known this machine is just one of, if not the best machines on the market for reliability, durability, longevity. You know, it may be a few pound more than maybe other machines on the market, but you know what? You don't have to change it every 6 months or every year.
No, you can put your media dies through here as well. The only thing that you can't put through is your big dies. You can't get those through the hole. But when you're storing your mats, there's a way of storing your mats so you don't end up with banana plates. Okay. First of all, use both sides of your mat. You know,
so use it evenly.
Absolutely. A lot of people say, oh, only cut on one side so that the other side doesn't mark your card. That's not the case in this. Use them on both sides, okay? But then when you're not using them, stack them together, put your cutting plate on the bottom, and then when you're not using them, put your die cutting machine on the diagonal and leave it on the top.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and that will help keep your plates straight.
Do you know what? And I don't mean to be rude, but...
Don't be rude to my Tommy. I mean...
not to Tommy, to you.
Oh.
I've known you for so long. If a machine can withstand what you put the machine through...
No, I'm a bit of a... aren't I?
Well, no, but you...
I say it as it is, and I do it as it is.
I mean, basically... Yeah, it gets abuse from Jodie, and it still works 100%. That's the thing. Now, Joanna sent us a message, I believe, a brilliant one, Ellie says. So let's see what it says. 9 machines in, and Jodie's well-used plates have me sold. Tommy en route to Aberdeen.
Absolutely. You won't be disappointed. You really, really won't.
See, we hear that all the time. 9 machines you've got through. I don't know how many years, but you know, this is still going to be going strong in 10 years, 15 years, 20 years time, because it is built to last. I mean, to show the machine's innards, no one else does that because, you know, machines vary in quality. They vary in what they're manufactured from. I mean, you know, the fact that a machine is manufactured in a factory that doesn't actually make these machines.
Absolutely.
They make things like cars and things like that. So when there's a gap in production in that facility, that's when they're able to actually set about making Tommy machines. And because of all what's gone on over the last year or two, there hasn't been stock of Tommy until today. It's here, it's now. WI4T43, and it's iconic.
It is. It's just an amazing machine. If it can withstand me, it can withstand you any day. Well, I'm no wallflower.
I mean
I'm a Dave. I'm no wallflower.
Yes, you are.
You know, my father always said, you know, good piece of equipment will always last you the test of time. And Tommy has.
But where this machine has gone over the 10 years, in and out of cars, numerous times a day, crafting events.
Oh, he's been to California.
Have you?
He's been to Phoenix. He's been to Germany. He's been to Amsterdam.
Hey,
yeah.
lucky Tommy.
Where else? He's been all over the place as this machine.
And he lives to tell the tale.
He does.
And above all, I mean, one of my bugbears is the cost of plates and having to replace them. I know you don't like that either. This same plate, Jodie's been using for 10 years and it still works. Now, Pauline's just messaged in to say that her Tommy plates have lasted her so far 12 years. Pauline Leyland, fantastic machine, wouldn't use any other, have 2 electric but never use them. Plates are still level after 12 years of use. Thank you, Pauline. Thank you for that. Brilliant.
Yeah. Now, what a lady did put on the HobbyMaker forum saying, it doesn't look very sturdy. OK, so when you get your machine home, let's just tip him on his head, bless him. That's all right, mate. Don't worry. You have to talk to him and you have to name him. Okay.
I'll ask you about Tommy, how that came about.
It's a must. When you get your machine at home, that bottom plate will be in, like so.
Okay.
Okay. In your box as well, you'll also get a little Allen key.
Screw the handle on.
That goes there.
Yep.
Okay. Now, if at any point you're turning the handle and your rollers are not going round, it's because your handles come loose. So you're just going to get that Allen key and you're just going to tighten it up there. Okay. But when you get it home, you have to put this leg out. Now, you've got your 4 suckers at either end. You've also got your suckers on that middle area there. So tip him on his head. Take that little nut. Open his little leg, tighten that back up, do it tight, okay, and then put him back.
And then he's sturdy.
And he's sturdy. He's got a flat top as well, which, you know what, I absolutely love, because when I'm working, that's where my plates sit.
Yeah, and that's where you want them to be,
yeah,
so you
and
know
it's
exactly
got
where
that
they are.
non-slip area on the top there. It's got all its little non-slip feet on the top, so it's not going to fall off.
Do you know, the very first minute I met Tommy, going back many, many years, I just knew, I could feel and I could tell the machine was really solid, really strong, really sturdy. And it's built to last. That's the thing. You know, pay a little bit more now and save yourself a fortune going forward. You heard those comments from people saying 9 machines in, and this one is the one that is really going to, you know, deliver longevity and last. And, you know, it's iconic. And if I walk into a crafter's craft room and see a Tommy Tangerine, I know they know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
And they bought the best, you know. Penelope's messaged in them. Do please send your messages in to us. I love getting them. Penelope in Shropshire says, I use this with my class. They are 3 to 5 year olds.
Yes.
The children use the machine, throwing the plates about. It's never gone wrong. Love mine.
Absolutely.
So if the machine can withstand Jodie, and can withstand 3 and 5 year olds, this machine's going to withstand you for many, many years to come, honestly.
Yeah. Now, some people say, love the machine, Joe. Can't stand the colour. It's just not my colour. Do you know what? Vinyl.
Oh.
Absolutely.
Cover it with vinyl?
Absolutely. So just reach that vinyl up there.
Oh, okay.
So if
any colour?
Any colour will do. Yeah. So best thing to do is get yourself onto the YouTube, yeah, and look for things called, what do they call it? Car wraps.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
and look for a video called Wing Mirror Wrap.
Okay.
Because that shows you the best way to go round curves.
Okay.
Little bit of heat, little bit of stretch, all that business.
I like it in orange.
I love it in orange, but I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to show you how well vinyl actually sticks to him.
It could be a crafting project. Decorate your Tommy.
You could wrap your machine in vinyl at any point you want.
Good idea.
A lady did send in a picture at 3 o'clock of hers wrapped in a floral vinyl. Yeah,
you still got that?
Honestly, just get some vinyl, and you can wrap your machine if you don't like the colour.
But to be
as
fair,
long as you've got the mechanism and the workhorse, that's all that matters.
I think though the colour makes it so instantly recognisable. Oh, we've got the picture we can show you. This one. This is from Barbara.
Brilliant.
Look at that.
I mean, look at that. Does that look like the same machine? No.
Tommy's gone fancy.
Absolutely. I mean, let's face it. I've had googly eyes stuck on mine. Yeah, looks a bit like a cyborg when you put googly eyes on it. I've had a tongue hanging out the bottom of him. Oh, I've dressed him up as all sorts.
He really has. Bless him. Now, do not expect this to be light. It is a weighty machine, but that's what gives me the confidence, knowing that its full metal body inside is not going to let me down. For that whole metal body to be one cast piece. There we are, look. That is all one cast piece. But just look at the build quality of it. There's no plastic cogs or anything like that. Everything in it is self-lubricating, which is what you need with metal against metal. But it's there and it's going to do the job. Look at the size of those rollers and the strength of them. You just know it's not going to let you down.
Nah, that's my doorstop at home, that.
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah. The naked one lives in my office as my doorstop.
Now, Fran has messaged in as well. We're getting loads of responses to this. Fran says, evening, just finished work. What's the weight and can any plates be used?
Right, any plates. I'm suspecting you're talking about the grand caliber plates. Yes.
Right.
Grand caliber plates can be used. Okay.
Okay. And the weight of it, do we know that?
It will say on the box.
Have we got the
do we have the outer container?
Yeah, we're on the case. We're going to find out for you. And it does come with the plates, of course, as well.
9.881 kilograms.
So that's with the plates as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it will be a bit less than that, probably about 9. So, yeah, it's a weighty piece of machinery, but you know what?
It's not a travel machine.
No.
Okay, this is something that's going to go onto your desk, maybe down to the dining room. It's going to stay in the house. It's not one that you're going to travel with.
Now, I just want you to be sure that you're making the right choice with the 4 options we've got for you, okay? And just in case you just got home, just got in from work or something like that, the machine on its own with the plates is the item that's on the screen. So that's what you'll get, okay? And that is WI4043. If you've been, like many people, waiting for years to get Tommy in your home, in your craft room, today's the day it's arrived at HobbyMaker. The other 3 options, though, are, remember, we've got the Fairy Tale Village, which you can get, and that's a £50 value of dies. So that would be Tommy with the plates and this die set, and that item number is OS1491, and you get a £50 die set for just, well, basically £30. That's £30 more, 199.99 gets you that combo. The other combination, that's limited stock, is going to include the beehive dice to make your fantastic beehives. And we had this on air only a week or so ago. And this has got a value. The beehive is valued at $32.99. And you'll get it for just £10 more than the machine, OK? $179.99 if you want that as an option. And that's IU4T73. 4-way split pay on all of it. And then the last one is if you love your retro games, you've got the dies to actually make your retro games consoles or handles and controllers. That's what you're going to get, and that's going to be $214.97, but down to today, $179.99. You're only paying £10 for the dies to make those retro consoles, OK? So those are the 4 options. We'll take a short break at this point, just so you can check out your baskets, because they're going very, very fast, and we'll be back with more from Tommy, more from Jodie, and more from Tonic.
Here at HobbyMaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker. Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to hobbymaker.co.uk and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account, and then away you go. Within your account setting, you can view your order history, address and card details, and items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Yes, your eyes are not deceiving you. He's here. You've seen him with Jodie religiously by her side year in, year out. Here's your chance to own your very own tangerine from Tonic, nicknamed Tommy. You can call yours whatever you like. I've just got to reaffirm that tomorrow, first thing, Tonic will be dispatching your machine. If you order it today, before midnight tonight, it will be dispatched first thing tomorrow. So
they're all boxed, ready to go. They just need your address slapped on the side of them.
And off they go. So you'll get it hopefully very, very soon. Ellen in Berkshire, June in Nottinghamshire, hi to you. You're in as well, going for the machine on its own with the plates, of course, as well. A couple of other things that you may well want to stock up on is the Craft Perfect craft card. How many sheets do we get in total?
So you're going to get 5 in... Is it 10 in each or is it 5?
Yeah, 10.
Yeah, 10.
Yeah, so 30 sheets.
10, Dave.
10.
Did you know that? It's 10.
You're going to get 30 sheets of Craft Perfect craft card for £8.25.
That's a cracking price.
Should be that price. Not today. We're going to go a bit lower. £6.99 gets you 30 sheets.
I have an issue with craft card. I have to hide it.
Why?
Because I've used it on everything. I have a real issue with it.
I didn't understand. I didn't get craft card when I first saw it. I love it now.
It used to stink though, didn't it? It used to smell of rotten
this
eggs.
doesn't.
No, not at all.
Not at all.
No. Craft card, I am rather partial to craft card because I personally love vintage finishes.
Yes.
So craft is just absolutely amazing. Whether you ink it with like vintage photo or something like that, it's beautiful.
It's not very fibrous either, like some craft card can be.
No, it's not. Absolutely superb to do like leather effects as well. Get your glycerin on it, age it, scrunch it up, ink it over the top. It's absolutely amazing stuff.
I've got to ask you, I'm going to move off from this back to the machine now, but it is in stock if you want to get hold of it. OL4070 for the Craft Perfect craft card. How did Tommy's name come to be Tommy?
So, as I say, my bosses were rather brutal to me. Well, I was brutal to them because I went through so many machines. Yeah, and our Simon's like, "Come on, Joe, this has got to stop. It's costing a fortune." I'm like, "It's not my fault if these machines they're substandard. You know, every couple of weeks, I'm needing a new machine. I was just going through broken cogs, left, right, and centre, and." I went to my dad first of all and said, "Look, Dad, Crate & Craft wanted me to use this machine, and honestly, I'm breaking them left, right, and centre. Can you do something about it?" He says, "Come on, Joe, let's go in the garage and see what we can do." And my dad actually made me something that looked like that, and we put it inside the other carcass.
Oh.
So when I was demonstrating on Crate & Craft...
Was your dad an engineer then?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So when I was demonstrating on Crate & Craft, what you thought was a certain machine, inside it was actually the beginning of what we now know as Tommy.
So, right. So you had to find a manufacturer that would basically develop...
So then... My boss is saying to me, right, so we need to make a machine that's good enough for Jodie, that withstands Jodie's pressures. So I said, well, actually, look what I've got. So I took my machine out of the car and took the case off in front of them and said, there we go. That's what we need.
That's Jodie proof. And
that's Jodie proof. So Richard, the one that my dad made wasn't pretty. Don't get me wrong. It wasn't cast like this, but it was 100% metal inside. He put all the metal gears in it and everything else. So Richard, bless his heart, went away and came up with this. So at that time, it was about November time, he'd got this done. And as you know, a lot of manufacturers go out to America to a big trade show called the CHA. And we decided, you know what, we've got the beginning, we know we're going to manufacture it, so let's take it to the CHA and see what the reception is going to be for it.
It's a big craft event.
Yeah. So at that point, we put a clear case on him so you could see through it. Now, numpty me here thought, you know what, I'm going to show the world. I was so proud of him. I'm going to show the world. So I did a Facebook Live on him. And everybody saying, well, what's it called? It's not got a title. What is it? I'm like, it's a die cutting machine. Oh, you can't call it a die cutting machine. It needs a name. So at first, I was calling him Tommy. And my boss is like, you can't call him Tommy. He's got to have a proper name. So that night, many things from Tonic Studios come around from rather a lot of alcohol intake.
This was at CHA, was it, in the evening? I know what those evenings are like.
Okay, so insert the picture. Because this was the night of Tommy's christening.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, this was the Tangerine Bar in California.
Okay.
Okay. And
so it's named after the Tangerine Bar? Oh.
Yes, because we got rather intoxicated, as you can probably see from my eyes, rather intoxicated on tangerine and rum juice.
Oh.
So
that'll do it.
So that night, Tommy the Tangerine was born.
And the rest is history.
Absolutely.
But remember, this machine has not been in production for 2 years.
Absolutely.
For various reasons, global issues, all that sort of thing. So to have it here today, to launch it here today for the very first time on HobbyMaker is a bit of a milestone for us. I bet the relief at Tonic HQ when that container arrived.
Well, no, Beef looked at the size of the container and went, oh.
On a course, yeah.
Oh.
He's got to unload it all.
Because it was full of magnetic cheese as well. And none of the stuff actually in a shipping container comes on pallets.
Right.
It's actually packed really tight in there. So everything has to be hand-balled off. That poor bloke's back must have been in a right state.
I've got to let you know that of the machine on its own, half that restock stock has now gone. So if you do want it, and this is live at 20 to 7, if you're watching it later on repeat or on demand, it may not be available anymore, I don't know. WI4043. Now, the most popular die version, and we're doing 4 versions basically, you can either buy a machine on its own with just the plates, or you can choose to go for, this option, which is basically the Enchanted Fairy die set to make your own fairy village, if you want. Now, this has got a value of £50 with us. That's what we've sold it for in the past. And you can get it today with the machine for £199.99. So you're only paying £30 for a £50 die set, basically. And it's £49.99 on split pay over 4 payments, interest-free, fee-free. So this is the one out of the die bundles that's the most popular.
And that will be posted to you tomorrow.
Yeah. Tomorrow. First
Crazy.
I know.
It's brilliant, isn't it? It's just mad. Let me just cover, inside your box, you will also get this little brochure, okay? Because you need to put your handle on.
Yes.
You've got, in that bag, the little Allen key to put your handle on. Inside of here, if I just open it up, it will take you through and tell you all about your tangerine, what your plates are for, how to open your legs.
I know what you mean. What you like?
Sorry.
Don't need instructions.
Sorry.
Oh boy. Yeah, but you get your full instruction book with it as well. Okay.
One of the things to know. I'm sorry, I'm crying. So, your handle. This handle sometimes will squeak. Okay. Because we can't get oil into the bearing inside there. It's oiled now, but overuse, you can't get any oil into that bearing. Okay. So what you need to do is you have to put a lubricant in there, and your lubricant is washing up liquid.
Oh, okay.
Okay. and it'll tell you in the bag to just squeeze a little bit of washing up liquid into there, because literally that will lubricate it back up.
Do you know what though? The sense of relief. If you've got a machine or machines that you've had for numerous years, and
put them away,
you've always got that fear and dread that is this going to be the last time that this machine works? Maybe it strains, maybe it makes weird noises, and you're thinking, oh, is this right? The sense of relief when you put the plates through and your dies through, the first time you use it, because you can just feel the power and you can feel the strength that the Tangerine machine has. That relief. And you know it's going to last you years and years and years. If Jodie's machines lasted her 10 years with what she puts her machine through, if yours is going to be in your craft room, that's where it's going to stay, this could go on forever.
It could. So you've got all your plates that you need in there. Remember, that one is mine, that's over 10 years old. Yeah,
not a kink in sight.
Absolutely perfect. As long as you lay it flat, put your machine on it, at the end of the day, yours is going to be exactly the same. You know, use it on both sides. Okay? Don't just constantly use the same side. Because if you're using the same side, if you imagine having pressure just on one side, of course it's going to bend. Flip it over, use it on both sides. You know, one cut that way, one cut that, just use it constantly in other ways.
If replacement plates were a couple of quid, it wouldn't be a big deal, but they're not, they're expensive. You know, for a replacement set of plates for some machines, it could be 40, 50, 60 pounds. That's a lot of money if you're forking that out every few months. We're now nearly in single-figure stock for Tommy the Tangerine. If you want him, please be quick. This is live, remember, at 6:45, so if you're watching this on demand later on, it may not be available, but try. Put it in your basket. If it lets you check out, there's still stock. But it's WI4043 if it's your first purchase. Maybe this is what you've been looking forward to, and it's the one machine you've really been waiting for months, if not years. Give the call centre a call. They'll sort the order out for you. They'll give you an account free of charge. It's a free phone number. Even if you use your mobile, it's free. 0800 001 4433. They're upstairs, just outside of Birmingham. This is a restock from when it sold out this afternoon. So many people tuned in for that launch show this afternoon. Lots of social media posts about it. There's been a lot of hype and a lot of excitement about it. Brand new crafter coming through. Welcome to HobbyMaker. You haven't shopped with us before. It's on its way to you if you check out your basket. But it's just one of those machines that anyone that's got one will only say good things about it.
Absolutely. Now, you've got to promise me, if you're buying one, you need to give him a name.
Yep.
Yeah? He's a good boy. Yeah? Treat him well. The only time I've ever replaced one of my plates was this plate here, and that's because I slammed the boot on it.
Right.
Yeah, and that's the only plate I've had to replace in the 10 years I've had my machine. Yeah, honestly, he is an absolute workhorse. I mean, look at, bless him, he's been out of the boot that many times. He's fallen on the floor. The handle is 100% metal all the way through. He literally has fallen on the pavement. Yeah, I mean, look at his foot.
Yeah.
Bless his little heart.
But he's still going strong.
He's filthy dirty. I did think about giving him a wash before I came to HobbyMaker, but I thought, do you know what? People will think I've got a new machine. So, no. This is Tommy the TV. It is.
It is, yeah.
That's where he got his name, Tommy TV.
Well, it's here today and it's in stock. It's ready for immediate dispatch. It will be dispatched from Tonic's warehouse tomorrow morning. So it'll be with you very shortly after that, OK? WI4043, that's for the machine with the plates, just the machine and the plates. If you want any of the other die deals that we've got with the machine, they're on the website right now for you. And it's a great way, maybe it's your first ever machine and you haven't got any dies, you haven't crafted before, and you want to get something to get your teeth into straight away. The other die options we've got for you, the Bee House, or the Beehive, the Beehive one, and that is valued at $32.99. If you buy that on its own, it's just £10 more than what the machine is. So you're getting that die set for £10.
Literally was last week.
Yes, it was. I did the show with you.
Yeah. Last week. Though. It's not as if it's an old die that's stuck in the warehouse.
So if you buy this item number, you're getting the machine for $169.99 and you're getting the die set for a tenner. How about that?
Cracking price, isn't it?
Isn't it great? And then the other one, which is the retro games consoles or the handsets, they bring back so many memories.
They do. So
this was only on, what, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah. So, I mean, put vouchers in there. Maybe you're buying your grandson, you know, the scratch cards from the game place, you know, the Xbox vouchers, all that sort of thing.
They're
stick them in there, stick it on the tree.
Yeah. They make boxes, okay? 18 dies in there, normally $24.99. It's yours for a tenner because the machine's $169 and that deal is $179.99. AM4002. And then the favourite one, because I suppose you get the most dies and you can do the most with it.
It's pretty as well, isn't it?
Look at the dies.
You've got 88 dies in here. You've got all your florals. You've got one that makes like the ink top mushroom, and then the one that makes the toadstool in there.
And we've literally got a handful of this. Now, this is $199.99. So, in other words, you're only paying £30 for this die set, which should be $50. So, again, a great opportunity if you are new to die cutting and you're buying this machine with all the rave reviews that people have said about it. And thank you for your messages, by the way. Treat yourself to that option and you'll get, of course, all the dies to make these fantastic little houses.
Now, if you are having a A4 die set, what do you need to go alongside an A4 die set? You need storage. Yeah. In this shipping container, they've been out of stock for so long. We have got the magnetic sheets back in stock. These have been out of forever. Honestly, I was absolutely desperate for magnetic sheets.
Do they come with the wallets?
They do.
Ooh.
So you're going to get 2 packets. You're going to get 3 double-sided magnets and 3 envelopes. But you're going to get 2 lots. So 6 double-sided magnets, 6 pockets in there. And these double-sided magnets are the bee's knees. Honestly, you see me using these every day of the week. This is what I keep all my dies on. Wouldn't be without them. I literally throw them in and out of the car on a regular basis, so these are mine. Double aspect you die, so that's 12 A4 die sets that you can store in there.
So, $22.99 today, not $29.98, $22.99, you get 2 of these. So you get 3 or 6, should I say, double-sided A4 magnets, and you get 6 of those press stud wallets.
And the magnet is the hardest wearing magnet in the world, yeah?
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant. And because you've got that little press stud on the envelope, you can put your stamps in there, you don't lose your stamps. So, like, you've got that gaming control there that's got the stamps in. Stick your stamps in with your gaming control, and it keeps them all together in the wallet.
And, of course, you know, with tonic dies, like the Fairy Village, for example, you've got about 80-odd dies in there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one side and that's the other side of one magnetic sheet.
Absolutely.
All of your dies are kept in one place, you know, where everything is. You can even pop that, actually, into the wallet as well. So at a glance, you can see what...
Yeah, so with the actual covers, the covers are a little bit too big. So you can see on mine, I've literally just come across the top and just cut off that top section a little bit, and then all my instructions can go in with my dies as well.
Because the actual instructions are printed behind the dies, okay? How to put it all together, all the tips and tricks, how to put it together, it's all printed on the actual binder behind. So that is another option if you want to go for that. The wonderful double-sided magnetic sheets, 6 of them, and 6 of those press stud pockets. Hello to Christine in Kent's gone for 2. Sandy Greenaway.
You've been waiting for these.
Gone for 2 as well. Diane's in. Christine Lorraine also coming through for them. If you've been waiting for them, a bit like Tommy, they've been a long time coming, but they're here now.
They have, and as I live with these day in, day out. You know, people say, "Oh, I live with paper." So, you know, I do this for a job. I live with magnetic sheets.
Okay, now
get me excited.
This is the restocked stock of the machine and plates on its own. Every plate you need will last you a long, long time, provided you use them wisely. You know, Jodie's had her main cutting plate for the whole 10 years and has never changed it, and it's still going strong. If you want this today, remember we have 6 left. 6 left, live at 8 minutes to 7. Whether we can get any more stock or not, I do not know. We made the phone call this afternoon. They said, yes, you can have this number. Whether that's all we can have, I'm not sure. But the other options with the die sets are another option if you find that this is sold out when you actually come to put it in your basket. But if you want the machine and the plates on their own, WI4043, Angela in Tyne Weirs coming in, Junie in West Midlands, brand new crafter coming through as well. So that's, and Daniel too. That's 4 of the 6 that have gone into baskets. It's a case of how quickly you check your baskets out. Crafter in Leicestershire's coming through. Wow. Please be quick. It won't let you down. You won't be disappointed.
No. So Tommy, you will have to put the handle on when you get him.
Yeah.
Okay? I don't actually tighten my screw. I've got screw loosers, but no. I don't tighten my screw purely and simply because he's in and out of the boot of my car.
Yeah.
Okay? So if for example, the handle comes off. Where that little Allen key is, that's going to go against the flat side of there.
Right.
Okay?
Yep.
So it's got a bevel on it so that that handle is on. And literally, you're going to take your plates, you're going to take any of your dies. Let's just get a die. Let's get a piece of card. Can we find a piece of card?
I've got a craft card here if you want that.
Give me a piece of craft card, Dave, yeah. So literally, tape everything down, okay? Now, with a die cutting machine, they run on pressure, okay? And what I want you to imagine now is a sort of plank over some water.
Yep.
All right? So if you walk on that end and you walk on that end, it's going to be a lot more secure than if you walk in the middle. There's going to be more support, isn't they? And that's the same as pressure on a die cutting machine. There's always more pressure on the outer edges than there is the middle. Okay. Now, Tommy is a very well-balanced machine. In the middle here, in these rollers, it comes to about here, the balance plate.
Right.
Okay. We found there was no differential in pressure if we gave you a full roller to a 2/3 roller. We tested both.
Right.
Okay. The only difference, it made the machine a lot heavier. So place your die on either the left-hand side or the right-hand side. Okay. Put your top on. Pretend it's a sandwich.
It's
okay.
such an easy plate system to remember.
So for new crafters that have never used a die cutting machine before, you've got to think it's a sandwich. So the orange plate is a piece of bread. Your card is going to be the butter. Your die is the filling. And then you're going to put your piece of bread on the top again, okay? And then it's just a case of running it through the machine. Just turn the handle, grab hold of it. Come on, my sunshine, yeah? Run it through. And if you just hold it, it's really nice to be able to just, it's shaped to hold.
The design is well thought through.
Yeah? And then it's a simple case of taking your die away, and you have got your die cuts.
And I love the fact that it's been designed so you put the plates on the top of the machine so you don't lose them. Everything has its place.
Yep, and then when you've finished using it, always put your cutting plate to the bottom, put all your other plates on the top, and then put your Tommy diagonally across your plates. Rotate your plate every time that you're using it. Don't concentrate on one side. Because when die cutting first started, people used to say, always cut on one side and keep the other side free from cut lines so it doesn't mark your card. Yeah. Okay? All you're going to end up with is a bowed plate. Okay? If you're concerned about marking your card, just purchase an extra cutting plate.
Sure.
Yeah, which you can, and just use that for your mirror card or something like that.
And don't forget, another big news story today. If you've been waiting for the deluxe adhesive from Tonic, the Nouveau glue that you see Jodie use every single time she's here doing die sets and things like that, it's been very frustrating, but we haven't had it in stock for quite some time. It's now available. It's now live on our system. You can order them today. They should be £16.47, so they're basically £5.49 each.
Yeah.
You're getting 3 for the price of 2. £10.98, and this is the glue you see Jodie use every single show she's on with. So this is her hero product. It's available now, 3 for 2 deal. It hasn't been around until today for quite some time.
Absolutely. The toilet rolls, you need them in your life. It's something that you can't do without. We all need something to stick, and we don't want to run out.
KO4041. OK, before we go then, and remember, Pink Ink, debuting, coming up with Gwen in the next hour. Looking forward to that. The machine on its own, let me show you the new one. Here we are.
Are you showing the clean one?
Yes.
My little Tommy is saying, I'm losing the limelight.
It's like Grandad and Dad, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. This one is available to be purchased today. This is the option with just the plates. All the plates you need for your embossing folders and your dies, but also, importantly, it will be dispatched first thing tomorrow from Tonic HQ. So it should be with you very, very soon. WI4T43, don't miss out on this. This is the restock stock after a sellout this afternoon, and it's probably going to sell out before we go off air at 9 tonight. There's a handful left, literally a handful.
Catherine, you are lucky.
Yeah, check out your basket, Catherine. Thanks, Jo.
My absolute pleasure. I shall see you on Friday.
Brilliant. And I will see you with Gwen and the launch of Pink Ink. It's here at HobbyMaker next. Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the HobbyMaker gift card? Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card?
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
At HobbyMaker, we are proud to collaborate with the best brands and suppliers in the industry, bringing you top quality products and innovative designs. Whether you're a crafting enthusiast or starting out, we provide everything you need to fuel your creativity. HobbyMaker, let's get crafting.
Here at HobbyMaker, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker. Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to hobbymaker.co.uk and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and then away you go. Within your account setting, you can view your order history, address and card details and items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Oh, it's a day of first today here at HobbyMaker. To be fair, every day is usually a day of first at HobbyMaker, which is really exciting. And Pink Ink is a company and a brand I've been very, very fond of for a long time. And today, they are launching here at HobbyMaker. Gwen is here with a pink ink hat on.
Yes.
Which is great to see you.
Hello. I'm so excited.
Oh, me too.
I'm very honoured as well.
I mean, Kathy and Mel from Pink Ink, they do fantastic work. We've got some amazing illustrations, some amazing finished samples to show you as well. If you want to shop ahead, everything we've got from Pink Ink is available on our website right now. Any price drops means that everybody will pay the final low price. But we've got the most amazing stamp set to get started with. I mean, their designs are beautiful, aren't they? Absolutely gorgeous.
Yes, well, it's the sign of a true artist, isn't it? That she captures, Kathy Shuttleworth captures the essence of the animal in a few strokes of a pen, and that's just true artistry, isn't it? And I'm in awe. I look at these and I think they're just amazingly drawn, and they're going to make you become the artist, because all you've got to do is stamp it, and the artwork is done for you by Kathy and her skill. And I've been a fan of Pink Ink since their inception, and as a retailer, I've stocked their products from the start as well, and they sell phenomenally well. So I think you're going to love these tonight.
I know you are. I know you are. Now, we're going to put the bundle onto the screen for you. It's a 4 set of stamps, or 4 sets of stamps. You're going to get your Kingo Star, Johnny Dash, Totally Yours, and King of the Toad as well. Let me show them to you one by one, because they are absolutely exquisite. There's the art on the front, which of course can inspire you from a colouring in perspective. But if I turn it round, that's how many stamps you've got. So you've got verses, you've got various toad images, but the iconic one there with him with his leg in the air.
It's just incredible. The caricature of that toad is amazing.
And look at some of the finished samples. So we're not just talking card making here, we're talking art.
We're talking art, we are. I mean, you can use them on cards. These are big images, but they will fit on a decent greetings card if that's, you know, what you like to make. But they'll certainly lend themselves more to wall art and even onto fabric. I know Kathy loves to work on fabric. She does cushion covers and all sorts of things like that. So it's up to you what you use these for.
Aren't they just incredible? Look at him.
And with every set, you're going to get, obviously, those little worker stamps that go alongside, which you can use with them or on their own to create backgrounds without that focal character. So you've so many choices with these stamp sets, and I always love that about stamps, that you've always got options.
I mean, look at that for an anniversary card.
It's just gorgeous, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Absolutely stunning, done in graphite.
Using some of the floral images as well from that set. A few more. Oh, wow.
I have to say, the design team from Pink Ink are just phenomenal.
And you can tell they have so much fun with them.
Yes,
well.
And they put their own spin on things. They introduce things that, you know, they've obviously got an imagination. I love this one. This is so clever.
Shakespeare production of Hamlet. What does that say?
Alas poor Yorick.
Yorick.
I knew him.
Love it. Absolutely love it. So just to give you a few ideas as to what you can do. That one is King of the Toad. That's spectacular. It's like he's in Panto or something like that.
Yeah, well, they don't have to be green, do they? Or brown, or, you know, toads tend to be a bit muddy coloured, don't they? But why not give him some vibrant colours? Amazing.
Now, next one is I'm Stotally Yours.
His face.
I know.
I love his face. Just great.
He's full of cheek, isn't he?
Yes.
Definitely. There's the big Stoat stamp, but you're also going to get your lanterns in there as well, and some verses. Whatever floats your Stoat. Pop goes the weasel. Brilliant. You're totally awesome. Love it. So that's that set. There we go. Let me just show you some of the finished cards.
Those lanterns are beautiful, aren't they? Those lanterns you can use on their own. Entirely different. If you like to do things for Chinese New Year, perhaps they would come in for that.
Absolutely. But again, you can make them whimsical, humorous.
You don't have to use the whole thing. Just take a head or a face and put a frame around it. That's beautiful, isn't it?
How have they done that?
Beautiful.
Making it look in the distance.
But it's a lot of masking, very clever masking, because if you feel it, it's actually flat.
Yes,
so it's very clever masking and shading. Beautifully done.
Again, more of the fantastic lanterns. There's, in total in this bundle, 50 stamps you're going to get.
And you can certainly do that repetitive stamping. If you've got a stamp wheel, that's going to help you create images like that very easily.
Yeah, many of you have those.
Look at the movement in that. It's just beautiful.
I know.
See the wind. Oops.
Then there's your Stoat. So that's the second set. Absolutely beautiful. And then we go on to Kingo Star. And he is the most beautiful, beautiful kingfisher. Absolutely. I love the whimsical name she's given them as well.
Yes.
And again, stamp-wise.
She does like her puns.
Absolutely. And look how many stamps you get here. So the main one, obviously, is the focal point. And again, you can wear a crown if you wanted to wear a crown. You get 14 stamps in that one. And again, if I go through the finished samples to give you some ideas. I mean, it's so obvious that the design team have just had an absolute blast with these.
Yeah.
Again, like you said, Gwen, if you've got a rotating stamp platform, perfect for that. Love it.
And great for masculine cards as well.
Yes.
Because well, they're not too floral and frilly and all of that.
Beautiful. What's your favourite way of colouring these in? Have you got a...
Well, you know me, I don't tend to use pens very much. I tend to use watercolour, so my ink pads, the ink paint palettes, anything that's liquid, I'll paint with it. So we've got some amazing sprays coming up, which I'm sure Dave will tell you about in a sec.
Yep. I
paint with those. Yeah, anything really, liquidy.
Now, we've got one more stamp set, and it is Johnny Dash.
It just makes me laugh.
Me too. But look at the size.
It's incredibly detailed as well. Pheasant's a beautiful bird. It's a bit stupid, but very beautiful.
Beautiful pheasant. And again, many, many, many stamps in there. Let me show you again the finished cards. The clock is on the screen, so £78 is what they're worth, but it is not going to be what you're being charged for today. We're going to do a special launch price for Kathy and Mel. Already lots of you are checking out your baskets. No one will pay £78. Check out. Everyone pays the final low price. Aren't they just gorgeous? They're so much fun. I'd put them in picture frames, have them on the wall, maybe in the kitchen or somewhere like that.
Yeah.
20 seconds and we'll reveal the launch price. Hello, Helen, Dorothy, Trudy, Constance, Crafter in Cirencester, Susan in Moratia, already checked out for these. 10 seconds. And the deal will be revealed. Look at that, the movement that's been...
Exactly. I mean, he's off on a race, isn't he? He's on a mission.
Okay, first time ever, pink ink on HobbyMaker, Kathy and Mel. This is the deal. $59.99 for all 4 stamp sets, so only £15 per stamp set, basically. Oh, hang on, is that right? Yeah, £15 per stamp set. And it's TU2824, and they're incredible quality stamps as well. And we're also giving it to you with a 2-way split pay. So all you have to pay today is $29.99 plus your P&P, unless you've already paid it, and $29.99 in 4 weeks' time. And all 4, and it's a bit of a collectible, really, because it's the first time on HobbyMaker today. So
yeah, it's his first time. It's a launch on HobbyMaker. We're very excited to bring this brand to you. And I think it's going to become a firm favourite.
I think you're right. I think you're right. Well, we're busy for all of those. Brand new today, TU2824. If you are new because you follow Pink Ink and you've never shopped with HobbyMaker before, it's easy to have an account. Just call the call centre and they will set one up for you free of charge. Doesn't take very long, minute or two, and tell them what you'd like. And welcome to HobbyMaker. That's it, job done. And you can do it on the website. You can do it on the app as well if you want to, hobbymaker.com, or download the app from your app provider. And that's totally free to do as well. Whether you've got Android or whether you've got Apple, absolutely no problem. And for making and selling, I presume if you buy them, you can make and sell?
Yes, absolutely. It's a free, very generous angel policy, as long as what you're making is a finished product and not just stamped out images that you're selling as a pack for somebody to colour their own. It has to be a finished product, but other than that, yeah, do what you like.
Gwen, work your magic.
Oh, I can't wait. I'm so excited. I could crush a grape. So I've got some sprays for you as well today, and this is another new launch. This is Pink Ink Airless Chalk Misters. These are really special. I'll talk about them as I'm using them, because otherwise we'll never get through everything I've got to show you. So I'm going to start by showing you how to create this, or something similar. When you start using sprays and things for backgrounds and stencils, it's all a bit random, so you're not always going to be able to recreate the exact same thing, but I can show you the basic process of getting to this point.
Okay.
So I think the most important thing is that I show you how beautifully these stamps actually stamp. So I've got Johnny Dash in my platform, and I'm going to stamp him onto watercolour card and with a VersaFine Clair ink, which is a permanent oil-based ink pad. And this is going to allow me to do lots of colouring with it without it bleeding and moving. So lots and lots of tapping of the ink pad onto the stamp. These are clear photopolymer stamps, super quality, very finely detailed. And they're going to give you faultless images every time. So just make sure that you press firmly over all the details of that stamp. And there really are a lot of details. These are stunning. Okay.
Oh, wow.
So look how crisp. Let me turn him the right way around.
Brilliant.
And already you can see he's off. He's out the starting blocks. He's on his mission. Now, if I want that a little darker, I can restamp, because I've got it in my platform, so I can add some more ink to this and create it slightly more of a strong outline. So let's just give it another layer.
I can almost see Kathy drawing this.
I can see her chuckling to herself while she's doing it as well, because they just made me laugh. the whole thing around it, the naming, the accessories, the characterisation, I think they're just absolute fun. They're just great. But apart from that, they're fantastic artwork. Yeah. So there he is, or she is. Well, it's he, isn't it? The multicoloured ones are the males. And I've got one here that's dry, that was done a couple of days ago, and it needs to be dry before I do the next step, which is to create my background. Now, I could have done the background first, let that dry, and then stamp on top of it, but I can also do it the other way around. Okay. So I've got some acetate here. Just let me grab some paper to work on, just to catch any loose ink. And I'm going to work on the acetate, and I'm going to work with these sprays. Okay, so I've got 2 of the 12. We've got the whole collection for you. And these are a chalk water-based liquid, and you need to shake them before you use them. They've got a little ball bearing. I'm sure you can hear that. Mm-hmm. Make sure that's given a good old shake. Get it rattling around. And these are incredible because they've got a huge button on the top, which makes them very easy to press. If you press them firmly all the way down, you'll get a very fine, beautiful mist. If you're a little more tentative and you press it cautiously and not all the way down, you can get some great blobs and blotches. So that's already 2 interesting ways of using them. But just give them a real good shake, get that ball bearing rattling, and then we can start to mist. Now, you don't need very much of these. They're very concentrated. And I want a little bit of green. So that's that.
What a colour.
That's the, what's that one? Spring Awakening, and this is the Mayan Blue, but as I say, there are 12. Dave can talk you through all the other colours in a moment. Yeah. And I'm going to add a little bit of the blue, and this is just to give our pheasant.
And you get every last drop out of these bottles as well, because there's a platform inside that lifts the solution up, so there's no waste.
That's right. So they've got, a moving bottom, so they never lose the vacuum. Just a mist of water to loosen them a little bit further. And then what I want to do is kind of roll this onto my piece of card. Okay. And it's going to lay down that colour. And I can move it about until I get the effect I want. So let's have a little bit more down here. That's fine. I'm happy with that. Technique. Now I could take another print off that as well. I won't, but I could do. I just don't want this heavy. Can you see how where I lifted the acetate away? It's obviously going to puddle, but you just blot that out. And if you've got any hard edges that you don't like, these are water reactive. So if I want to, I can take that and I can move it, look. And spread it further. So they're very forgiving. I've really enjoyed working with these. I've not only scratched the surface of what you can do with them, they're just beautiful, but hopefully over the next couple of days I'll be able to show you what's what. Mm-hmm. So you can see how my main image hasn't bled. It's still perfectly crisp and clear, and that's because I've used that permanent outline. So that does need to dry. I could set the heat gun on it, that would be absolutely fine, but I do prefer generally to let things dry.
Over 20% of this collection has already gone.
Heck. So I've got one here that I've stamped out, and the reason I've cut it away is because when I've coloured it, I'm going to cut it out. If you have a look at this, you might think that I've stamped it on there and then painted it. But if you think about it, if I paint on top of this background, everything's going to end up a mucky brown colour because they're going to blend with blue and green. So what you have to do is paint on a clean image, and then you cut as close to the outline as you can get. Where there isn't an outline, or where you've got fancy little curlicues and other little stems and things, you just cut those off. Right. And then when you stamp your first image on the main picture and you put that over the top, all those curly bits are already there. So I'll show you that in more detail. It might make more sense. So to colour these, I've used a combination of our wonderful Cosmic Shimmer paint palette. This one's the Essentials collection. 12 superbly concentrated watercolour cakes. Mm-hmm. These are activated with water. I'm also going to be using the Pink Ink Inkits ink range. I love these. I've brought 6 colours. There are more, and I'll be bringing those as we bring more pink ink to you. These are again a watercolour ink, very concentrated. They have a slow drying time, which makes them perfect for watercolour techniques, but they're really beautiful, vibrant colours. And again, the dispensing from these bottles is quite unique. So they have a push button cap here. You push that down, and that has a pipette. So it draws the ink up into that little pipette. And when you want to use it, you just push the button again and it will dispense a few drops.
That's handy.
And it's no mess. Easy to clean up. They're all, as I say, water-based, and that's what I like to work with. So I've got a selection of paintbrushes here that I'm going to work with, and I've got some water handy as well, and that's all I need. So I've got a little palette. So think about a pheasant, think about the colours that you might want to use.
I will do a shopping list of everything that we're using and Gwen's using in the demonstration at the end. So
I won't, this is going to take quite a while to paint, obviously, to do it justice, but I'll just do a little bit and I'll show you some of my main key elements. So I start by deciding where I want to put certain colours, and I'm using this lovely vibrant orange for his breast. And where you've got these little feathers, it's nice to just every now and then just do a little flick to bring that colour to the outline. I am going to be cutting that off, so that's irrelevant at this point, but that's one thing you can do. I'm going to bring that up to almost up the front of his chest. And then I've got this lovely lilac. Now you do get purple tinted pheasants. Not that this has to be botanically correct, because it doesn't. You can go as wacky as you like. So I just thought, well, why not? So I'm wetting my brush, but I'm taking the wetness off my brush. That's just to help my brush absorb and loosen the paint. I don't want too much on. So you can always add more, but as we say, it's much more difficult to take away. So I'm just going to blend across the join of the two colours and give him that lovely vibrant purple shade.
And you have got the artwork on the packaging as a colouring guide. If you're new to colouring and you want to copy that, you can do that.
So you can do whichever bits you like, those colours. I'm going to take that across his back as well. And once you start to paint, you'll see that inside his body there are some leaves that are flirting off the back of him. So try to avoid painting those unless you want them the same colour, but you can make those really stand out by painting them a lovely vibrant green or whatever colour you choose. So you can see this is easy. I'm just sort of scuffing my brush around. And then when the first layer's dried, and this is how I like to do things easily, I will go back in with a second layer to add my shade. Or you can go in with a grey. Grey or graphite pencil is really good for adding shade to things. So let me add a little bit of this beautiful buttercup shine. This just reminds me of being a kid when we used to hold buttercups under our chins and it would reflect off your skin, wouldn't it?
Remember that.
This is that vibrant yellow. It's amazing. Look at that.
Wow.
So he's going to have a lovely golden wing.
And the ink kits, you get 20 ml in each bottle, so you're using very little.
Very little, yeah. And if you don't want them so strong and so vibrant, of course you can water them down.
Yep.
So you've plenty of options. That's why I love watercolours so much. They're so forgiving.
Yeah. I'm the same.
Yeah. So, and then I had to think about the head, because traditionally you'd think, oh, a lovely turquoise, wouldn't you? Well, we've got one. We've got Cool Waters, but it wasn't strong enough for me. So I decided to add in a little bit of the very dark blue here, or you could go in with the purple. So with the paint palette, you just need to activate these with, let's go for that one, a little spritz of water. Give it a little bit of time to absorb into the cake, and then you can lift your paint from that. And when you're finished, you just leave it to dry and it will reconstitute and it'll be good next time. So again, you're not using a lot of these. I'm going to take some of that and pop it into my palette. Just a little bit. These, you'll feel these are much thicker consistency, so you might need to add a little water. And then I'm going to, oops, I want the blue, not the purple. I'm going to bring in some of this lovely blue and create this rich, can you see how rich that is? And I'm going to use that on his neck feathers. So with these products, you've got an endless palette. And I just wanted to show you how, if you haven't got the right colour in the products you've got, As long as everything you're using is water-based, you can mix and match without any bother at all.
Perfect.
And then the pheasant have this amazing red bit round the eye there. And the only red I had was in this palette, so that's what I'm going to go for. So let's give that a nice mix. When you mix these, you'll feel they become a really beautiful creamy consistency. Very gorgeous to work with. But you do need to make sure that they're going to flow as well. Now you can see I'm painting quite a lot with quite a lot of water, and none of it is bleeding past this stamped outline. So do get to know your inks. So this is a permanent oil-based ink. You can also use archival, that's another good one for an outline. Or you could heat emboss with a powder, perhaps a clear powder, and then paint. But you do sometimes get a little bit of spread with that across the outline, and then when you paint it, you'll find you've got a little white line. So it's not always foolproof.
We're getting some messages from people saying, are the stamps available on their own? Yes, they are. They're on the website. We will go through them individually. They're going to be going down to $17.99. So if you want to order them in advance, everyone will pay that final price. So.
And I had to look up what colour a pheasant's beak was, because I thought you tend to think a bird's beak's brown or orange or black, but they actually have almost a bone-coloured beak.
Oh, do they?
Yeah, I was quite surprised. But we happen to have this fantastic colour on this palette, which is just perfect. So I've given it a little sort of pale, fleshy, bony kind of colour. But again, like I say, you don't have to have it that accurate. And if you are going to be cutting out, of course, you don't even have to worry about staying within the lines on some of it. So around its feet, where I'm going to cut it out, I can just paint messily. I don't have to try and paint it in the lines, and then when I cut it out, you'll not know I've done that.
They are magnificent birds, though, aren't they?
Yeah, beautiful. So let's just do a couple of leaves. I'm going to use one of the Inky inks for this. This one is Lime Burst, which is a beautiful, vibrant green. You can, of course, paint with these as well. Spritz a little bit of that into a palette and paint with those. But these are going to give you a very chalky finish, as a hint in the name. So these are very matte, flat, and also very absorbent. So if you do your background in a chalk, like I have done, when you paint directly over that, the chalk will absorb some of the colour. So you'll find it harder to get really vibrant results. So if I just add a little bit of this vibrant green, and you can see how this is really coming to life. Isn't it gorgeous? And it's not tricky. No,
not at all. Now, the air misters that Gwen was using for the background at the beginning, we've got those on a pick and mix, so we've got them kind of laid out here for you. And the guys have very kindly given me a board. Now, there's a pick and mix. Basically, you can choose any three for $14.83 because they're £5.75 each. And we've got these wonderful colours that you can see here. So Bumblebee Blast, Fern Green, Spring Awakening, French Silver, Shadow Grey, Hot Lips, Persian Blue, Tangerine Twist, Crimson Crush, Mayan Blue, Mulberry Wine, and the purple one is Wisteria, OK? Any three for $14.83, FM 2812. But back to Gwen for the finishing touches.
So I'm just thinning out his beak a little bit. It was a bit chunky. Right, so the next thing you're going to want to do when that's dry is cut it out. And you can cut it out. You don't need to paint these because you're going to cut them off. So just cut right on the stamped line. Don't go outside it and don't go inside it. Stamp right on it. Cut right on it. And then when you place this over the original stamped image, you're not losing anything. And when you get to a bit that you're not sure about, like these feathery bits, you kind of have to visualise where the centre line or the body line is through that. One thing I would say when you're cutting out, always remove extra matter that gets in the way, that prevents your scissors from moving. So get rid of any stray bits. So I'm going to cut up there, up there, and then round this bit of the wing I've got a very firm line, so I can cut that accurately.
It's not as fiddly as you first think.
It's not at all, no. So just let me do a bit more and then you'll see hopefully that this makes sense. Just follow those stamped lines, cut right on them. You're almost cutting into them, And then I'm going to come along the bottom of his belly there. You can see I'm cutting off all the fancy detail. You might be thinking, Gwen, you're losing all of that. But because it's stamped already onto our other card, this is all going to be reinstated.
It's a great technique, actually.
Yeah. So I think there's enough there to show you what I mean. So we'll go back to this one that I've stamped him on. And you can see now, if I pop that directly in place, all that detail is back in place. You haven't lost anything. One thing I would say, once you've cut it out, you're going to have a white edge where you've cut it. So all you need to do is find the matching colour, just take your brush and take away that white edge. And that way, when it goes down, you won't see it. Mm-hmm. And the other thing you can do is, again, where you've got the complementary colour, just do that little trick I showed you. Get a tiny bit of paint on your brush, not too much, and just bring that colour out into some of those little flicky, feathery bits. And again, that then just helps to reinstate the whole image. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. And that's how you would achieve this kind of result.
Look at that. It just makes me smile.
It's lovely, isn't it? And then all I've done with this one, I've stamped some extra from the little worker stamps. So I'm just going to do a bit of that just to show you how to bring those in as well. So I've got another colour of the Versafine Clay. I wanted to do this in blue. Mm-hmm. And again, your background, my background's very different from my first one, but I still think it's nice. And I'm going to take off my first generation of ink so it's not too strong. And this beautiful little crosshatch pattern, I do love a crosshatch. You can just start to add texture into your background. And that's going to, again, give it a bit more life, a bit more detail. Don't forget to stamp off the side of your card as well. You don't always have to use the whole stamp if you want to achieve a bit more variation. Just use a little bit. Okay, and straight away you're sort of filling up the open space, but without adding too much to your image.
Love it.
And then I've also used this gorgeous little stamp here, a little circular stamp with some leaves. And I've taken an equally vibrant green. This is an archival leaf green. I do bring these sometimes with you when I'm doing creative expressions, so keep an eye out for those if you haven't already seen them. And again, just pop these. You can go over your crosshatch, you can go in between your crosshatch, doesn't matter. You're filling up with texture. I could paint those leaves, but it might start to get a little bit busy. That's up to you to work out what you like and what you don't like. And you just keep going like that until you're happy with what you've achieved. And then the last thing I need to do is add one of those fantastic phrases. So I've got here, strut your funky stuff, because that's what he's doing. And what I love about these stamps, when they're long and thin like this, is we can shape them.
I wondered that because I saw it curved around the back of the bird, yeah.
So what I'm going to do is decide where I want it to fit. It won't stay like that until I put the block on it, but I've got an idea now of the contours. So let's have that on the block. Let's try it up against.
That's great.
And then we can stamp that sentiment curved in the same direction as the pheasant.
So strut your funky stuff, and I've got you a birthday pheasant are the sentiments in this one.
And there is a stamp of a gift, a present, which is just lovely. There we are. So that's the very basics of how I've created this finished piece of artwork.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Okay, well, let's run through everything that we've got in the show then that Gwen's been using. Let me show you the stamps individually. The bundle is on the screen at the moment, so we're giving you nearly a £20 discount, actually, by buying the set of 4 today. It's on 2 split payments as well. This is the debut, first ever showing of pink ink on HobbyMaker, so it's great to have Kathy and Mel's designs here, really groundbreaking and so different to anything else that's out there. So if you want the bundle, there they are. If you want them individually, we've got Johnny Dash, which is the one, obviously, that Gwen's been using. And again, you've got the picture that's coloured in on the front for inspiration. 10% of this is garnet, £17.99, or it's in the bundle, whichever you choose. The next one is Kingo Star. See what she did there? So it's a kingfisher. Again, you've got gone fishing, birthday fishes are the sentiments on this one. But again, look at the detail and look at the size of them. £17.99 each. Lots of you were asking about individuals, so here they come. VE2819 if you want the individual kingfisher. And he can be wearing his crown if you want him to be. There's fish in there, of course, as well. Beautiful. So that's that one. Then we've got King of the Toad. I think he's my favourite, actually. He is just so animated and quirky and fun. He's having the time of his life. IU2806. Have I told you lately that I love you? King of the Toad, other two sentiment stamps on there. There we go. He's just great. He's having a dance, isn't he? Living his best life. That's IU2806. And then lastly, we've got this one, which is I'm Totally Yours. And it's the expression on his face that gets me, that kind of quizzical, almost kind of gormless look in his face, which is really funny. £17.99 for each of these individually, but if you go for the main bundle, you save about £3 on each one then. That is £59.99, isn't it, if you go for all 4 sets. So that is the 2 ways of ordering them, individually or indeed buy them as a set of 4. That makes them £14.99 each. Then we have the Airless Chalk Misters, which is a buy any 3 for £14.83, or they're £5.75 each. And that was the one, Spring Awakening. What was the other one you used, Gwen? Was that
May
Blue?
and Blue.
May and Blue. So those 2 were the colours that Gwen used, but all of them are available, any 3 for £14.83 or £5.75 each. And they're great. You actually use every single last drop. So FM2812. Now, the inkettes, which I'm a big fan of, set A are these. So you've got basically Buttercup Shine, Cool Waters, and your Violet Silk. So they are just superb. Just a little bit. It's a pipette action. Just push the button, that loads up the pipette, and then just a drop or 2 is all you need. Water-based, so you can water them down if they're too concentrated. £14.25 should be the price.
You've got swatches, Dave.
Oh, have we? Oh, yeah. £14.25 down to £12.50. So these 3 here, there we go. Marigold, Buttercup Shine, and Cool Waters. You can see those beautiful colours. That's set A. And set B are these just here. So you've got your Marigold, you've got your Lime Burst, and you've got your Grey Mist as well. So that's those. £12.50 for all 3, and that's set B, okay? So TQ2818 is the item number if you want the inkits. And the palette, of course, that Gwen was using from Cosmic Shimmer, that's always a real popular choice, and you can use those in conjunction with the inkets if you want to as well. This is the Essentials palette. Is this the one that, is it like a shimmer finish on these paints?
No, these are a flat matte colour.
Okay, so you've got your Blusher, Buff, White Cloud, Buttercup, Blue Iris, Lavender, Scarlet Woman. £22.99, not today though. You can have them for £19.99. And each of those beautiful colours has got a matte finish to it. But FE2820, always a popular choice. Now, we do have one other stamp set in the show from Pink Ink. And these are in a sale, basically. They're a discounted opportunity. If you love your florals, then you're going to absolutely love these. We've got 4 stamp sets in here, I believe. So you're going to get your Rambling Rose, which is that one. But look at those. I've got some finished samples for you too. Lovely outline stamps, so very, very easy to colour them in. There we go. Look at these finished samples. Aren't they beautiful? There's your roses. Then you've got your foliage, which has been stamped into a wreath here, just using that kind of silhouette stamp there, stamped numerous times. Very effective indeed. So they don't just do the kind of quirky and funny, they also do the very traditional like this as well. Look at, if you've got, again, a rotating stamping platform, oh, that is gorgeous. So there we go. Just show you a few more. You can tell that the design team love working with the stamps, can't you?
Absolutely, yeah. They've just let their imagination run riot. And that's what's lovely about stamps. You can give the same stamp set to 5 different people and they'll all do something completely different.
Totally. So the next stamp set in the set is Luscious Lilac. Again, show you the stamps quickly as well. Born to Bloom. Nice sentiment on that one. And here they come. Oh, look. not just cards, but beautiful wall hangings, wall art. They're £19.50 each at this price at the moment, but we're doing a deal on these, and the clock's on the screen, so you know it's going to be a deal worth staying around for.
Aren't they just beautiful?
Stunning, absolutely stunning. I presume they're not that difficult to colour in, are they?
No, and you can use whatever medium you like. If you're somebody that does like pens, I know a lot of you love to use your alcohol markers, they're going to work perfectly as well.
Yeah, perfect.
No reason why you can't, it's just that I don't.
That's fair enough. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Then we have the flamboyant fuchsia, absolutely right.
I love
the ballerina of flowers.
I love fuchsia.
Yeah, I do too. Okay, we'll get the price down. This is the third one in the set. 3, 2, 1. What price can we give you all of these for? There's 4 sets. I'll show you the next one in a second. £38.99, £40 saved.
Wow.
That's a good deal. It makes them £9.50 a set. So there's your fuchsia. Pop these in your baskets. If you're a Pink Ink fan, don't let this deal slip by. YF2886 is your item number.
Even if you've already got one of those, or even 2.
Yeah.
Still worth getting that bundle.
Yeah, gift the ones that you've already got.
Yeah, gift them.
Get the deal. So here are your beautiful fuchsias. Lovely. One more to go, and then you've seen all 4 of them. There we go. Look at that. Sheila Walsh has done that one. And then lastly, in the set of 4, you've got this one, which is your classic clematis. And again, stunning. Absolutely beautiful. What does that verse say? The earth laughs in flowers. There we go. And then lastly, using the clematis, there we go. Gorgeous. So we've got lots in the show today, lots to colour them with. We've got the paints, we've got the ink kits. We've also got, of course, the amazing chalk misters too for your backgrounds. But giving you some ideas as to what you can do with those. £38.99 saves you basically £40, and if you love your florals and you love pink ink, that's a brilliant combination. Go for them right now while we've got the deal. And everything else is on the website. YF2886 for those. Oh, and the stencils too, I forgot about those. Quickly, they're brand new today as well. Everything from Pink Ink is brand new. These are beautiful.
These are big stencils. They're about 7 by 7 square, if I remember rightly, although they're not square. Some of them have really interesting shaped edges.
Yeah.
And as you know, I love stencils. I love to just use a little bit of a stencil. You don't have to use the whole thing every time. And these are stunning designs, really stunning.
Well, you are going to get all 3. Are they available individually, Ellie, or not? No, they're only available as a set of 3. They should be $22.50. Today, we're doing a launch price special, EG2814. You can have them for $17.99 today. So basically, just over £5 each, about £5, £6 each. Yeah, £6 each. Gorgeous. Really, really lovely. Very different. Each one's totally different.
Yes, yes.
Love them. OK, that's EG2814. Right, Gwen?
So I'm going to focus now on the stencils and the chalk misters and also the stardust powders, which are a mica powder. Gorgeous colours. This is another thing which I paint with because you can water these down to create a paint. I'm not going to use them like that now, but you can do that. So you can also mix these with the inks or with the chalk misters to create different effects. So another really fabulous product. So I'm going to bring in my spray booth and I want to show you a technique that I've been working on over the last few weeks, and I've discovered it. I'm not saying I'm the first person who's discovered it, but I hadn't seen it before, so I'm having that.
All right. You own it. You own it.
So the first thing I want to do, I'm working on watercolour card. I'm going to very lightly mist the card on both sides. That's just to help keep it flat, stop it from bowing, because I'm going to be using a lot of wet ink now and I don't want it to all run off. So the first thing I'm going to do is pop my stencil onto that piece of card. And then I'm going to use Tangerine Twist and Bumblebee Blast from the chalk misters. So again, remember to give these a shake. The other thing you need to get in the habit of doing is wiping the nozzle each time you've finished. Because they've got that chalky quality, they can clog because chalk dries into a fine powder. So just make sure you always wipe the nozzle. If it does clog, you can rinse it under the tap, stand it, put some water in the cap, stand it in the cap and let it soak a few minutes. That should clear it. If that doesn't do it, you can get a very fine pin and very gently poke the little hole. It's not like mica. Mica will block something. Chalk will dissolve again and be removed, so you can get away with it.
Right.
And as a very last resort, if that doesn't work, you can actually take the cap off and soak it in some water. So you shouldn't have any problems anyway. I haven't, and I've been using these for a while now, so fingers crossed it doesn't happen now. So the first thing I want to do is a very light mist through this stencil. And I start by spritzing into the side of my box, preferably into the box, just to make sure that it's spraying properly. And then I can go through my stencil. Now that's going to give me a beautiful effect. Sorry, I meant to have a panel ready to show you. Just bear with me, because I can't lift the stencil off because of what I'm going to do next. There we are.
Oh, wow.
So when it dries, it does change slightly. It softens down slightly. Now, you may have seen me do in the past the negative of a stencil like this. And it's a really effective technique. So I need to lift this out and take that stencil away so you can see that, but it's still quite wet. Mm-hmm. And then I'm going to bring a second piece of watercolour card in. I want to mist my stencil to loosen that spray. This is just water. Get that loosened a little bit more, and that's going to help it to transfer more. So pop that down onto your second piece of card. Now, when I got to that point, what I normally do is I get a piece of paper and I press it all over to transfer the ink. So I'm going to do that. And also, it just gives the ink a few minutes to be absorbed into the card. So don't be in a hurry when you're doing this. Give it time to transfer and soak in. It's never going to be a perfect, crisp image because of the nature of the ink. It's moving all the time. Now, when I got to that point, I thought, I had a few like this, and I thought, well, I'd quite like some colour in the rest of it. So I could have sprayed directly onto some coloured card to start with. I could have sprayed with one colour, let that dry, and then sprayed the second colour. But I hadn't done. So I got to this point and I thought, oh, I wonder what will happen if I spray my second colour now. So hence, in comes the second colour.
Okay. Could be interesting.
And I thought, it's all going to bleed together. It's going to be a horrible mess. But let's give it a go. And then I thought, actually, I've still got now the ink on the stencil that I could get another negative off, but I don't want to pick it up at this point. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mist a piece of card. I can't mist that because that would make it bleed.
Right.
So I'm going to mist the piece of card so that's slightly damp and on both sides so it doesn't bow. Now this is smooth coconut white, this is not watercolour. And I'm going to take my print upside down, if you like. So again, at this point I'm thinking, oh, it's all going to bleed out from under the stencil. I'm going to have a right puddle. But I've gone this far. That could be quite nice as well for something else. So here's the negative from the second spritz.
Like it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Here's the stencil that I sprayed two colours through.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I absolutely loved this when it happened. And I thought, I bet I'll never be able to do that again. But I have been able to, and I'm so chuffed. So the next thing I want to do is introduce you to Stardust powders.
Right.
And we've got this fantastic orange flame, and I thought, got to have a bit of that. So where this is really wet, I'm going to be able to tap the mica powder, with a soft dusting brush into those wet areas. And because it's going into a wet area, it will fix. So just tap it all over. It'll fix in some areas and not in others, but leave it till it's dry before you try to do anything with it. And then you can carefully dust away any that's still loose, and any that's fixed will give this amazing sparkle.
When already 10% of the mica powders has gone, I'm not surprised. I'll show them to you.
The colours are just gorgeous.
They're
I've got it everywhere now. So I did that with that one. I could still take another print off that. I mean, this is the thing, once you get going, it can go on and on and on and on and on, and it's great fun. But I've still got this one that's still got some nice wet areas. So I'm going to add a bit of powder to that as well, because I can. And I love this. This is how things develop in my head. And I just think, if it doesn't work, well, at least then I know it doesn't work.
Yeah.
But if it does work, and this did, and I've done it a few times now, and it works every time, I was so chuffed with it. So just add that little sprinkle into there and let that dry. Just let it do its thing, and it'll be lovely. And then, when you've dried your background, and I've cut it down with a lovely postage stamp, and then I've already painted and cut out my Kingo Star. Just trying to keep the deck clear. So what I want to do now is stamp Kingo Star on here with all the detail, as I showed you with the pheasant, but this time you can see it properly. So let's get that big stamp.
The mica powder's 20% gone now. I'll show you the colours in a second.
Oops. And just a quick note, when you're taking stamps off a sheet, don't just get hold of them and pull them. Just roll them gently. You're less likely to cause any damage. They're quite hard to damage, but it's best to avoid. As my mother always said, prevention's better than cure. And then you can decide, and I like that we've got some white space. That just happened. It wasn't intentional, but I'm glad it did. And then I can decide where I want him to sit. He is the most handsome fella. So, and I'm going to pick him up, and I'm going to stamp him in a dark blue ink.
He's a very handsome fella too.
Isn't he just? It's just stuck to my card, so I'm just going to release that. Doesn't matter at this point because there's no ink on it. Make sure that's flat. Right, here we go. So when you're inking up again, take the ink pad to the stamp and lots of gentle taps to catch all of that beautiful detail. Try to keep your ink pad flat at all times. That will avoid any uneven inking or catching the edge of the stamp itself, which you don't want to do. Okay. So there we have him. And if I was to paint over that now, as I say, the chalk misters would absorb the colour to some degree that I put on there. But by doing it this way, I've been able to paint him on some plain white cardstock. I can stick that in place, and suddenly the whole image is reinstated with all the details and that amazing background.
Stunning. Absolutely stunning. Love it. Well, details on the screen are for the mica powders at the moment, so let me just show you these. I don't know how close we can get in to see them. You've got turquoise, orange flame, treasure chest, which is the gold, and then your aurora green. Just look, I don't know how close we can get in, but look, aren't they absolutely loaded with mica and shimmer? Absolutely stunning. You get a lot in the pot as well. 20 mils in total, 10 mil in total. There's your orange. So you get all four of them for £9.99, £2.50 a pot. Should have been £11.96, so another introductory offer on these today. They are beautiful, beautiful colourways. They really, really are. Colours that you don't normally see, to be fair. Now, if we go back to our main collection, I will show you those fantastic cards again and also show you the amazing stamps. Now, this is the launch today of the pink ink set of 4 stamps. So you're going to get these characters, all 4 of these characters. You've got some fantastic finished cards over there and here that you're looking at. So the frog, I just think he's fantastic. He's actually dancing on a keyboard there by the looks of it, which is pretty impressive. But let me just show you the actual stamp sets you're going to get. Today we've got an introductory offer saving you about £20 off the price. There are 50 stamps in total. This was Gwen's first demonstration. So you've got Johnny Dash, which is the pheasant, obviously. And you've got the strut your funky stuff is one of the sentiments on there as well. You've then got Kingo Star, Kingfisher, which is the last demonstration. Then you've got King of the Toad, my favourite. And look at the little head poking out of the water there as well. Really cool. And then lastly, we've got I'm Totally Yours with that really kind of quizzical, almost gormless look on his face. Really cool. But you get a lot of stamps in each set. You've got the lanterns there as well. Again, a couple of verses. 50 stamps in total, brand new today. And again, just to show you some finished samples ever so quickly. Gail has done that one. A little bit of watercolour probably on this, I think.
She might have done the background a bit like I did mine, the one I've just done with the acetate.
But again, you can use them in lots of ways.
Yeah.
This makes me laugh. Sue Foot's done this one. Oh, I've just realised. I didn't realise he was holding the head. I didn't see that first time.
Yeah, because there's a toad head on the stamp set, which is in the water.
Yes.
But she's very cleverly, done it like that. I think that's brilliant.
It's that first time around. Okay. And then a couple with the Stoke quickly as well. Really, really gorgeous. There he is. It's cute. And then King of the Road, or King of the... Yeah. There he is. Kingfisher.
Kingo Star.
Sorry?
Kingo Star.
Kingo Star, that's right. King of the Toad was the toad.
Yes.
And then first demonstration was featuring that character, which is absolutely beautiful, gorgeous. That's Johnny Dash. So again, if you want these beautiful stamp sets today, brand new from Pink Ink, it's their debut today, Kathy and Mel, $59.99 TU2824. And the chalk misters are going very, very fast, actually. I think your demo with the background really...
Oh, they're amazing.
Oh, they are great, aren't
they? They are. If I'd have done that with a normal water-based dye spray, it would have pilled everywhere.
Yeah.
But the chalk misters hold their body, and I think that's why it works so well with that technique.
Well, we've got any three. You can choose any three of the colours, and I've got all the colours here as well for you for $14.83, under £5 each, or £5.75 if you buy one on its own. But those are the colours you've got to choose between. Have a little look at them, choose which three you'd like. Just basically add them into your basket on the website or phone the call centre and tell them which three you'd like. And you're saving about £2.42 by getting that three for $14.83. Those are your colours. Now, we've got a few minutes left.
OK. I just wanted to see if we can... I don't know how close we can get on this, if we can see how this is now settling. Probably on the overhead we can catch it. Can you see that little... Look at that shimmer from that.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just settling into the wet stuff. And then when it's dry, because the chalk goes very matte, it's very subtle on that. But you can just see little sparkly bits. It's really pretty. So I really love that.
Love it. Beautiful.
OK.
OK, well, tomorrow there are more shows, I believe, aren't there?
Yes, I'm on at 2 and then at 5, I believe. And I've got loads more to show you. I'm going to be featuring King of the Toad, and I'm going to show you a really, really easy way. If you're not somebody that likes to spend ages colouring in, although it is very therapeutic, but if that's not your bag, I'm going to show you a real sneaky trick. OK, cool. So that's going to be tomorrow. In the last minute and a half of the show, let me just remind you of the other fantastic Pink Ink stamp sets that we've got for you. Should be £78. These are in a sale today, $38.99. You're saving £40 odd off the price today. And if I just turn them around, you can see just how many stamps you're going to get. So totally different to the animal and the bird stamps we've been looking at. More kind of traditional. But they're beautiful. They really, really are. And Pink Ink are a welcome addition to HobbyMaker. I've admired Kathy and Mel's work for many, many years. And to have them here, together with Gwen and Creative Expressions, is fantastic. Beautiful. OK, well, we'll see you tomorrow then, Gwen. Yep. Thank you ever so much.
Be back Brilliant demos as ever.
Be back at 2.
Back at 2. I'll be with you at 2.
Thanks,
tomorrow.
Dave. All right, good. You'll know what you're doing then.
OK, brilliant. So I'll see you
Bye.
in a couple of minutes' time, though. We've got more fantastic sale bargains coming up with Hunky Dory. We've got the amazing water-based brush pens at a crazy price. See you with Nat after this.
At HobbyMaker, we are proud to collaborate with the best brands and suppliers in the industry, bringing you top quality products and innovative designs. Whether you're a crafting enthusiast or starting out, we provide everything you need to fuel your creativity. HobbyMaker, let's get crafting.
to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the HobbyMaker gift card? Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card?
Here at HobbyMaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to hobbymaker.co.uk and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and then away you go. Within your account setting, you can view your order history, address and card details and items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the HobbyMaker gift card? Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card? Where's the evening gone? It's our last hour.
It's 8 o'clock already. It's gone really fast today.
It's gone really, really fast. Nat's been with us all day from Hunky Dory. I don't know how you've done these deals. But
I know, they're a bit mental, aren't they? They are a bit crazy.
In a good way, in a very good way, because this is one of the deals we had in the earlier show at 5, which you may or may not have been in for, I don't know. If you've not been in that long, look at these ink pads. It's sold out, and then we were able to put a call in to Anne-Marie to get more stock, but that stock is going very, very fast. Because you've got 40 ink pads here.
Yes.
And these are one of the core items that Hunky Dory are famous for. But look at all the colour variants you've got. All the
I know,
greens,
it's incredible, isn't it? There's 40 in total, and there's such a great mix of different shades and tones and colours. They're water-based as well, which means there's so many different things you can do with them.
And this is why it sold out at 5.
It was crazy.
Able to get more stock.
Ellie took it down like twice, which is mad. It's under £50.
Well, you're saving 80. You're saving £80 off what these should be. The book you get with it, the handbook, to get the most out of your ink pads is £9.99. So it's like you're paying £40 for the ink pads, £1 per ink pad.
It's absolutely crazy. It's the lowest price that I think I've ever seen these. And they're back in stock as well. Yeah. They've been out of stock for quite a while. We've not been able to bring you this huge bundle. No. So we've brought it back in stock, and also we've thought, you know what, let's take a bit of money off that as well.
These are all the colours you're going to get. Look at all the different blues, all the different greens you're going to get as well. And of course, you don't just use these ink pads on stamps. You can actually paint with them.
Yeah.
Put it on your glass mat. And
you can do like really cool like smooshing techniques with the inks that you've got here. You can stamp with them and do sort of like non-line colouring with these. There are so many uses for these ink pads. Such a great price.
Even though we're below £50, we still have split pay on it.
Yes,
so even though we've taken £80 off, you should be paying nearly £130. All you have to give us today is $24.99.
It's absolutely crazy. Such a good discount and such a good product. And like I said earlier on in the show, I think the most versatile product that we actually do.
I love the size of them because they don't take up too much room.
They're so handy. So you can fit them in one of our small storage cases. So you can fit six in one. They're just really, really nice and like ergonomic. They're super, super tiny, so they fit perfectly on your hand. You've got these really nice grooves within them, so you can hold them quite nicely for doing lots of different techniques. The base as well has got like this little ridge in, so you are then able to put all of your blending sponges within here. We do that with a little Velcro hook and grip, which we've got on the show as well. They're super, super versatile. I love the fact that they've got this raised bed because that means you can get as much ink as possible on your stamp. You can really, really get full coverage with the colour there. And because they are water-based, you can obviously, let me grab this piece here. So, of course, you can smoosh them down. So you can sort of like swipe them across your cardstock to be able to get a great sort of coverage on there. You can also use them with a blending tool, so you can just take off the little compartments there and you can blend with them, so you can get like a really nice softer finish. It makes it a lot lighter than others. Or if you've got your mat, which we've got on the show today, and it's again an incredible price, then you can sort of place it onto your mixed media mat and use your water brushes, which again, another crazy price we've got on the show, and then you can paint with them. So if you've got stamps, you can paint that colour on and create a beautiful watercolour wash to your images, no matter what you're colouring in with them. So it is a really, really fantastic product.
Now, if I just show you quickly, on the back of the book, you're going to get the Prism World of Colour Crafting Handbook for Prism ink pads. It's $9.99. It's included with the ink pads today, so it's like you're paying £40 for 40 ink pads, which is crazy. And this is going to make sure you get the maximum benefit and the maximum use out of your ink pads.
And if you think of it like that they are £1 each an ink pad, these retail at £2.99 each. So that's making them 2/3 off the ink pads. It's crazy, isn't it?
It's about 66% discount off the ink pads, which is crazy. Loads of you putting these in your basket. Even if you don't need new ink pads at the moment, get them while they're at this price, because they always do run out at some point. So it's always nice to have new sets just waiting there to be used. Now, I've got to seriously warn you about the mixed media mat. I've got one of these at home, which I use for my model making. This is the mixed media mat. It's silicone, so it can withstand heat and temperature. You can put it in the dishwasher to clean it if you want to. I know a certain company that charges between £15 and £20 for this exact same mat. Today, it's never been $7.99. I love these compartments here because you can put all sorts of little elements. If you're a jewellery maker or like me, a model maker, things don't end up rolling on the floor. It's got a nice edge and lip to it, so you can butt your cardstock up to that as well. And it sticks to the surface you put it on.
Doesn't move.
It doesn't move at all.
No.
And it protects your work surface.
It's great, isn't it? I absolutely love it. And when we're doing things with lots of watercolour and elements like that, it's perfect because it's really easy to clean it. It's great for like using with your heat gun because it's heat resistant, so you could use it with like
tabletop
wax seals if you're doing that, or anything where you can like using your glue sticks even to be able to make like little gemstones. Like if you wanted to do that, then it is absolutely perfect.
Okay, cool. So that's going to go any minute now. We don't have that many of them, but at that sort of price, you can pay double that elsewhere for the same mat, basically. But this is the hunky-dory one. Brilliant, brilliant value at £7.99. Now, something we were meant to get to in the last hour, but we ran out of time, are these. Now, I know they look a bit strange, but this is the perfect way to keep cleaning your brushes.
Yeah.
You can put this in the bottom of a beaker or something like that, and it basically disrupts all the...
Yeah, they're absolutely perfect. So you could use them to clean your blending sponges. So your blending sponges, you can reuse these if you want to. So if you've got a bit on, so this is the ink I was using earlier on. If you get some like dish soap or sort of anything of that sort of ilk,
well, like fairy liquid, that sort
fairy
of
liquid, things like that. You can have these on like the side of your sink, and then you can just use these really nice ridges that you get within here to clean off the ink. I don't think this is going to work as well as if I had soap, because
so was the idea you keep it in your fingers then? I thought they'd go in the bottom
yeah,
of the container.
you can sort of like use them to suction down if you wanted to, and sort of clean them off at maybe like the bottom of your sink if you wanted, or you can hold them because you can kind of really nicely, easily grip around there. So they're going to work great for blending sponges if you're cleaning those up, great for brushes if you've got brushes that you use for your inking and things like that. It's just a great sort of like extra help with like cleaning, and especially when you're using something like paste that might be a bit thicker, so you need a bit more sort of like friction to clean those brushes.
Got like an old beaker or something like that, you could put that in the bottom of the beaker, fill it up with soapy water, and then just put your brushes in and swoosh it round.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would work. $4.99 for two. Perfect. Great for cleaning your brushes and your pads. Now, the main focus of this hour, which I cannot get my head round, is the Prism brush markers. Now, these are water-based, so again, just like watercolour, you can paint with them if you want to as well. We have got for you here today the entire collection, 72 dual-tip markers, and you're also going to get, following a theme here, the Prism handbook to make sure you get the most out of your markers. Now, these are double-ended. You've got a flexible brush nib one end, and you've got a fine tip the other, a fine liner. So if you want to do your tangling, your sand tangling, and you want to do it in different colours, you've got basically 72 different colourways. These are gorgeous pens to work with.
They're really, really nice. They're so sort of like comfortable. Again, just like our other Prism pens, they're a triangular barrel, which means you've got really nice sort of usage of these, and they fit really comfortably in your hand. They do have two sort of like nibs on them, so you have got a brush marker nib on one side, as you can see here. Then you've also got a fine liner nib on the other side. So these are absolutely fantastic pens. Both sides of the pen uses the same sort of pigment, so you know that if you are doing intricate sort of drawing, you've got that sort of fine liner end on here.
Okay.
These are also really, really good for if you're getting into calligraphy because of the way that the brush pen sort of uses it.
The clock's gone to zero. Let's give you the deal for tonight. Where are we going with this? $54.99. They should be nearly £100. $99.93. 45% discount.
And I think this is I think this is one of the very first times where we've done all 6 of the sets as well.
Yeah.
Because the bundle just used to be the original 4 sets and the book. I think it's only in the last sort of year that we've brought the whole 6 collection to you, but you're getting everything here.
The book again is worth £9.99. So if you take £9.99 off that price, you're looking at about £45 for 72 pens.
It's crazy, isn't it?
That's 50p a pen?
50 pence a pen.
Something like that.
And you've got 2 nibs, so 25p a nib, if you really think about it that way.
Ellie's gone mad.
Another clock.
It's the last show of the day.
We're going lower.
We're going lower.
Than that.
Just put these in your basket. If you love watercolour painting and drawing and that sort of thing, this is going to be absolutely too good to miss out on. We're already at how much per pen? Oh, it was 76p a pen, was it? Okay.
We're going lower.
We're going lower.
And that split pay is going to stay on as well.
It will. It will stay on, yeah.
Don't you just love it?
Where are we going? $49.97. We've broken the £50 barrier.
Wow.
And it's less than £50, but we'll still keep the split pay on there for you.
That is crazy. I think this deal is better than the inkpad deal.
$24.98 is all we'll ask you for today. If you want to pay the full amount in one go, of course you can do that, but we'll ask you for $24.98 today plus your P&P unless you've paid it. Hello, Lisa in New York. You're in straight away.
You can see how well these colours work, and in the chart that Dave's showing you, this again is something that you can go onto the Hunky Dory Hub and download yourself, because when you use these, because they are water-based, you can use them to like the full strength, so you can see there on one side it's a lot darker, but then you can see how it sort of like transforms when you do add colour, and how the colour changes when you activate them with water.
You can go straight in with the brush or with the fine liner, or you can squiggle a little bit down on the glass mat and pick it up with a brush and paint.
Again, just like those ink pads, there's loads of different uses. So I've got colour 69 here, which is a gorgeous sort of like pumpkin shade. And these are great because you do get full coverage with them. And I'm using here, and it's very important, just like I said earlier on, but even more so with these pens, it's so important to use the right paper, and this is your watercolour paper here. So you can see how well that colour goes down and how vibrant the ink is in here. And then this is your fine liner. So you can literally go from the biggest coverage to the smallest coverage. It's exactly the same colour. It's exactly the same pigment. And then look how well this just melts.
You get the best of both worlds with watercolour.
It is incredible. Like, you can't even see where we place that down.
Now the watercolour card
that is crazy.
Is on your screen. It's $11.99, and you get, I think, was it 12 sheets?
Yes,
yeah,
12
sheets in there, 300 GSM.
12 sheets.
And it's not the pitted watercolour card, it's quite
No,
smooth.
it's a really nice smooth colour. You can also then, like we said, because they are water-based, is that if I want that sort of really nice pumpkin shade, but I want it to be a little bit more red, then we can grab this. I can mix it together to create like that more sort of like pinky reddy tone of my orange, and then I can place that down as well. So you've got, like we said before as well, 72 pigment colours. The possibilities for mixing these shades and creating different combinations is absolutely incredible. And then
Ellie, what does it work out per pen now?
Build up your colour with this.
$49.97 for 72 pens.
And what's great about them being brush markers as well is that if you are into your sort of like brush lettering, the nibs on here are so good that you could create really easy sort of like variations.
20% of the stock gone.
Of your brush lettering.
69p per pen is what it's working out to.
Because you get that really nice smooth finish, and then you can really stretch the... I
thought you were going to write help then.
Help.
Help. I want it with Bradford. No.
There you go. So you can do really cool brush lettering. And because you've got the flexibility of that nib, you can get that sort of like really thin areas going up, really thick areas going down. And what we've got as well, just like with all the other books, we've got sort of like free downloads on the website. So you can get your colour chart, but if you're wanting a whole new skill for 2025, and I love doing this every single year, is like trying to learn something new or create something different. So like last year was like the year of my crocheting. So I think I made 2 cardigans last year. Okay. But this for you could be the year of your brush lettering. So we've actually got these really handy guides that you can download as well, which have all of the letters on there. So you can follow these, print them out at home, and then test it, go over it. You can grayscale print them, so you can literally draw on top of them. I've just done it super dark, so you can see it now. But you've got the lines in there as well, so you can see where you've got to follow. And then you've also got some really cool sort of like sayings that you can go over and practice and learn that sort of brush lettering. So if calligraphy and brush lettering is something that you want to do in the next year, then definitely grab this handbook, because there's a great section on brush lettering in here.
There's a section in there.
That are fantastic. Rebecca, who actually does all of the media, she does all of the handbooks with Anne. Mick creates them. She's actually done all the brush lettering by hand. So these are all things that she's handwritten, and then she's scanned them in, and then we've put them in the book. Brilliant. She's incredibly talented.
Well, you're not only going to get all of the fantastic pens, 72 of them, for $49.97. The handbook is included too. and that takes it to below £40 for 72 pence.
It's crazy, isn't it? Absolutely crazy.
And you will not regret this purchase, you really won't. I mean, if you were lucky enough to get the watercolour pencils earlier on in the 5 o'clock show, treat yourself to the pen version as well. That was a great deal at 5. This is a great deal at 8. I mean, all of the Hunky Dory shows have been amazing today, some amazing deals. And we've also got, I think, one of your final opportunities to take advantage of the Hunky Dory Christmas goodie box.
Goodie boxes are here. Not for long, though. Not for long at all.
And by the way, if you're lucky enough to have a goodie box and you had your discount code in that goodie box...
Yes, we haven't even mentioned this today.
I know. You can use the discount code on the pens or on anything till the end of the year as well. Multiple times too.
Multiple
so
times.
That 40-odd pounds or 50-odd pounds that we're talking about, the pens, with your discount code as well...
It's going to take it right down. Yeah. I can't think what it is. Let me see. Is it 10%? It is. It's 10%. 10%. So what's that going to bring that down to?
What was the price that did we go down to on the...
It was like 49.
49.97.
So that's going to take
that's
it
going to
down
be another
to
fiver
about
off.
£44, which is again absolutely
$44.97 it will be if you use your 10% discount code that you will have got in your Christmas goodie box. And literally hundreds, if not thousands, of these were sold over the last, 3 or 4 weeks. We've got a limited quantity left. Now, the story behind this, each box has got £80 worth of Hunky Dory goodies.
Yeah, it's got over £80 worth of Hunky Dory stuff. They're all Christmas themed things that you will get inside your boxes. So that's toppers. It could be topper sets, decoupage. There's little books in there. There's duo design paper pads in there. There'll be foam pads. There's literally... It's basically like a pick a mix.
It is.
What you get in this box is going to be completely random.
Now, one box is £30.
Yes.
What they'll do at Hunky Dory is if you buy 4 of them for £120, they'll guarantee that each box will be different.
Yes.
Over 4, they can't guarantee you won't get some repeats, but that still stands. So you can buy 1 for 30, you can buy 2 for 60, again, they're guaranteed to be different. You could buy 3 for 90, again, they're guaranteed to be different, or 4 for £120, and they will all be different. You will then have £320 worth of Hunky Dory goodness. And Christmas comes around every year. I know it's nearly here, but stack up now for next year.
All the themes and the occasions that you'll get inside here, you'll be able to use every single time, year after year after year. So shall we have a look and see what's inside this one?
Yeah.
Of course, we are going to get the super handy code, which we'll just slide on out there. And then let's do it on the overhead, just so you can see. A little bit easier. So, instantly, there's so much stuff in here. I can already see... from the first sort of 3 things I can see in here that we're already at £25. So we've got our colour block. This is a Frosted Christmas in matte. I mean, this is an essential for every time of the year. The tones and the colours in here you're going to pull out for working with loads of different products.
Yeah, and that's not just for Christmas.
Not just for Christmas. Then we've got our little book of Father Christmases. So there's loads of different artwork in here. 120 pages of the fantastic A6 artwork for you to be able to decoupage, use with your dies, but put on some fantastic makes for Christmas. We've also got a pocket pad. So this one is our Christmas crackers. So this one is filled with Christmas puns and little jokes that you could be making cards with or using these as like gift tags this time of year. So that's in there. We've got a Premier Craft Tools glue pen, so you could be using that. You could be using it with your holographic glitter set, and you've got a huge selection in here. There's loads of, this is probably my favourite glitters because even though you've got all of those different colours, you've got like that AB effect with them, so they really glisten.
Now, we're not saying this is exactly what you're going to get. We're saying that this is a good indication as to what to expect value-wise.
So these have actually come off pallets in the warehouse. So these were made up, ready to go out, so it could be something. This was a bestseller from last year. It was the best-selling topper set we had. So that's a topper, so you're just going to get one sort of topper in there. We've got another one here, which is a beautiful baubles. We've got a decoupage topper set, so you're going to get the elements. You're also going to get the fantastic cardstock that goes with that one. We've got a pop-up stepper card in here, so you could try different concepts that we do at Hunky Dory. We've then got a cute Christmas topper collection, so you're going to be able to make 8 a minimum of 8 different cards in here, but we always say that with our toppers, you can make 3 cards with the one sheet. So a huge amount of cards you can make with that one. And then we've also got a pack of, I'm going to say that this is a 24 or 30 sheet pack, looking at the amount there of Adorable Squirrable festive colourways. So it's a huge selection. You'll get in
whichever box you're going to have, and you will guarantee to have, over £80 worth of goodies inside it. If you buy one, great. If you buy 2, they're guaranteed to be different.
Yeah.
If you buy 3, they're guaranteed to be different. If you buy 4, they're guaranteed to be different. After that, they can't guarantee you won't get some repeaters. But if you do go for 4 at £120, it is on split pay. It is very limited, this deal. You're going to get £320 worth of hunky-dory, fantastic Christmas-themed goodies, which you can just keep for next year. I mean, we launch Christmas in June.
Yeah, we do. So it's not even that far away if you think about it. And these are fantastic. I mean, you can, obviously, maybe you've already bought these, you've got them home, you've seen how incredible they are, how much you get inside them. Maybe you're wanting to grab these now for you to use next year for your Christmas workshops, your crafting workshops, for making to sell. So then all of the new stuff that you get, you can obviously make to be completely different. And it just gives your stall a lot more variety, having all the different collections together.
You're going to get your 10% discount code in there as well, which is entitling you to 10% off hunky-dory purchases right the way through to the end of the year.
Yeah, so for the next two-ish weeks, is it?
Yeah.
Until New Year. So yeah, you can be spending that not on both websites, so you've got the option to be able to spend it here, but you can use it more than once. It's not like a one-day code.
If you want one box, if you don't want to go to the extent of 4, one box, £30, guaranteed to have £80 worth of goodies in it. Maybe you bought one before, love it, and you want another one. Joyce is in for this one right now. Hi, Joyce. KFHD86. You will get the discount code in the box as well to give you 10% off towards the end of the year on any purchase hunky-dory. And if you've got your goodie box and you want to go for those pens, or you want to go for the pencils we had earlier on, or the ink pads, you can use that discount code and get another 10% off already,
so
slash prices.
If you've opened your boxes, make sure you keep that little thing because you'll be wanting to use it.
OK, now Joanne's messaged in. Hi, Joanne. Are the watercolour pens, have they a fine liner nib?
Yes, they do.
Brush nib one end, fine liner the other end.
They have, you've got, let's get a different colour out for you because there's such a great selection in here. And I love the fact that they're in like colour families, so you know that you're going to be able to get them to work. So we'll try the this gorgeous sort of cerise colour this time. So on one side you obviously have your brush marker, which you can use really nicely. On the other side, every single pen has a fine liner nib. So if you are someone who loves centangling, that type of really nice sort of creating, you're going to have 72 different colours with this. I love using my fine liners to be able to sort of like do line work or sort of like little stitch details on art cards that I'm creating, anything like that. If I've got a really nice stamp that I'm wanting to jazz it up, you know, you can do all of your different sort of like doodle designs within it. There's so many different ways in which you can use it.
It's so unusual to get a fine liner on the other end. Normally you get a brush nib one end and maybe a bullet nib on the other.
Yeah.
But to get that fine liner, that makes them really totally different and unique.
It's
and
so
to have
good.
fine liners in all those different colours. Normally they're kind of greys and blacks and that's about it.
And again as well, they are water-based, and a really cool way of using that technique is to, and I love creating this, it's such a fun way to do backgrounds. So let's grab some fun colours. I'm going to do, I feel like I've stuck to the same colours a lot today, but they are like my favourite selection. So
Joanne is in,
I'm going to go with purple, I'm going to go with teal, I'm going to go with a green, and I'm going to use one of my low-tack tape stacks. And what we're going to do with that fine liner is I'm just going to take it. Oh, I've not done a very good job of that. Let's turn that one around. I'm going to take the fine liner and I'm going to draw around the outside of here. So we can create, and we were having fun with some bubbles before with Liam.
We were.
So this has really sort of like inspired me to do this one, but this would be cute for a new baby card or a celebration card. Maybe it's a a birthday card, and this is a technique as well that you will find inside the handbook that you're going to get with these. Well, so just going around.
Talking of the handbook, if you want that on its own, if you've already got the Prism water-based brush markers, you can buy it. It's on the website for $9.99, but if you buy the markers today, you'll get that free with the pens. Either way.
You can create these really nice sort of circles of colour, and then what we're going to do is take a fine liner. I'm just going to get, and then you can bring out, like pull the colour out like you were doing with your pencils earlier, and you can create really nice bubble effects. You can also do this with, so you've got that really nice hue of colour. So kind of just going over the fine line detail, and it's just going to give you a really...
So it makes it kind of 3D
effect, and you can keep like that colour to sort of one side and keep this area sort of like clear of the colour. You can obviously go back in and add more colour if you do want to have more colour down, or you could, I'll show you in a minute, you could place a bit of colour down onto your mat to be able to bring it out. But the pens are really good for using with these as well, your watercolour pens, because it allows you to like flood the page as well, so you can use as much sort of like water.
I just find watercolour
as you want.
Less scary. It's not as daunting.
Yeah.
It's kind of forgiving.
You can do a lot more fun things with it, especially when it comes to colouring. And if you are new to sort of like colouring, stamping, inking and things like that, I think we always recommend as crafters to use like watercolour first, because it's more versatile. There's a lot of more fun things we can do with it. It's a lot more forgiving as well.
Yeah. You can always make something a bit darker if it's not dark enough.
Exactly, we can go over it. So we've kind of, let's just go around some of the rest of these little bubbles that we've created.
And remember, you can go straight on with either the fine liner or the brush nib onto your watercolour card. And if you want the watercolour card, the pad is in the show. But also, you can just squiggle some watercolour down on a glass mat or on your craft mat that we've got here today, and then pick it up with a brush, so you can then paint with it. So there's so many different ways of using.
So we've got like our bubbles here now, but on some of the colours, I want to add a bit more of a hue. So I can just swatch all of my pens down. And if you were doing like this card a number of different times, because I could be turning these into baubles for Christmas, what you can do is you can just leave this colour.
Mixed media mat's gone. Congratulations if you got it. I'm not surprised at that price.
To one side, and it will dry on your mixed media mat as well, so you can reactivate the colour and come back time and time again. So I'm just going in now, adding a little bit more colour to the inside of my sort of like bubbles. This is also, these pens are really good for like no line colouring as well because of this. So in the same way that I have just gone over the edge of my card with my pens here, I'll show you.
And also, if you put too much colour down, you can actually kind of...
Yeah, so I'm kind of like pushing it away, adding more colour to it, and then just like picking up the excess water with a little wipe here. So if you feel like you've got too much colour, like here, I think, oh, that's a bit strong, I'll just go back over it. And then we can do the same again with the purple.
Well, remember, we've got quite a few offers in the show tonight. Obviously, the Prism pens are the main offer, one of the main offers, but also we've got the fantastic ink pad offer, which we're going to go back to in a minute as well. And the ink pads are exceptional and unbelievable value for money. 40 of them with the book, worth $9.99 for $49.99.
So if you've got stamps and things like that, so you've got that real nice dimension now on those sort of like bubbles that we've created. But if you've got stamps, so let me get my essential flowers out. Yes, we do have
the alcohol pens were on at 2 o'clock, weren't they?
2 o'clock, we had those on. So you can go back and have a look at that show because, yeah, we had those alcohol markers on in the hour. So we've had a full day of Prism, and again they are on a crazy price as well. They should be $14.99 a set, and today we had them on for $9.99.
Well, if you go to our
$5.99.
If you go to our website or go to our app, you can actually see all the shows that have been on through the day. And after we come off at 9 o'clock, maybe just go and look at 2 o'clock, and you'll see them there, provided the stock's still there.
So you can, with these pens, as well as you can do the same technique with your ink pads because they are water-based, is that you can actually colour in your stamps with these pens, place that down, and then again, what you can do is if you use like the finest nib on your pens, is you can push the colour out from the lines, so it's going to give it that really nice soft touch, but it gives you that really nice no line colouring. So if you don't want to use like a VersaFine to give you that sharp like ink look that you would normally do, then you can just like bring out the colour from the lines, and it gives you that gorgeous like detailed watercolour effect where you're not going to get that if you are to use like your black papers and stuff like that.
And the pens are really comfortable to work with as well. They're very ergonomic. They're really well designed. They're like a triangular barrel with finger rests actually kind of grooved into the barrel as well. So if you're doing something that's taking quite a long time to do, they're very, very comfortable to use. But what I love in particular is the vast array of colours. Because I mean, if you look at the greens, for example, here, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 shades of green, in that one pack. You can see all the colourways on the front of the colour wheel, actually. So for things like foliage and grass and all that sort of thing, you know, a leaf is not one colour green. Grass is not one colour green.
And you can see as well, when you hold this up and then you also hold up your ink pads, like there's so many different shades across both of them.
And they're all water-based.
All water-based. So you can mix and match these products really, really nicely if you want to as well. But they're just so versatile.
I don't know, you know, how strapped you are for cash at the moment, or if you've got a little bit of money, maybe got some money coming for Christmas, you know, someone's going to give you some money. Split pay's there, so you can pay half of it today, half of it in 4 weeks' time. I would be tempted to go for both because the deals are so brilliant, absolutely brilliant. That would be, if you wanted both of them, you're looking at less than £100, and they've both got split pay on them as well. And you'll get both books too.
Yeah.
And you'll have the 40 units or the 40 pads of the ink pads, and you have 72 of the watercolour pens, and they really work together so well. Well done to John in Surrey, Crafter in Cheshire, checking out with the dual tip markers. We're going to go back, I think, to the ink pads for a little bit, because this really did surprise me earlier on. We lowered the price once, and then Ellie put the clock on the screen again and lowered the price again to, it's got to be one of the all-time lows for this.
It was wild. I was in so much shock.
$129.59. We're giving you over 60% discount, plus we're giving you the book, which is worth $9.99, so it's like you're paying £40 for the ink pads, £1 each. And they do last a long time.
They last such a long time.
£80 saved. £80 you've saved by buying this, and just one P&P for the whole day.
Let's show you how you can create really cool, like galaxy backgrounds with these ink pads. And I'm actually going to use my mat to do it as well. So I'm going to use these inks, and I'm just going to sort of create a nice like pattern in the on the space. You could do this with like do you know the packaging that all your parcels come with, so it's got that shiny surface. Anything with that sort of like shiny surface you're going to be able to do this with. So I'm just popping this on to create sort of like a Northern Lights effect with that there. And then I'm going to grab my spritzer, and we're just going to spritz the whole area of here with water, and you can see already that those colours are starting to blend together. The more ink you've got on this, the more water, that you've got on that, the better. And then if I grab a piece of my watercolour cardstock, and I always like to as well, just spritz my cardstock and sort of just move that paper through so that this has got like a nice wet surface as well. And then I'm going to grab this And you can use a brayer if you want to make sure you've got full coverage. I always like to sort of like pick it up and then go, you can like go over it as well. But you're going to get this beautiful effect from creating
That's on the
things
watercolour
like
card,
that. Yeah, this is on the watercolour card. So you can like dry that with your heat tool. I don't know if have we got a heat tool around, Ellie? I had one earlier in the earlier hour.
Yeah.
There's a, oh yeah, that's it. That's the one I wanted. Dave knew where to look. So,
a bit of a knot.
because I want to show you how you can do these watercolour techniques, but bring it up as well.
Hang on.
I might be able to plug it in and reach, to be honest. There we go. There we are.
There we go. That should do it. Right.
Plug it in.
Plug it in.
To turn it on.
It's on.
Is it on?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
There we go. So, the beauty of using like a mat like this as well is that that colour hasn't gone anywhere. So, let's dry this off.
Well, he's found the heat tool details. That was quick. $24.99 if you want the heat tool. Wow.
So we can add that to
Is that a dual speed one?
Yes, so there's 2 speeds, which I think is great because when you're using watercolour like this, you often want to be quite speedy. So we can just dry off that first layer. And then I'm going to go in, and this time I might switch it around.
Do you know what would be a really good idea? We should have all the essential everyday tools on that
just
board.
on that board so we can go and pick them.
Grab, scissors.
I'll have to ask Kat to do it, won't we? Yeah. And then you've got another layer, so even more dimension now being built up in this beautiful sort of like skyscape if you wanted it to be like a galaxy.
See, and the hints and tips like this is what you'll find in the handbook that comes with your ink pads, because you may not have thought, I wouldn't have thought of doing a background like that in that way, but that will be featured in the handbook, which is why it's a good idea to have it.
We can still go back in because we've got all of this now, and the way that this is like drying out, it's becoming a bit more dotty. You can see texture within the water, which is coming through on the beautiful designs that you see now. So I've got all of that colour sort of like ready to go, but now I want to create like a really beautiful starry detail. You can do it in a lot of different ways. I'm going to use my brush pen to do it though, and I'm just going to sort of like splat my water down onto here, because even though this has dried out and we've dried it out with our heat tool, what we can do is go back in and like lift the water out, so you can see where all those splats are. You can, if I lift it up, you can see that the colour is now moving even more, which is going to create you like little stars in your galaxy. So look, even more sort of like interest within that background, and we can give it a little bit of a blast with our heat gun just to dry out those areas, and you'll get some really nice sort of like darker elements coming through.
And the watercolour card doesn't mind the heat?
No, the watercolour card is great with the heat. I mean, I've really sort of soaked this through. It does have some type of a bend to it, but just flip it over.
Oh, and it straightens itself out.
Straighten itself out. And look how good that is as well. We've got quite messy with this, and you can see that you haven't got any sort of like much colour sort of like coming through on the back. So we've got this now, and what I love even more about this is if I want it to be quite a moody night sky, I can then take my other ink pads. So let me take this one off. Going in with Stormy Night, so very appropriate for this. And I'm just going to go and then go over the top of this. So we could cut this down. We could make this into like a nice little 5 by 5 or 5 by 7, and then just going around these edges.
Edith just checked out on the app. Well done, Edith, getting this deal.
It's going to give you real sort of like dimension. So you've got that beautiful sort of like look of like the dark moving into that fantastic light. It's just, the possibilities of watercolour, like you say, are truly endless. We can be so creative with what we are doing with our inks and our pens and the colours that we've got within within these designs.
And don't forget, earlier today we had the blending tools with 30 blending pads. That's still, I believe, still available. And also the hook and loop fixings that you can stick on the bottom of your ink pads to put your blending pads on.
And they're really handy as well. We've got them on like all of our inks, and you'll see we've got our little hooks on the back here as well. But you are going to get 37, I think, of the blending sponges, which is sort of like more than enough. To
you
sort
get
of
30 in total.
Is it 30?
Yeah, you get 2 packs of 12 and 6 with the actual blending tools.
Okay.
So 30 in total for $9.99. Should have been $13.97. That's what you're going to get. So you get 12 in each of the refills, and then you get 6 with the 2 tools. We've only got literally a handful of those at $9.99. And don't forget the hook and loop fixings, the grip, that you can put on the bottom of your ink pad so that you can attach your pads to them, so colour specific. 120 of those. You only get half of it because, of course, the actual hook side of it, or the grip side of it, is on the other side of the pad, so you don't need that. But they can go on the bottom of your new ink pads, and that's the perfect place to store your.
If you've got like your space man
that is great.
Stamp, or like a really cool space shuttle image, you could just pop that in the centre there with the happy birthday sentiment, and you've got a gorgeous sort of galaxy background. It's so, so good.
That's great. Now, we have got the handbooks available on their own, both for the pens and also for the ink pads. So if you've got ink pads and you think, I just don't know how to use them to their best effect, really, then it's $9.99. But, of course, if you buy the ink pads today, all 40 of them, you're going to get the book absolutely free. Or if you're paying for the book, the ink pads are costing you 40 quid. Think of it that way. I mean, it should be 120 odd pounds. Today, the ink pads are just under 50, with the book included as well. And there's loads of tips and loads of inspiration in there. You know, I've been doing kind of crafting TV for years, and there's still things in here that I've never seen before.
It's really good, isn't it?
It's really, really good. Absolutely.
It's so cool.
Loads of ideas. Now, the Prism brush markers. Remember, a lot of you are going for both, actually, the ink pads and the pens, because they kind of complement each other. Half the stock of the Prism markers have now gone. You get 72 pens. They're double-ended. You've got a fine liner one end and a brush nib the other. And that's really great, because all those colours now, you can use your fine liner in. Normally, fine liners, it's very hard to find coloured fine liners. Certainly not that many colours, but they're doing the job of both. And you can do your fancy lettering and that sort of thing, like you're doing.
It's great.
You're really good at this.
It's really, really fun to sort of try this, and because you've got, I was trying to do my R's, but my R, I can't work out how I would join that up. But that's where all of these really handy like downloads come in, because you can sort of go back and refer to these and see sort of where you need to be with that letter. So
these lettering kind of techniques and tutorials, you can download those from Hunky Dory.
Yeah. So you can download these. So you would kind of go down and then up and then around again. So I've done my art. So let's try it again. We'll go up and then down. When you come down, you want to really press firmly, and that's going to give you that nice sort of movement. And then you can go back up and then back down again to get your other M. And I like to do it as well in stages. Don't think that you need to do it like straight away, or you have to do it in one movement. If you're more comfortable doing like one letter and then moving on, do it in that way as well. But it is so fun to sort of get your hand, like get around and sort of like work out how to do it. So then if we go...
I sometimes struggle getting the size the same. I end up with like a different size E and a different size R.
Sometimes I like it like that though, when it's like a little bit, because it just, you can see that you're doing it yourself, and I think it's really handy to sort of, you should get it, Ellie.
Ellie wants to do it, our producer.
I'll give you these sheets and then you can practice. Yeah. Because that is all it really takes is practice.
And yeah, you can download those kind of tip sheets from Hunky Dory's website. Caroline in Shropshire, Caroline in Hampshire, Joanne in East Riding of Yorkshire coming in for the brush markers. Not surprising. I wonder how many of you are Santanglers as well, because you're going to be using those fine nibs. I don't know what size the actual nib is on the fine liner. Does it say?
On the fine liner, the point, I'm not sure if it does say. Does it say it on there? No, it just says fine liner. It is very, very fine though.
Yeah,
we're just seeing how fine the fine liner is. But another thing as well, if you're really like sort of worried about doing this straight away, is that you could do like your letters. So you could do, you could do it like this. So work out sort of like your wording and what you want, and then go back in.
Yes.
And then use this to sort of bring in your design, because it's the same colour. You're creating yourself a sort of like space to be able. I've messed it up anyway, but you've created that sort of space to go over. Or you can even do it like let's do it with the D again. You could do it like this, and then you could sort of like bring these bits together and then just fill it in with the brush, so that gives you an even thinner sort of style
really cool.
to the letter. So you can be really, really fun with the different ways you do it, but they're so fun. There's there's different colourways. You can do things like that, Ellie. So what you can do is you can go from like nib to nib, and sort of let's just bring off that purple colour.
Don't damage the nib by doing that.
No, because we're going to lay it down and then...
Oh, okay. If you wanted to mix colours together...
No, it's not going to stay.
You could put them down...
So now you've got a mixture of the two colours.
So as the purple runs out...
And then all you need to do, as the purple runs out, it like switches to pink.
Goes back to pink. Oh, clever.
So you can just sort of like squiggle it around until you've got rid of all of that purple, and you'll actually be able to see it because the nib will sort of go back to the original colour.
And you can also put two different colours down on your
well.
mat and mix them together as well. Obviously, don't mix them together
Let's try
any
it a
other
little
way.
bit. Not using as much of my purple.
Okay.
And we'll do.
Oh yeah.
So you can create like ombre in your lettering as well. There's all sorts you can do, Dave.
I thought
There's
that
all
would ruin
sorts
the
you
nib,
can
but it
do.
doesn't.
No,
Okay.
and it's come off straight back to pink. There we go.
Now, can I just give you the details for the watercolour cards, the pad? If you want the pad, it is available.
It's so good.
And
so
it's a really smooth watercolour card as well. It's not like the pitted watercolour
And what
card.
I would say with these pens in particular, out of all of our Prism products, it is hugely important that you use the right cardstock.
Yeah.
Let me find some, because I've got it.
You get 12 sheets, 300 GSM.
I'll show you.
And it's $11.99.
I'll show you how important it is. So let's grab, where's that piece we did earlier? Let's grab this. And I'll take a totally different colour this time. So I'll go in with let's go in with these darks. I'll get this green. This is a gorgeous green. So, like we were saying earlier on, with laying that colour down, look how vibrant that is as well.
Look how juicy the pen is.
It's incredible. So this now, fully, we're going to be able to mix out and push all of that round so you can't even see where we've put that outline. It's completely gone. That is your watercolour card. That is what it's great for.
Yeah.
This is my 6x6 essential card block. I'm going to take my pen. I'm going to go over it. First of all, you can see already the colour is not sitting as nicely as it was. Second of all,
it moves, but not to the same extent.
It does not melt into the cardstock, which is what you want when we're doing watercolouring. So you have to get the correct cardstock.
If you've invested in the pens today, or if you've invested in the ink pads today, all water-based, it makes sense for just another $11.99 to have the perfect card to use, to make it, to get the best results, basically. That's
yeah,
what
you don't want to get it and think, oh, it'll be fine. I've got cardstock at home. I'll be able to use it with that cardstock. And then you get them. You've seen me do these incredible demonstrations. Incredible, I'm blowing my own trumpet there. You've seen me do these messy demonstrations today. And then you go, well, how can she do it, but I can't do it? It's all in the product.
I know.
You have to have the right cardstock.
And remember, if you've bought the pens, but you haven't bought the cardstock yet, get it today. You've already paid your P&P, so you don't have to worry about any delivery charges now. It's $11.99 delivered if you bought something already. Now, earlier in the previous show, I don't know if we've still got the pencils
I've
here
got
or
my
not.
pencil.
Have you got yours?
Yeah.
We had this brilliant watercolour pencil deal in the 5 o'clock. Was it 5 o'clock?
Did you just say 8? It was 5 o'clock, yeah.
It was 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
What we've got? 8 left.
She said
We've got 8.
I know.
Is that all?
That's what she said. I was literally like, excuse
I wasn't
me?
listening.
8. I was shocked.
All of these pencils are superb quality. You even get the wrap with them as well. I mean, you could pay £10 for the wrap easily. The pencils on their own are £24.99. Don't buy them. I mean, we'll show you the details. There they are. RAHD 92, £24.99 with the wrap. Don't buy it, because if you buy this one, KYHD 26, you get not only the wrap and the pencils, but you also get the Crafting Handbook Volume 2 to get the most out of your pencils for £1 less than what you pay for the pencils.
It's crazy, isn't it? And again, for all the watercolour lovers, because you've loved these pens, you've loved the ink pads today, these are a water-based pen as well. You've got that really handy sort of like zip element there, which you can store your watercolour pencils in.
Oh, yeah.
So if you're like Dave and you love to sort of like go off and do some colouring or sketching out on the go, then you can pop them in there, roll this up, take your watercolour card.
And this is like a jewellery wrap. It
ready to go.
Protects your pencils. So if you accidentally knock them,
there's going to be no sort of like nibs that are like smashed up with any of this. I love the fact that that folds over as well, because it really does protect the end. And then you've got that really nice mesh as well, which keeps them all in place, so they can't fall out of the bottom either.
Now, I love the fact as well that I mean, to walk around with a metal tin, I mean, it's all well and good, they're fine, but that, from a transport point of view, if you want to put it in your luggage, you want to put it in a suitcase or something like that and do some sketching if you're going away for a weekend.
Even if you're going to take this onto, like, the plane and, like, colour on the plane with your little, tiny little colouring pocket pads, you could take one of them, you could take this, and you've got loads of room there. It's not taking up much in your handbag at all.
No. And you might be thinking, well, hang on, why do I need a handbook to tell me how to use a colouring pencil? You colour with them, don't you? But there's so many other ways of using them, so many other effects you can achieve. Watch back the 5 o'clock show that Nat and I did earlier on, and you'll see some of those demonstrations that are featured in the book. If you want the handbook on its own, if you've got pencils already and you're thinking, I don't really know how to use them or how to do these effects, $9.99 gets you the book today. It is available if you want it. And actually, some of you have come in and gone for it. Helen in Lancashire's gone for it. But if you buy it with the pencils today, you will get that absolutely free. And our goodie boxes, don't forget those, because remember...
Probably going to be the last chance to be able to get that sort of deal, especially with the 4 completely different ones, because we'll be running out of the vast sort of like mix of boxes soon. So sometimes then it'll come down to the fact that you can get 3 of the same boxes or 2 of the same boxes.
Well, at the moment,
we've got
you can get 4 completely different Christmas goodie boxes, each one guaranteed to be worth at least £80. So between the 4 boxes, you've got guaranteed worth of £320, which is pretty amazing, and it's cost you £120. But you've got then Christmas next year sorted.
Yeah.
Because there's loads in there, and each box will be different if you order 4 or less. That's what we can guarantee you. And obviously we unboxed one earlier on. Yours may be like that, it may not be, but it will have the same value and the same quality of contents, won't it?
Yeah, it's going to have such a great mix. And over the last couple of weeks where we've brought these to you and we've been unboxing them throughout different shows, they've all had different variety of products. They will be Christmas products throughout all of the different designs, but when you think about how much you're going to get and how much you're going to pay for this, like it is going to be so good. Maybe you've got one, maybe you're buying them for friends, you know. They're still going to use them.
You bought one box a week or 2 ago when we first did this offer with Anne-Marie and Nat, and you're thinking, do you know what, I was so impressed with what was in that one box, I want another 4 or I want another 3.
What's really sneaky as well is that if you got that box and you've got your code, you're going to be able to use your code.
On
so
that.
You're going to get 10% off this.
Yeah, you pay £30 for one box. Now you want to come back and go for 4 because you love them so much. Yeah, use your discount code to get another £12 off this deal.
So good.
Wow, I didn't think of that.
I didn't think about that one, did you?
And you can use your discount code on all of the other discounted items in the show today. The fantastic ink pads and also the fantastic pens as well. So, yeah, if you're going for the ink pads, that 10% is valid until the end of the year as well.
Yeah, and you can use it as many times as you want.
Yeah, on our website and also...
It's not a one-only code. You can use it as many times as you want.
Well, we're nearly out of time. You can watch back all the shows today at your leisure on our app or on YouTube, of course, as well.
Yes.
Nat, are you back before Christmas?
I'm back on Sunday.
On Sunday?
My last show before Christmas. So, yeah, I'm back on Sunday.
Okay, cool.
I can't remember what I've got. But I think I've got lots more deals.
Okay.
I think we might have the Glimmer Mist on as well on Sunday.
Okay,
so, yeah, join me for that.
Well, join me tomorrow. I'll be here opening things up at 1 o'clock. Also on Craft O'Clock as well. We've got Debbie Robinson from Crafter's Companion on Craft O'Clock online on Facebook and also on Instagram. That will be at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, and then we'll be back live as ever after Sewing Street and Jewellery Maker at 1 tomorrow afternoon. Watch back any shows you like, grab the bargains, enjoy the 1p&p per day, and I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks, Nat.
Thank you.
See ya.
At HobbyMaker, we are proud to collaborate with the best brands and suppliers in the industry, bringing you top quality products and innovative designs. Whether you're a crafting enthusiast or starting out, we provide everything you need to fuel your creativity. HobbyMaker, let's get crafting.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.